you. I'm
Tell me
actually
about
most excited to show you this other book.
Are
Oh,
you
we're
planning
live.
on showing me while we're live?
Fuck yeah.
Because we
Oh
are
my
live.
god, I just ruined it. Oh my god.
Did it right off the bat. But
Just
but
throw it
luckily,
up.
but here's the
Throw it
good
up.
thing. Here's the good thing. Now people are getting notifications that we're live. So by the time they get here,
I
that'll be
know,
in the
but if
past.
if they
That'll be in the
started
past.
up, if they started up from the beginning, I've ruined it. You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
Well, I should have done the timer since Matt Comics was nice enough to make it.
Dang it. Dang it. I won't do it again. I've been doing
Fiddlesticks.
so good. I've been doing so good.
Yeah. My boy Ryan gets all excited during the middle of conversations, and he's the one that just boom. And me and Vet just sit there and just stone face and just let it. All right, nothing happened. Nothing happened.
Who was on? You brought a couple people on your live giveaway, and they started cussing, and they were
Oh
like, "Can
yeah,
we
yeah.
cuss?" It was
Dude, that
way
was
too late for
that
that. It was so
that
funny.
was Pocan. I don't think he was, but Mike,
I
the
forget who did
spectacular
it.
Spider Grandpa Mike hopped on there and started running. But I knew that was gonna happen. I wouldn't have invited him on other if it would have mattered. At that point, I was like 2 hours and 15
Yeah,
minutes
it
into
was really late. No one's gonna
just
make
a
it that far into your
just yeah.
rewatch
I,
it.
I was just happy to be hanging out with him, man.
It was so funny.
I'm always hanging out on their live chats every Friday and kind of started talking to them more in the chats and everything. And these dudes love comics, man. And they're just good dudes. You just want the kind of people you just want to talk crap with. You know what I mean? Let's
Oh yeah,
go chew bubble gum and
that's
swear at
the best.
ships
I
passing by.
Actually, last night I was talking to a guy from eBay. So he messaged me and asked me like if I had a Instagram so we could get it for cheaper, without
Doesn't
the
eBay
eBay
flag
fees.
that?
Yeah, but we like made it around it, so that didn't happen. You have to like type you have to type with spaces and periods and stuff, so like they don't notice.
Dude, you know what the way that I met Chip Getler like right before he started his YouTube channel was that Comic Tom exclusive with Mighty Morphin Power Rangers issue number 55. It was a Raphael Grizzetti Green Ranger cover he did, like that Comic Tom Green Ranger. It's
I'm
fantastic. It
trying to
looks
think. I don't
lifelike.
know which one that
It's
is.
just him standing there with like Zed, Rita, Goldar,
Oh,
Tony,
yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay.
and like I don't buy Comic Tom mystery boxes nor support a Comic Tom mystery box because I've seen plenty of them unboxed, and you're just buying that one variant.
Hmm.
That's it. The rest. Like I watch people open the same box, like different parts of the world, and they're pulling the same filler books, like, and they're not even new filler books. Like somehow they're all pulling like a Godzilla number 7 from the '80s or something. Like what the heck? Like it's kind of lame. So when that Green Ranger book came out, I definitely wanted it. So I just went on eBay and I bought one off Chip Getler for like $2.70. And
What?
yeah, yeah, dude, I got both of them, the Virgin and the trade, for under $10 total ship. If you take both purchases from separate people and put it together, didn't even pay $10.
What? That's crazy.
Yeah, that's how the mystery boxes go because people put them up immediately, because
Yeah.
not everybody's like, because there's definitely theme like Turtles, Rangers, Buffy. So like you might want this one, but you're not going to want that one. So you try to get it up quick. And if you put a auction price up there, it's just you got good luck or a good shot with it. But whenever I buy something from someone, I always talk to them first, like message them, tell them I'm interested, and ask them about the way they pack the books and stuff.
Hmm.
Just make sure
Yeah.
the people that deal with comics, like how Scott, he just did a pizza unboxing last night because he bought Hoarders Hide bought a book off eBay, a stack of books for a great price, but they came literally in a frozen pizza box where someone had taken the pizza out and wrapped the comics in grocery bags and put them in there because they don't deal in comics.
Yeah, it's like a 2 for 1 though. It's almost a
Yeah,
bonus.
it's not delivery.
Yeah. And then it tells you how long to cook them too.
Yeah, but but it wasn't a comic book person. The dude had like a lot of fishing gear and this and that on their eBay thing. They just happened to come across some comics or something. So
Hmm.
I messaged Chip and was talking to him on eBay, and then I bought them and told him thank you. I'm looking forward to unboxing them on my YouTube channel. Be sure to check it out. I'll give your eBay page a shout out. and hopefully send some more people your way. And he's like, oh, yeah, I just set up a YouTube as well. Check it out. So now we both know where to find each other elsewhere without.
Yeah, that's awesome.
I don't think they flag this platform like they do emails and direct messages.
Yeah.
Because I
Yeah.
always tell people that I'm on YouTube and check it out here.
We just, or I, at least I did. I think me and Lee both blocked Chip Gettler, so we don't see his stuff anymore. He's just mean guy.
Yeah, probably the meanest guy, and he's always so
Yeah.
energetic. He's always just snorting coffee beans.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's so anxious to try him that he won't even roast them first. He just crushes them and snorts them.
That gives you the true caffeine high
That's
that
how
you're looking
He-Man was
for.
made. Yeah, that was how He-Man was made.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
First appearance.
yeah. Prince Adam just started snorting coffee beans. Thus, He-Man was born. I think that's what Chip is going for.
I could see it.
But good morning, Scott from Hoarder's Hide. How are you doing today, man? Good morning, Freaky Louie. Yes, let's do this, people. I love his channel, man, so much.
Yeah.
His attitude, his energy, and his positivity just makes you so happy. You can't not be happy while you watch his stuff.
We just won last night. It was our first win.
On a Freaky Friday?
Yep.
I think that's, don't take this the right way, Louie, but I think that's what I fell asleep watching because he posts those at midnight.
Mm-hmm.
I got off the Burke stream a little bit after around then and kind of worked on some channel stuff, and I was completely beat. Went and laid down, and I was watching him show off all those cartoon comics, and it was awesome. And then next thing you know,
Yep.
it's 7:15 in the morning, and my son's screaming, like, "Oh, where am I?"
Yeah, those are awesome. I love cartoon comics. Absolutely love them. I have a ton like right next to me.
What is up, Bart? He was sending me some cool stuff early this morning. It looks like he's on a hunt for the more obscure Ranger stuff in his collection.
See what I pull out.
To collect. Comicade, how are you this morning? Glad you could pop in and hang out. Pocan, good morning as always. Looks like Comicade is going to be getting some mystery boxes. Do you have a preference? Are you going to go with an Instagram seller? Because there's a lot of people that put some great boxes up on Instagram. Or are you going to go with a company? Are you going to go for that Spider-Man booth or a torpedo box?
I've never gotten a mystery box ever. Like I really have no interest in it. In saying that, I just ordered the next Comic Tom box because of that Something He's Killing the Children book he has in there. It looks so good.
I hadn't seen it yet.
And this is the last Something He's Killing the Children like exclusive book. They're not doing it anymore because I think we talked about that last time. How there's just like 30 something of them. It's just ridiculous. So.
Well, you mean like this is the last store exclusive? Because I know that Boom was getting ready to shift their variants department into like they'll still have retailer exclusives where if you want an issue of a book, you have what is it, 733 options to choose from because so many different shops want their own cover.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. There's like over 30 for number 16. But they're doing away with it.
Yeah, they're only going to be doing retailer exclusives if it's an issue number 1. And then after that, it's just going to be straight from the company. That being said, wasn't long ago. It was the week that Last Ronin issue number 2 dropped that IDW pulled back their variants department, and they actually canceled a bunch of standing contracts with artists and shops that already had stuff set up for variants. They're like, this is too much.
Yeah, I want to see the actual list of how many and what shops. I can't wait to see Bueller pull all those if he even can find them all. For number 16, it is stupid big. There's a lot of really good ones. Does he collect
all of those? Does he collect every cover?
No. He does that video where he shows all the covers every week.
I got you.
So he's got to like find them. He finds them. I know he says he tries to find them all, and sometimes he can't. Well, I bet he can't for this one because it is ridiculous.
Well, 16 is pretty low considering we've done things like here recently, the Eternals #1 that came out. There was like, man, I'm kind of having a backwards brain here. There's like between 12 to 21 covers from Marvel.
Oh
alone.
yeah.
Last Ronin, there was 73 to 76 around there for number one.
Yeah, I remember that. I don't know how many will be from Boom because they'll have like probably a 1 in 25, a 1 in 50, a 1 in 100, A, B,
They're
maybe a
also
C.
they're also big on doing the low number ratios, like 1 in 5s and stuff like that as well. Like I know
Yeah.
Aftershock is good at that, and so is Boom. Image is even thrown out like 1 in 3s, like with some of the Spawn covers that they've done. Speak of the
Yeah,
devil.
there he is. There's the mean guy. What's up, Chet? We were just talking about how mean you were, or I was.
Let's see. Flash by night, what is going on? Quick coffee story. When I was in the Marines on field exercises, IR coffee raw and chased it with water.
He ate it raw.
Yeah,
Man, ooh.
I've done that.
I've never done that. I couldn't.
Yeah, I didn't do it with like grounds that you're supposed to brew, but like the instant coffee, like when this was years ago,
That's
probably like
worse, man. That's even
well,
worse.
no, well, in theory, in my mind, I was just making it in my mouth.
Yeah, yeah, of course.
Because like you
It
make a
makes
coffee
sense. Sounds
mug
like
of
something I do
water
in
over
college.
it.
You're like, yeah,
Yeah.
I'm just making it in my mouth.
Scott said all that Ranger talk about put me to sleep last night. Dude, I was so tired last night. I normally sleep every night between 4.5 to 5.5 hours. Like that's just how long I sleep. I
Hmm.
wake up on my own past that. Dude, last night I slept for like 7 hours straight. I still feel drugged through the mud. I'm waking up though. Talking pop culture, what is happening? Or good night down under. So I've been realizing there's a lot of people on the platform who are down under. You got Lee, you have Simon, you have talking pop culture here.
Yeah, we got Mad Spidey and Captain
Mhm.
Sorrow, and um, there's at least a couple more.
I forget the girl who's on y'all's channel with y'all a lot, or at least used to be.
Yeah,
But
Captain Sorrow.
that's Captain Sorry who didn't talk for a while, who would just hold up
Hmm.
signs. That was a cool little shtick.
That was so funny. That was not on purpose. That was not a stick. It
Oh,
kind of became one.
she didn't have audio or something.
Yeah, her headset wasn't working, so I was just talking for her.
What about the idea of like unplugging your headset?
Yeah, I don't know what was going on, but it just wasn't working. But it was better that it wasn't working, so I'm really happy because it was so funny. Do you want me to show you my book I got since we're just like not talking about anything specific yet?
I feel like we're talking about everything specific. So at this
Yeah.
point, we need to see the book you got.
Okay. Okay. So I got this yesterday at my shop and it's coverless, but it has like a picture of what the cover is. I'm so excited. This is the oldest Batman book that's ever been in the shop that I go to.
Holy balls. Hold on, let me blow you up.
So it is coverless. This is not the cover. This just but it's Detective Comics number 53.
That looks like a cover.
Yeah, it's just printed. But I'll take it out.
I have a seller on Instagram and a company that I met on. I'm sorry, I've got a seller on Instagram and a company that I met on Instagram. That's pretty cool. And DJ Links is like the mystery box champ. He's bought
Yes, he
he's
is.
bought numerous mystery boxes from everybody that has mystery boxes. When people kind of put them together, they reach out to him and ask him if he'd be interested in unboxing one on his channel and kind of reviewing them because they know that people kind of go to him for it. So if you're wanting feedback, if it's something that you're first time trying, I would I might recommend reaching out to DJ Links on Instagram and asking him if he has any feedback or what he might think about them. He'd give you a good heads up of what to expect.
There's an ad for World's Finest number 2 on the
Oh
back.
wow, what year is that one?
1941. There's ads for newspapers in here. There's an ad for oh, here it is. Hold on. Oh man, it smells so strong. For Batman number 5. And an ad for a typewriter.
Dude, my typewriter's been broken down for a while. I could use that ad.
Can you see it? Oh yeah, there's the typewriter, and there's the ad for Batman #5. And then we got Action Comics number 30, Flash Comics, Adventure Comics. Yeah, it's pretty sweet, man. I obviously wish I had a cover, but it was like I couldn't pass it up with how much of a deal I got on it. It's like I don't think I'll ever find a book this old again that I could actually afford.
What was your what was the price range for something like that coverless bad boy?
It was $70.
What? What?
For Detective Comics 53 coverless from 1941.
Where'd you print the cover out?
He printed it out.
Oh, that's
My owner,
awesome.
the shop owner. Yeah, so I'm gonna put it back now. But yeah, I'm super excited about it. I figured you would like that.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. I don't think we're doing a rap battle this morning, talking pop culture.
Ooh, we might have to. Morning rap battle. Send it in. Oh, I don't think it gets. You can grade them if it's coverless.
You can most definitely. SEG, Southern Comic Geek, is Incredible Hulk #1 is coverless, but unless you hear him tell you about the book or whatnot, you wouldn't know it because it looks like it has an immaculate cover.
Yeah, I've
But
seen that.
it's
But
either a 0.5 or a 1.5, and he's got he has an old grade on it before they started color coding everything. And so he's got a blue label on it. If you were to send it in, it would come back with like a purple label or something.
I don't. Is that what it is? It's comes back a purple label.
I don't know what color it comes back. It's not blue though.
BBC.
Free baggers for life, Louis. That's the only way to show comics. Just free bag them.
Oh, you had to show that one with it out of the bag and you flip through it. Like I flipped through the whole thing. I haven't read it yet, but I'm going to. I'm looking for coverless. Oh, it comes back no grade. So NG, no grade.
That's
But
lame.
yeah. So I mean, I guess it technically is just protected. I don't know if it would be worth it for me to send it in for no grade.
You can do a better service to the book and yourself if you were able to just get one of those comic condoms for it or whatever they're called that ECG uses. The coil
Yeah.
that would be in my book bag in the small zipper area. What are those things called? You have Chip Getler reviewed one. Comic
Yeah.
skins. That's it. Comic skin.
I don't know. I probably won't send it in. I mean, I don't really know what's the point. And I don't know if I need a comic skin either. I almost feel like it's just like this, and I can just pull it out whenever I want.
That's
Not that I will,
bad,
but
$70.
yeah, it was too affordable for just knowing that was literally from 1941, like literally during World War II.
Yeah,
That's mind blowing.
The books from pre-World War II are like so high because the whole paper shortage and paper recycling thing that went down for people to have. If they're not there, they should be on just the desk in the bedroom. For people to have paper from before the war is really, really rare. What? Yeah, they might just be sitting on top of the desk, Kyle.
How much does it cost you guys to grade it? Like if I send it to CGC, I mean, it'd cost me nothing to grade it if I graded it. But if I send it to CGC it would get a no grade, I'm assuming it would be like around $50 to like $30. I guess I don't really know because it's not like it's an expensive book. But I don't know, somewhere around there.
That's
Not
really
not a
expensive.
ton
Why would it cost you that much? I know it costs people
because it's
different
golden
prices to
age.
send in.
Golden age
Oh
books
yeah,
I
that's
know are
true.
more money. I don't know how much more though. That's why I
Just send
said
it
it's
to
somewhere between 30 and 50. It's somewhere around there. I don't know.
CBC.
Yeah, or I can send it to them and it would probably be roughly the same, maybe a little cheaper than CGC though.
Yeah.
Maybe they would grade it. I wonder if they give grades for that. Is it
Yeah.
just
I
not? Oh
wonder.
yeah, they do. They do. 0.3 coverless. So if I send it to CBCS, it would get a 0.3 most likely because I see two of them right here. That's what I've always
I
wanted
wonder
is a
what like
point three.
if you took a brand new book, like I'm talking like a guaranteed 9.8 and just meticulously took the cover off, what is the grade at that point? Do they grade it and then just label it coverless, you know? Like
I
this
don't
is a
know.
9.8 coverless.
I don't know if that's even possible to meticulously take it off like so perfectly to where it would get a 9.8 coverless. That sounds like a good goal though. Maybe I should try that.
I know somebody in the community who sent some old stuff to a professional restoration person, not even limited to comic books. And you probably know this person too. I know that you're involved in one of the same chat groups that I'm in that this person is in, but he had a book restored. It was an amazing fantasy book, but one of the newer ones. It's a first appearance of somebody's modern key kind of thing. I think it might be like the Amadeus Cho or something, but he had it restored, like staples replaced, all kinds of stuff to it, and he sent it in, and the restoration went unnoticed, and he got a Blue Label 9.8.
What? Oh my
Yeah,
god, that's crazy. They must have been really good at it then.
yeah, yeah. Chasing the biggest tree which my 3-year-old have ever seen in her whole life. Well, I hope y'all get it. If you catch it, you need to take videos of her riding it around.
Yes, it is.
All right. I'm gonna go top off this coffee and then we'll talk about some of these weird indie books you read.
Yeah, I read some weird indie books this week. I read a bunch that I wasn't super high on too, unfortunately. I have restoration remarks on my books and still can't find what they're talking about. Yep. I just got a couple books back from CGC, and there's one. We're gonna post a video in a couple days, I think, on Whack Comics because we have one already for today. But there was one that is mind blowing that I got a 9.8 on. It doesn't matter if you know the grade because you don't know what it is, but it has 3 major color breaking spine ticks in it. I couldn't even believe it. I knew 100% that it wasn't a 9.8. Again, this is the second book I've had it, and this one's worse than the first one. And I got a 9.8 on it. So I'm excited for people to see that and see what they think. It's funny because like Dustin will have books come back at a 9.0 or 9.2, 9.4, and he doesn't know how, and I come get ones back at a 9.8, and I don't know how I got that.
He needs to send you his books for you to
Yeah,
see.
I guess so. It is crazy.
I wonder, like, man, what if they caught like wind of like maybe his first rant video or something? So now like they have a blacklist inside CGC with people's names, like they get flagged. Okay, these people want to talk trash, so we're going to meticulously grade their books. And then people
I
that they
don't
don't
think
have on
so.
that list, they just give them 9.8s like everyone else.
Yeah, like for what I saw for what this book is, it's just like all you had to do was look at the back of it and look at all the spine, the corners, and you'd see it. Like, did you just not look at the back? Like, what happened?
I was looking at my Future State Gotham #1 that came out this week. Brand new book, perfectly pristine. But when I was reading it, I noticed that right on the inside, it wasn't even on the first page, but just like right on the second page, just like right here, there's
Mhm.
just I can feel something where the cover's not smooth. It's like like in Snyder Cut when Flash hit the brakes and the road just ripples up in front of his feet. There's
Yeah.
almost like a little feeling of that on it. You know what I mean?
Like
That's on the
sounds like
inside.
an eraser, like something an eraser leaves on a paper.
Almost, yeah, exactly. But that's just happens to be on the inside on a page. So this book technically wouldn't be a 9.8 anymore. I think a lot of people who don't catch 9.8s don't realize, like, 'cause, I mean, I watch people get their books back in videos a lot, and they're like, "What? There's nothing wrong with this book. The corners are perfect. I don't see spine ticks." Well,
Yeah.
you're not looking at the other 30 pages that are in the book. You know, there's more than just the covers. They go through each page. But yeah, this was a cool read if you enjoy Jason Todd or if you like the future state era stuff. It was good.
The B cover was really cool. I don't know if you got that one.
I did not. I'm more of an A cover guy.
Yeah, I knew you
Unless I
were, but
know
I
that
thought maybe you might have got that because it was so cool.
no, they're a dollar more, so it's gotta like really.
Yeah.
I don't know. It throws off my collecting eye, like
Yeah, I
because they
know.
change artists so much on those B covers, and I don't. And what it comes down to is back when they started doing these variant covers and stuff, none of them held the value that just a standard A cover did. You know, like the A cover is the gold standard of what the book is going to be worth, like the small amount it's worth or the big amount it's going to be worth. Not talking about ratio variants or nothing like that, but these B covers historically are not worth as much. And then, like, I love the minimal trade dress thing, but then you're not even seeing the trade dress and you're seeing all these different artists, and your books don't match anymore. There's no flow to them. And
Hmm.
when I bought this collection probably around a year ago now, maybe a little bit more. And I went through it and got the stuff out that I'd like to keep. And then I left the stuff in there that I didn't want, had no reason to keep, had it already, whatever. And the person who had, because there wasn't a lot of modern in it, but what was, he would just buy random covers, A, B, A, B, B, A. So when I took it to offload it, I took it to my honey hole where, you just buy, sell, and trade. And you get probably about 30% of what he's planning on selling it for. I wasn't trying to make anything. I was trying to get rid of them, get some store credit
Hmm.
toward whatever. And he pointed out that when because he'll take books if he sell runs, he'll package runs also if they're story arcs, and sell them. That's a good price for a story arc. But he said with them being alternate covers, it kind of throws off that selling game, because now it just doesn't look like a set of books anymore. It looks like just a ball of
Yeah.
random.
Yeah, random books. Yeah, that's true.
Aesthetically, it looks stupid,
Yeah.
and I agree.
Yeah, I agree
But,
with that too. But at the same time, if it's somebody who knows comics, they'll know. But if it's not, I guess.
well, if it's someone like
Oh,
me who knows comics, I'm not going to buy that set, so I understand it. If I see a set like that, that's not the set for me because it's just
yeah,
random gobbledygook.
everybody's different though.
Oh yeah,
Flash by Night asked, or he just said, does they grade the inside of the books? I always want. Yeah, well, I feel
absolutely. Every page.
I definitely did know that, but I think most of the time, they don't say anything on graders notes. Like I don't usually see a graders note say like something was wrong on page 4, like you just showed.
But that's because normally there's probably not.
Yeah, you're right. There's
Interiors are the
normally
most
not.
protected of the book. And I know, like, I even send books to be pressed and stuff, but like if I pull something out of my PC that's been sitting there for a while, like I could have bought a book with some waves or whatever, like any standard Marvel book, how it comes with waves because of
Hmm.
the paper that they use.
Yeah, the good
You
paper.
just if you just bag and board it and put it in your PC, wait a couple months and then go look at it, those waves are gone all of a sudden because just the weight of being in your PC, it hasn't done the same job that like a pressing will do, but it does press them down to a degree.
Hmm.
So those interiors are like that through the whole process, of packing and shipping and getting to shelves. So they should be the most pristine part of the book.
Yeah, I know a lot of people like press and clean every book they send in. I pressed and cleaned like 5 of the books I sent in, I think, or maybe it was less. Maybe less. So I got 20 books back. So make sure you watch that video. And I say each one I pressed and cleaned and which ones I didn't, and you can see like the difference in how I did.
Yeah. Did you do them yourself or did you have them done?
Well, I usually do them myself, and that guarantees me a 9.8. But these I actually sent off to Berksman
Eric.
At comic book underscore pressing.
Yeah, like if they didn't grade interiors of book, every 181 would just be higher grade. There's so many with those missing Marvel value stamps. Like
Yeah.
there's a whole era where people were incentivized to cut out a piece of the interior book to mail in to get those Marvel value stamps and stuff. You know, I love a lot of the variants too, Louis, but if one hits me hard enough, I have to buy the A cover and the variant, which I do every now and then, but it has to really, really sell me.
Did you buy the Joker Bermejo one that you had sent me? Did you buy that for
Yeah,
yourself?
yeah, I did.
Yeah.
So for Joker number 2, I have the A, the B, the 1 in 25. I even have like an extra A that I'm picked up for somebody. Someone reached out and asked me if they saw that I was able to go and get more,
Mm-hmm.
and they asked me if they missed it, if I could find one, and I went and immediately got it. And I don't remember who it's for. It's just sitting on the table in my man cave.
That book is way better than I ever expected with how Tinian had been writing Batman or how he's been forced to write Batman, and then just being another Joker story.
I no longer give him the cop out of how he's being forced to write Batman. Because new guy reads the Tiny Onion, which is like his newsletter thing,
Yep.
and Tinian laid out why he writes the way he does and creates new characters I'm not joking, like creates new characters every other month.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a strategy. He read this thing about how people prefer new characters, fresh starts, this and that. So he thinks that he's doing everyone a huge service by doing it. He's not, it's a good way to sell books, obviously, but he honestly thinks after reading this little article that what he's doing now with Batman is doing the comic readers a huge service. And he just, as Ryan put it, he might have misinterpreted that data.
No, that's interesting. Why would that be a huge service just to create? I mean, I think it's fine to create new characters. I like new characters. I like when stuff is new and
Well,
new,
look how
but only
Kate's
if it goes
created,
somewhere.
Yeah, look how Kate's
Yeah.
created Null, the Black Winter, Virus. That was fun. He created characters and used them. You know what I'm saying? He actually used them. Whether you're happy with what happened with them, depending on if you were wanting them to be a bigger part of the story or you're wanting them to spec out hard or whatever. But they're actually instrumental in what he was doing at the time.
Yeah, the Black Winter, I don't know, man. I don't know if the Black Winter was really used yet. At least Noel got a series, but Black Winter, he was used himself. He was used. I don't know if Kate used him. He was used
but not abused.
He was, yeah.
Good morning, JB from Discovery Bay Comics.
What's that?
Another awesome channel. Any opinion of Clown Hunter being the Red X? Yeah, I have an opinion of that. Hello, JB again. What? I'm just kidding. Yeah, that was something that we've talked about a lot on the channel. The Clown Hunter's costume contains red X's. He was strangely absent from all the Future State books. He's been strangely absent since December when we started Future State. We haven't seen him, and since we started all the Infinite Frontier era, we haven't seen him. Now the Batman Annual number 4 insinuated that that Clown Hunter was seeking help from that local, pretty much boys club advisor lady that Batman can go to. That he actually took the kid to in Urban Legends this week that Jason Todd ended up with. That kind of helps the underprivileged kids. Clown Hunter went to her to seek help because you can't ask for help from Batman. He's super resentful toward Batman, but so we can insinuate that he's off getting help, but at the same time, I don't see him sticking around with that think there's a good possibility he could be Red X. The more the story goes, the more I'm kind of copping out that I don't necessarily want to see that, knowing his background with his parents and having no connection to heroes or anything. And now knowing that there's been 2 other Red X's that are unaccounted for before this Red X, I kind of want to see it be somebody that's more forgotten, somebody that they've kind of dug into the past and pulled somebody out. Or either I hope they do it like Thomas Elliott style with Hush, where you pull out a new character, but you give him a solid tie-in to an existing character. But I was big on wanting it to be Bao Fam. Now I think that it might not deliver as hard if it is Bao, just with the direction they're going with it. And that's
What's
my
up, Ryan?
What's up?
Are you in your spare room? Because your bed is always made perfect.
No, I just did that.
It's actually a green screen. Actually, just a green screen.
Yeah, right.
Green screen.
Remy Q Studios in the house. No, man, like I woke up, rolled over, grabbed my phone, and saw like the alert that y'all were live. And then, like, as soon as I said anything, this fool's like, "Hey, I'm sending a link. Jump on." And I'm like, "Man, I just woke up, and I got this kid that wants to eat."
Oh,
You made the bed too, apparently. I would have never made the bed.
You can go like 2 weeks without food. You know what I'm saying? Like I've watched Naked and Afraid before. She can make it.
You can do it.
I'm kind of trying to get on Naked and Afraid with some of the things I'm doing.
That's gonna be a great episode. I can't wait.
Yeah, yeah. I can fashion this
pepperoni nipples.
fashion this comic book into some shoes.
Did y'all see those shoes? I think it was Nick that shared them in the Burke fam chat. There's just rocks tied to people's feet.
It's like rocks tied to the Baba's
Eli
feet.
4s. The Messiah 7s.
Yeah, Flasher. I love live morning shows. It's the best. Friday morning. This is a staple now. Just it feels good every Friday.
Yeah, I
First
enjoy doing it.
appearance
It's
is
a good way to
Floor
wake up.
169.
The house is kind of just really chill. Like my daughter's like right here playing with an adding machine. And
Is that
everyone's
true? What
What,
Pocan
go
just said about Black Winter?
Black Winter first appearances in Thor 169 October 1969. What people don't know is the whole like Null thing, the sword, Black Winter, all of that is old. Like you're a savage. Like when I was talking about that stuff with my dad, he's like, "That's not new," and he started dropping like old Thor stuff, talking to me. I'm like, oh, so Kate's pulled from Thor, existing Thor stuff and just made something of it.
And that kind of what Kate is good at, though.
Yeah, but I'm saying like people like Pocan tell them, hey,
Yeah.
tell them, hey, tell them, hey.
What's up?
Tell them, hey.
Hey.
Hooray for me! Hooray for me!
Oh, whoa.
To address the Tynan stuff you were talking about, what he says in the article is that the best-selling comics currently are books that feature or star new characters, but his new characters is within the last 30 years. So you're talking about stuff like Deadpool, who was around for like 5, 6, 7 years before a good writer figured out how to make that character likable and something that people would actually want to pick up. So that's like a 2 different thing I have with how he's interpreting the data, because one, he's looking at these new characters, but it took forever for them to get off the ground. So it's not his new characters that are going to sell. It's going to be his characters once somebody makes them memorable. And then the other thing, is like those characters weren't just like dropped and never did anything with. Like Deadpool was there for a while and he just keeps adding new characters, but he's not building them. And if nobody wrote them after today, everybody would forget they even exist.
That's very true, because they're still writing them and we're already forgetting they exist.
Yeah. Like if he did not write about Ghostmaker tomorrow, nobody would know who that character is in like 6 months.
one of the best ones was, and I forget his name every time. The guy with the D on his face. Everyone was so excited about him.
The designer.
The designer.
Yeah.
Everyone was so excited, including me. I thought he was going to be awesome. That one
The guy
issue where
with
they go on the
D
boat.
his face.
Yep. I love the
didn't
guy
think
with
that
the
one
D on his
through.
face. I seriously love guys with D on their face. I'm really excited about it. And when they go on the boat to like meet him, that was such a good issue. And then all of a sudden it was nothing.
Yeah.
I'm sorry to hear that, JB.
You know, if within the last 30 years as new characters, yeah, they're selling great right now, but none of those characters were selling when they were brand new. And also, nobody just dropped those characters and left them, and he keeps forgetting to develop them. So it'll be interesting to see how long his new characters last beyond him. Because, like I said, if nobody writes them, we're going to forget about all of these.
Well, the designer, he kind of created him and wrote him into ambiguity instantly. Like it was all just a false front. You know, when it all came down to it, the designer was somebody who came around a long time ago and has been dead for a long time. It's just been Joker pulling strings under the guys that he's still around, which in a way was cool. But that was like his best creation that he just created to be a false front. Like to have the whole criminal underground organization organized under this one person who was 2 steps ahead of all of them at all times, except the Joker. And it kind of reminded me of the whole Infinite Crisis thing, where there's this huge master plan. The bad guys pretty much were getting away with it, and then one bad guy went and got the Joker and let him come in and take out the actual bad guy under the thing of like he told Alexander Luthor, you almost had this in the bag, like you almost pulled it off, but you made one huge mistake. You didn't let the Joker come and play. And then you see the Joker walk up and just shoot him in the face. Like not letting the Joker participate has been people's downfall numerous times. It's a cool little twist, but it's been done. But the designer not letting the Joker play, now the Joker's going to play even better because that's what he does. What is up, Selwyn? My man.
What?
Selwyn be finding those. I don't know where his honey holes are, but this dude, he steps in honey holes everywhere he goes.
Yeah.
I need that Spider-Man 2099 Marvel Legends.
Ew, why are my shoes sticky?
Yeah, Selwyn's awesome.
Marvel.
They got this handful of awesome comic books.
So he just posts pictures. What's up with these? And then I just have to find something to catch the drool. Dang, bro.
He's like, I found this book. I mean, is it worth anything? And then he sends us a picture of a Hulk 181.
$10,000 book in his hand.
Right.
I got this Usagi Ojimbo double signed in a 9.8. What's up with that?
Is that good? Does that mean it's good?
Yeah. He's like the best person ever at humble brags. Like he's so good at him, he hasn't even ripped his shirt flexing. Not yet.
Nope.
What's the Marvel Legends one you were talking about? Is that the white version of the?
No, it's one of the. It's like the first Spider-Man 2099 that they did. Miguel was my favorite Spider-Man. I love Spider-Man 2099. Peter David did an amazing job creating and writing that character. And I'm also like a slave to the era of the 90s. You know, I love the gimmick stuff. All that stuff was coming out when I was a kid. So it all just absolutely was amazing. Why'd you wet it and ask me to open it? Is this a trick? Is this a test? There you go. But it's the first Marvel Legends Spider-Man 2099 that they did. And I have literally boxes and boxes and boxes of Marvel Legends, but I didn't ever have the Spider-Man 2099. And now it's became an expensive one because it has a reprint of Spider-Man 2099 in it. They all came with comics. And the one that they did for this one, it actually has a white border. It was a gimmick cover, so it was foiled. And they don't make foils for the Marvel Legends, so it had to be slightly different to be cheap to make. But they created a rare, or it's a variant now. It's the Toy Biz variant. It's rarer than the regular one, and that drives the price of the figure up. So I mean, I could get the figure raw, but I want the stand for it, and I would like the book for it. I still have all my Marvel Legends books in my PC from when I bought them as they were coming out.
So you have the regular one. You don't have the white one.
For the book, you mean?
Yeah, for the
Yeah.
book.
Yeah, I think you have two of them now, don't you, Selma? Because I know that you found that one that you shared with all of us and were showing us, and then about a week later, you're like, "Hey, I found another one of these. Is that good?"
I think he's
That's
got
all.
all the Invincibles too. Because
I think he has all the fill in the blank.
yeah, that one.
I am important. I don't. I guess addressing like Flash by Night's question, like I don't know. I think it's important to understand like that buying all of these books. If you're gonna sit on them, that's fine. But if you're buying them to flip them, you're probably not going to see a lot of value there. I think, what made Deadpool who Deadpool is was Christopher Priest in like the 96, 97 era. And he took and gave that character a completely different voice. And, he added like bubbles and the fourth wall breaking and all of that stuff that really put Deadpool over. And so that's really going to be the question. Can Tynan make these characters stick in our memories long enough for somebody to grow up and come along and be like, man, I thought Ghostmaker was the coolest thing ever, so now I want to write that character. And maybe they'll do it justice, and then those books will be worth a lot. But I honestly suspect maybe 2 to 3 of his characters are going to have any kind of longevity, and the rest of those characters are going to disappear. So buy all the first appearances, just know that most of those are never going to become anything.
Well, I'm assuming that Steve's on his way to work, about to be at work, about to leave the house to go to work. I don't know how time works in Candyland.
I think it's 7:30 there.
Yeah. Hold on.
7:36.
Yeah. Thank you, Ryan. Ryan, did you get your stickers yet, Ryan?
No. Not for
Okay,
me.
good. Oh, dang it. I was hoping you were. Maybe today.
So last week, Tyler,
at some point.
last week we didn't talk any spoilers on Jupiter's Legacy. What do you have there?
It's just it's
The Gemini
Dino
Mode.
Thrashers. I guess. I'm pretty sure it's Dino Thrashers, which is an interview I did. But he was supposed to send me an extra copy so I could give it away. So,
Oh, cool.
when that episode drops very soon, then I'll definitely be including a giveaway in that video in some way to give away a copy of Dino Thrashers.
Absolutely, Flash. I think that that's really the only place that it flourishes with new characters for the most part, because taking Donny Cates' Null run, which you'd have to consider like a quick success at least. People picked up on that. People loved it. Everyone was going out and buying it. Tons of people started collecting on that area. Like I can't think of how many people there are out there. Like I love Venom. I love symbiotes. I love them. I love them. I love them. Null, 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 Black Winter. But now there's nothing to it.
Now I don't feel as bad as cussing earlier.
Yeah, there's nothing to it at all now. Like, but down the road it could be something. They got stuff to work with. They added to the lore heavily, but with Tynan, he's not adding to anything. He's not adding to a better story. He's not adding to really expanding people's backstory or their lore. Like with Ghostmaker, he's just another person in a long line of people that trained with Bruce. Clown Hunter is about the best thing he's done context and story wise, because this is the first time that out of the wreckage of Batman's direct involvement with what he does, we have someone coming up being created as a problem. But people do have the opportunity to go back and revisit these characters, and if they do something big with Clown Hunter, making him into Red X and his own character, like you've now established an existing character into current comic continuity, springboarding him off of one of these new creations, which is cool.
Yeah, I mean, the other thing is, I talked to this guy, Marvin Wynn. He has this comic called The Edge, and it has a very extensive cast of like different heroes and stuff. And one thing he realized pretty early on is that he's like, just coming up with powers and then coming up with a name to match those powers, and there's your character, And he got to the point where he had like too many characters, and most of them were insubstantial. And so that's kind of my thing there is like, it feels like Tynan's like, oh, there could be a character with this, and there could be a character with this. And so that way, if somebody does write that character way down the road, like his name's attached to it, much like Leaf.
Did he freeze, Tyler?
Yep, he just froze.
So he was saying much like Leafield. So Tynan's doing none of the work, and he'll end up with all of the reward from it. There's been a glitch in the Matrix over there in Central Time.
I've been seeing a couple people say that they think Noel's going to be in the new Venom. Have you seen?
Yeah, there was a God, what was the name of that? There you are. You're
Oh,
back.
he's back.
Did I make it back?
He's back.
Yeah, don't worry. We finished your sentence.
You pretty much summed it up, though.
But
Like taking all the
it's
seed ideas so
IGN.
that his name will be attached.
IGN
Kinda
put out an
crappy.
article and a little video talking about how they're like just the kind of what if the people who are making Venom aren't complete idiots? What if they're not about to deliver the stupid story that we all expect? What if they didn't show us everything to expect in the trailer with Scream and Carnage? So what if they have something in their back pocket and they're going to tease Noel and try to get something big into the Venomverse?
That would be cool.
Whole bunch
I
of
don't even know if they're smart enough to know that
I
there's
don't know.
comic books out
Yeah.
there about those characters.
What?
I was
like, wait a minute.
book?
I was listening to a podcast last night and they were talking about the Venom 2 trailer and they're like, yeah, I just don't know if you can do Venom in PG-13. And I was like, what? This is a PG-13 movie? And then I like went to Google and looked it up and Venom was a PG-13 movie. If I had known that, I would have told you it was going to be terrible in the first place. I thought that was supposed to be an R-rated movie. What happened there?
Yeah, I think it was originally. For
I don't know.
Yeah.
a little bit, it was going to be R, and then they switched it over.
Just
And
keep
then,
this
and then they
in
made a
mind.
ton of money. They made a ton of money.
Yeah, we looked it
Venom
up
was
last week.
huge.
They made $800 million.
It was a huge movie.
Yeah, but Eminem carried the whole movie with just one song.
Yeah. And just think that the DC animated universe movies, there's more R-rated ones of those than there are R-rated Venom content out there. So
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
DC cartoons go harder than Venom movies. And that
I don't know if any of those should be rated R, though, that I've seen. Maybe the newest Justice League movie. Which one is that? Apocalypse War? Is that the one?
Apocalypse War was rated R. I
That
think
one was
Batman
really
Soul of the
bloody.
Dragon. Batman Soul of the Dragon, I think, was rated R. I think it had a couple of F-bombs in it. I'm not sure why. I know that some of them are R for just I think they do it because they're trying not to like honey dick kids into getting these things. You know, they want their parents
Yeah,
to actually, because you
I
don't want your
guess.
kids to go buy the Killing Joke and then kind of get the content that's in it. You know, you're hoping
Yeah.
that parents at least look at it first. Wait, this is R, so let's not even go down this road.
It didn't feel R. I get that they didn't want like maybe an 8-year-old watching it, but it didn't. I don't know. I think I could have watched that at 8 and just been terrorized. I don't know.
Yeah. I wouldn't really faze me, but I know that there's plenty of people out there that they don't.
Yeah.
I think they're just playing it safe. They don't want people to expect something and then get what they're delivering and like, why weren't we warned about this? Like it's a safety net on their front.
Yeah,
So before
DC
Steve gets to
animated
work-
is leagues ahead. They've been leagues ahead.
Yeah, speaking of that, I mean, I've been sharing it on my IG, but this came out this week. Finally,
I saw you say that.
I've been
Yeah, I
talking
heard it was
about how
terrible.
excited I was for it to get here. This is movie number 3 with the new DC animated continuity. We have Superman Man of Tomorrow that ushers us into this post-Dark Side War era. Then we have Batman Soul of the Dragon that introduces us to Batman with a weird 70s vibe backstory kind of thing. With this one, finally, we have 2 movies touching tips now. We have Superman Man of Tomorrow and this, the opening scene of this. So we are in a shared continuity. Dude, this was awesome. This was absolutely awesome. It was the animation in it matches the animation from Man of Tomorrow, like they did with the pre-Dark Side War stuff. It hit an era where every movie was kind of heavily based on a specific story arc or something. And when we hit Flashpoint there, that's when they started pushing the heavily shared continuity unit, because we did have some that linked together, like Batman, Superman, Public Enemies, Batman Superman Apocalypse, where it was being pulled from the same source material, just different issues. And they saw that people were responding to that. So they created with the New 52 a shared animated universe, starting with Flashpoint, the Justice League War, and so on. And normally they would do the movies and make the animation artwork match that of the comics. Like All-Star Superman looks like Frank Quietly animation. It's fantastic. But they do, with the ones that aren't directly based on a storyline, make the animation match so you can feel like you're in one shared universe. And that's being shown with this as well. But this was awesome. This was so cool. It was great to see how cinematic it felt. The voice casting in it is fantastic. And yeah, I highly recommend it. It was really nice to get superheroes other than the ones that are always forefronted. Of course, you have Flash and Wonder Woman, but you get Black Canary, Hourman, Hawkman, Jay Garrick, and some other characters that surprise in there that I'm not going to say. And there's a backup story, or it's a DC showcase, which are short films that are included in the special features. And it was of Commandy, which I shared a little teaser of that as well on my IG. But it was done fantastically, and they actually bridge it into the movie itself. So check this out. And I will be talking spoilers and stuff of it Sunday night, and hopefully that Ryan and or the comic vet get a chance to watch it so I can get some feedback.
I've still got like 100 episodes of Jupiter's Legacy to watch.
How have you not finished that?
Oh, you didn't finish it?
No, I still haven't finished it.
It's so good.
How far are you?
Episode 4, maybe 5, but I think 4.
That's half. There's 8.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's not too bad.
I think they basically get shorter each time.
Mm.
The last one,
Let's
the
see
last
when
one was really short. The last one was like 35 minutes or something.
I'm a big
Hmm.
4K player. I'm like the highest definition you got, I want it.
Yep.
But with these DC animated movies, I just always get just a standard Blu-ray because with animation you can only get so cartoon. Then you're just it doesn't matter. There's no difference in the 4K and the Blu-ray really.
I think
And,
I think it stacks the depth a little more. But
Yeah.
but it's
you,
pretty
you
close.
get no extra content either though. Like if they would offer extra content in the 4K one, I would be all over it. But I don't know if you
Yeah.
you can see this. So here's the 3 that they've done since the relaunch, and they're doing this awesome thing where the bookends. See, it says D and starting to say C.
Oh, cool.
So you're getting it's going to look great on the shelf when it all comes together like butt cheeks.
When they change it in the next one.
Yeah,
Yeah.
right. There's only one more to finish the DC, right? So
But
yeah,
this
they're about
is-
to change it.
This was awesome.
Yeah, they definitely will change it right before it's finished.
Lobo, Superman, and Martian Manhunter against like an epic Parasite. That was really good. Batman
Too
Soul of
bad
the
that doesn't
Dragons.
look more like a xenomorph.
This
That'd be a
was
great
weak.
alien cover.
This was really weak. I wasn't too big of a fan of it.
No,
Batman was just a backup character, but I thought that I'd enjoy it more, getting more
right
of
where
the
he needs to be.
martial arts. Yeah, but it was weird that you're going to take us from our introduction into this new era. This is the first introduction of Batman we get in the new continuity, and you go 70s like, and they got the weird porn music like a waka waka wow wow wow. The 70s all through it. They just leaned too hard into it. This was
Everybody's unshaved.
yeah. There's so much hair. There's so much hair. So the Comics Lounge just had a
That-
baby last night.
Oh, congratulations.
Yeah.
Yeah, she named it New Guy because New Girl was taken.
Oh, nice. I like that.
Yeah.
That's awesome. So
Baby
hopefully
girl,
tonight,
right?
so hopefully tonight he upholds his commitment to social media and he live streams with the new baby so everyone can celebrate with him.
Oh, he just walked off while I was typing. That's terrible.
Yeah.
And I
Y'all
started
know by
looking at
now,
something too. That was
You
funny.
should know by
Yeah,
now,
like,
I'm
you
a
should have warned us.
That
so
was
we would've
right when
carried the ball.
right when I clicked off.
I'm just now getting used to knowing that people click off of these things all the time while you're talking to them.
I just clicked off like right as it happened.
I was
See you
sending
later,
a
Steve.
message.
Yeah, but yeah, people click off all the time. That's probably why Steve yells at Ryan all the time.
Th-
You think? What are you doing? What are
this
you
is
doing?
the
What are you
problem.
doing, Ryan? What are you doing?
This is the problem. See, this is how I watch Jupiter's Legacy. I'm always doing something else, and so I always miss everything.
Yeah,
I
the
like hear
DC.
the intro music for the next episode, and I'm like, wait, what happened to what I was watching? What's going on here? This is how
The
this works.
the DC animated stuff comes out like clockwork on a 3-month schedule, I think. I'm pretty sure it's a 3-month schedule. Every time you buy one, it includes all kinds of extra stuff, episodes of Batman or Superman or Justice League from the past that are kind of similar in content to the one you're watching, as well as a sneak peek of the next film. So Batman: The Long Halloween Part 1 is the next one that they'll be doing.
Cannot wait.
Yeah, so they're good about doing the shared universe stuff, but they'll also every other one or every two plug in a movie that's just an animated version of an iconic story, which is really cool how they do that. Like they did the Superman Red Sun and countless others that were just direct copies of famous stories. Awesome. Yeah, definitely check it out. I would only recommend watching them in order. It's the only way. Yeah, I think that Justice Society has been my favorite of the three so far. It just felt very unique and awesome.
Yeah,
Brian,
I
what are
like that
you working on?
little video you showed on Instagram with that
Oh, the
intro.
Commandy.
Yeah, that was
And
cool.
that was the little movie short that comes with it. I love how
Mm.
they just took the cover of Commandy and then just fades it out, then fades it right back up.
Yeah.
And now it's an animation and moving.
Well, I mean, it was beautiful that it's on a spinner rack. You know, like it's calling out to a whole era.
Yeah, that's how the showcase start. Like they've been doing
Oh,
that
okay.
for a long time now. Like this started back in like almost 10 years ago now, maybe a little bit longer.
Oh, wow.
But they did a Spectre showcase and a Catwoman and a
Mm.
Green Arrow, and then they got lazy and did a Superman Shazam Return of Black Adam short. But the only way to get that was to buy it in a collected short. So you got all 4 shorts, where you got the 3 ones that you already own plus the new one all packaged together, and they charged you for it. Like thanks. And the
How are
intro
those
to
not
the
on
shorts
HBO
start.
Max?
They are. They don't put all of them up at the same time, but
Mm.
talking about the shorts or the animated movies.
All of it?
Yeah, they.
I don't know.
They
I was just thinking
rotate
about like
some
because Disney Plus they put all the Pixar shorts and all of their shorts and all that stuff there,
Well,
and
they
that's
can
a
make
great
an
way to
argument.
discover that because a lot of times you don't see those shorts.
Well, in my opinion, it's a good way to incentivize buying the discs because they're trying to sell movies. So if you want those shorts back in the day when before 4K was out, you had the DVD or the Blu-ray DVD combo. The Blu-rays typically come with a DVD in them. And when I was selling movies for a living, I would explain to people who didn't have a Blu-ray player that, there's a time when you didn't have a DVD player. So why were you buying VHSs? You need to go ahead and get this Blu-ray for $3 more because it comes with a DVD. And when they stop selling DVDs down the road, whenever it might be, or it kind of dwindles down, you already have stuff in the new format. And plus you get all this bonus material, you're rewarded for buying the disc or buying the combo pack.
I hate combo packs. I never know what to. I have so many DVDs that I don't need.
I like digital codes.
Oh, really?
I like digital libraries. It's so much better.
Yeah, see, I buy the movies on disc. I'll throw the disc in, watch it, watch all the special features and stuff to it, put it up, and then if I ever have the urge just to throw it on later, I just use the digital library on places.
Yeah, like
Really
don't get me
convenient.
wrong. Like, if you're gonna buy the movie, digitally, but it costs the same price to get the physical with the code, like 100%, always do that. Why would you not? But at the end of the day, like the codes are what I'm going to watch. Like that's just the easiest for me to manage. I can watch it anywhere. Like I would much rather have the code than any of the other parts. I would not just buy the digital copy when it costs the same to get the movie with it, because then
They're,
at least
they're
you have
really
a physical
pushing,
commodity to trade.
yeah, they're really pushing digital stuff. Like again, back in the VHS DVD day, when Gone in 60 Seconds came out, that's what I wanted for Christmas, the Nicolas Cage movie. And when for Christmas time, if you wanted to buy it before the holiday, you had to buy it on DVD because it released on DVD X amount of weeks first. So I wasn't able to get it for Christmas. We had to wait till right after Christmas when they decided to release the VHS of it. And they do the same thing now with digital codes.
That's
They make
weird.
them available for purchase 2-3 weeks before the physical copy comes out. They're trying to shift people over into the new medium. It's cheaper for them to make a digital copy. It costs them nothing, and they can sell it, and that's a lot more profit than making a physical copy of something. But let
Yeah.
the internet
Yeah.
go out. Without that library, you're screwed.
That's why for the longest time I was like so anti-digital like games or movies or anything, because I was like, I feel like I don't get anything. Obviously you still get it, but I have to hold it. I'm not the same way anymore. I buy online comics and online movies and online whatever, and do people call it online?
This is a big kicker
I don't
for
think
me.
so.
If it's something that I really enjoy, I will not like. There's plenty of stuff I do buy digital copies of if I just want to watch it, kind of thing. But there's plenty of stuff that I have to own to put in the collection as well.
Yeah.
And the fact that those digital codes, you don't own them. You're literally just buying permission to use them while they exist.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a
Let
licensing
the,
fee.
let the platform change or whatever change, and you literally just paid for a rental.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
Guys, I'm going to step away and refill my coffee.
I wasn't clicked away that time. Why'd you even tell me?
Talk about things to talk about. Today we're going to be talking. There might be some things involved, but we're definitely not going to drop the ball and just dead air play out for you guys. So thanks for joining the show, because today we are talking about things.
Let's see. Nope, don't have anything to add to that. That was too good.
Yeah, it's pretty much things,
What was your pick of the
things
week?
and
this
stuff,
week so
stuff and
far,
things.
Ryan?
As soon as I
Mhm.
walked away, Laura walked up here. You couldn't see her hand, but she came right where my chair was and started talking for me. That was awesome. Who's here, Kyle?
Yeah, for me, I don't know. I like Scout's Honor. I thought it was a pretty decent wrap up, but it was a great series, and like I'm glad for it to be done so that it can come off the list and
Yeah, I heard you
I can
say
put
that.
something else in that place. It wasn't like a perfect ending. I mean, it wasn't a bad ending by any means. It was about as good as it gets, but John said he didn't like it because it was too clean. I liked that it was clean enough that like there's really no more questions. Like it doesn't have to come back, because
That was
as
a
much as I
Scout
enjoy
book,
the
right?
story, like I don't like for things to just like always be trying to like squeeze something in somewhere.
Was that a Scout book?
After Aftershock.
Aftershock. My shop struggles so much with getting Scout. Anytime I pre-order, because it's a black cotton that I've been wanting, and I've
Oh,
told
yeah.
them, and like for some reason they just don't get it. They'll order it and they won't get it. I don't know if they just hate my
Yeah.
shop or something.
Well, I am wondering about that, because all the problems with Diamond and a monopoly in any industry aside, the upside was it was all like whatever you order goes in this box, and that box ships.
Mhm.
And so like I could go into my store and just be like, I want this really random obscure comic that
Yep.
nobody else on the planet wants, and as long as it was in Diamond, they would order it for me because they would ship them one copy. They would just put it in with all the like 9 million Batmans that were coming. But now that you have all these different distributors, and like DC and Scout seem pretty like solid with Lunar, but then everybody else is still with Diamond, but then we know
Oh, is
that's
that
about
what
to
that
shift
is?
pretty dramatically. And yeah, so like I wonder how that affects shipping once you start going like, okay, well, I have like 2 customers that want this one book, but I can't get it because it's through a distributor that I don't usually order through. So they're not just going to sell me 2 books at a reasonable price to bring them into my store.
Once I shot an elephant in my PJs. What was he doing in my PJs? I'll never know. Nice.
Let's see. You guys,
What happened to the digital comic
please
platform that
go.
shut down and people lost thousands in content because of the platform went bankrupt? No, I didn't hear that, but that would make sense.
Yeah. What platform is this? Is this Quibi? Because that was a bad idea from the start.
Is it still around?
well, no, it went bankrupt. It was like they gave you 3 free months or something, and after those 3 free months, 95% of the people that used it didn't pay for it anymore and just said, nah, I'm not going to use it.
Well, because I had 3 free months, and after 2 weeks, I never watched anything on it. So I just
Yeah.
barely remember to cancel it in time.
I never
Did you
even
try it
got
out?
it. No, I didn't try it out. But I heard Ice Cream Man was going to be on it, so I was going to try it out.
I don't know, like it's one of those things on paper. It sounds like a good idea, but
I think it sounds like
in
a bad
practice,
idea.
it just
Yeah.
not.
I think it
Well-
sounds like a bad idea as well.
Yeah.
Well, the idea, like people are consuming content more and more on their phones, and people that have commutes, like if you live in I live in Houston, like the closest thing is like 15 minutes away, and it's probably like 2 blocks down the street. So, like any of your commutes, most people in Houston commute for at least an hour. And if they're watching stuff on their phone, having things formatted to the phone sounds like a good idea on paper, like people have all this extra time. How are they going to use it? The problem is, like, it was just a really shitty way to watch anything. Like,
You
all of those
remember when
shows
they
are like
first
less
started
than
making-
5 minutes. It was frustrating because
You
nothing
remember
ever
when
really
they first started
happened.
making TVs widescreen? Like they building TVs
Yeah.
wide, and how
Mhm.
how reluctant, aggravated, and people were like, "This isn't the shape of a TV." Blah, when really,
Yeah.
yeah, it is. This is actually the shape it's supposed to be. Like you
Mhm.
had to force people, like against their
Mhm.
will. Like if you want to continue TV, you will watch it in the proper format. Now this is how we're making them. You will love us. You will thank us later. That's like people aren't forced to watch phone content in the shape of a phone, so they're not going to do it. Where our brains are
Yeah.
formatted to watch things a certain way. We're used to it. It's unnatural. And then for
Mhm.
Quibi to be like, look, if you watch it this way, it's cool, but if you watch it this way, it's the same thing, but it's different now. We're doing tricks, neat tricks. So while I'm commuting, let me play with my phone and they're trying to
Yeah.
make it
Well, and that was
interactive.
the other thing too. Was like, it's like all of this content. You're making a 5-minute TV show, and all of the like half of the content in it is literally not even necessary. It's like extra, like deleted scenes or something, but they're there if you feel like watching them. Why? What? I mean, it doesn't benefit you as a viewer to like watch all the extra stuff because it's in widescreen, because literally the only thing that matters is what's in the middle, so that when you rotate it, it's always there.
Stupid.
Yeah, sounds awful. What do you think of
Yeah.
when something? Do you think Something Is Killing the Children will be a good show?
You know, they're
If-
doing a
if it
glow in the
happens.
dark variant with Frankie's Comics.
No, I haven't seen that. You got to pull it up.
While we were talking,
Um,
I just saw the email for it. I just got an email. Something is killing the children. 17 glow in the dark. Purchase now.
What? I want to see it.
Sorry, you should be on their newsletter.
Sorry about that.
I think I am. I just haven't. I just don't click off when I'm online. So
I mean, my thing is, like, there is a 100% chance that they can make Something Is Killing the Children into the show that all of the Stranger Things audience is going to absolutely love.
yeah,
And if
that's
they
what I
do
was
that,
thinking.
I
It's gotta
think
be
they'll
Stranger
have
Things.
something. Yeah, like, because Stranger Things, we've seen, they did the trailer drop and people are kind of mixed on it. Not really sure that they're in for Stranger Things 4, but we also know, like, it's a 5-season show. Like, they plan to end it with the next season. So you're going to have to do something with that audience, or else Amazon or HBO are going to pick them up. And are you really going to let that massive audience just go to a different company? So that would be my play, is like make Stranger Things and have it out while season, like have that in season 5 right about the same time, so that as season 5 is wrapping and that audience is looking for something, boom, here you go, right here. I wouldn't even wait till the show's over. I would probably do season 1 of Something is Killing the Children, wait a month or two, drop season 5 of Stranger Things, and then maybe like right on the heels of that, have season 2 ready to go and just lock them in at that point, you know?
Yeah, if they can do that, we'll see. I'm like it. Yeah, I guess it'd have to be like PG-13, like that. They've got to get a good Erica.
Yeah, that's going to be a big part of it. Is
They're gonna
Erica
CG
and
her eyes.
James?
The whole show's gonna look weird with her eyes CG.
It's going to be like Alita.
Alita, yeah, that's what I was gonna say. But Alita looked good, dude. I have not seen such crisp CGI effects in a long time.
Oh,
You
really?
see, like, dude, that movie was crisp. Like, of course, there's like
I haven't
backgrounds and stuff.
seen it, so
What?
yeah.
I haven't seen
Dude,
it
I
either.
haven't seen a
That
lot of stuff.
movie is fantastic. Like,
Yeah,
I
I,
didn't even
mean,
know
for
what it
starters, I don't
was.
think
Yeah.
anybody saw Alita, or else we would have seen a sequel by now.
dude, it is.
Yeah, I'm pretty.
Really
I think
good.
that's true. Not many people saw it.
I'm not saying it's bad, because I've heard the same thing that you're saying. Like, a
Yeah, I
lot of
think
reviews are
everyone-
like, this
yeah,
movie
I've heard it's
was
good.
actually really good. A lot of people will tell
Really
you
good.
all the things you didn't like about the trailer actually work really well within the movie.
I don't know what
But
people said
most
about the
people
trailer,
just
but
didn't watch it.
I don't
They
think I
were
saw the
wrong.
trailer. I just saw her. That's it.
Yeah, a lot of people didn't like the big bubbly eyes. They didn't like how
watch it.
much CGI there was. They didn't like how
You
bright
needed
it
more.
was.
I wish it was
It
even brighter.
needed more.
Like, it was, dude, it was really good.
Yeah. It's a movie I wanted to see, and I still intend to see at some point, but movies
Jupiter's
just
Legacy.
don't really, yeah, you know, stuff like that just doesn't stay on my list very long.
Well, next Friday or next Sunday on At Weeks In, we'll be talking Alita and only Alita. We're looking forward to it.
Is it on a streaming platform?
I don't think so.
Because that's the other thing. I was like, I don't know why have I not watched Venom? And then I Googled it and I was like, oh yeah, because it's literally nowhere if you don't pay a bunch of money for it.
Yeah.
You haven't watched
Yeah.
Venom because why should you watch Venom?
I mean, that too, of course,
Yeah,
but
I thought it was
how many
alright.
more people would have watched that movie if it was on like Netflix or HBO or literally anything except for give me a credit card?
Do you have Movies Anywhere, the app?
I think I do.
I have the account and stuff. I don't have the app currently installed
All right, look,
anywhere.
if you put the app on your phone for Movies Anywhere, like much like Vudu or Google Play Movies, like if you put in your digital code for a movie in one of them or buy it on one of them, it typically
Mhm.
spreads across all your digital platforms, even though that's not 100% true. Some will, some won't. About 85% will go across all of them.
Mhm.
If you redeem all your digital codes on Movies Anywhere, it should hit all your platforms. If you watch them on Movies Anywhere, it's like Vudu where you get all the special features and stuff. It's a fantastic digital library platform. But also what they do is they allow you to share your movies with your friends. So once they hit a certain time and they kind of rotate them, but they allow you to do what's called Screen Pass. So Ryan, if you download the app, I can let you borrow my digital copies in 2-week increments while still keeping them myself. It just unlocks the movie for you for 2 weeks. And right now, these are all the ones that are shareable that I have in my library.
Oh wow.
I mean, they don't limit you. I mean, like there's a lot of share. That's just a piece of my library that I'm allowed to share right now. And Alita is on that list currently. So I can let you borrow movies. You know, like when you told me to shoot you the code for Justice Society, I immediately checked if it was shareable instantly, because sometimes they are, sometimes they aren't. And most of the DC animated movies stay pretty shareable.
Yeah, I'll have to download it because I do. I have a friend. He buys a lot of movies and he doesn't do digital at all. He thinks his PlayStation 4 is gonna last forever. So he always sends me all the codes that he gets with his purchases, you know. And so I do. I have a Movies Anywhere library of like 300 movies or something. And they
The
do. They
one could
filter out
argue-
like both YouTube and Voodoo, like they all appear there, you know. So I know what you're talking about. I just didn't ever use the sharing thing. I didn't know that was a thing.
Nick, one could argue, time traveler, that's probably not your friend. That's not your friend. That's your thief.
Promiscuous time traveler. That's a great
The
name.
one and only little Tootsie in the building.
Here I am.
Yeah.
I get like kid show songs stuck in my head.
I'm gonna go grab that coffee that I made earlier and forgot about.
I just
Grab me
wanted
some,
to
please.
turn off my camera. Yeah, I could use another coffee. Sounds good. Some coffee just tastes good.
It does, especially in the morning.
I hated coffee. I mean, technically it's nighttime. I just drank it because I was tired and I wanted to stay up longer.
Hmm. That's good. You chose coffee and not cocaine.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you can't have one without the other.
No, that's Red Bull.
Red Bull and cocaine or Red Bull and coffee?
Red Bull is cocaine.
Oh,
How many?
I do not
you ever
like
watch-
Red Bull.
I don't drink energy drinks.
This is true.
You just change shirts?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Otherwise, that was a really weird cup of coffee.
Coffee's
Oh, it
killing the
tastes so good.
children. We solved it.
I'm sorry. Did I say friends? I meant family.
Makes more sense now.
That's funny.
So crazy thing about the taste of coffee and my own like stubbornness. I went to the grocery store one day, and my wife, she uses like the K-cup things, you know.
Yeah.
And so I stopped at the grocery store. She needed some more, and I was like in a hurry, and so I like grabbed the box of K-cups and just like ran and checked out. And I come rushing home, and I hand it to her, and she's like, "What the hell is this?" And I was like, "This is your coffee, you know." And she's like, "I don't drink decaf." And I look, and there's like a big green label that says decaf across it. And so, in my own stubborn nature, I spent like a good month drinking K-cups of decaf coffee all through the afternoon and stuff, so I wouldn't have to just throw them away. So,
You could have took them back. Do you think you could have took them back?
oh no, I'd already opened the box
Oh, way to
because
go,
I
Ryan.
came in the house and I busted the box open and put them in the drawer, you know, where they all go, so
Oh,
she could just
yeah.
grab them in the morning. And then maybe like 10 minutes later, she came in the kitchen and saw me pulling them out of the box. And she was like, "What are these?" And I was like, "That's your coffee." She's like, "You don't see the green decaf logo?" And I was like, "I didn't
No.
until just now."
Yeah, I would have done the same thing.
So
I've
yeah,
never drank
in my own
decaf
stubbornness,
coffee
I just
ever.
drink it.
I don't think I've ever.
It just
drank
has no effect, but I mean,
Yeah.
it's actually kind of nice because you get all the flavor, you know. So if you like
Yeah,
the
oh, I
taste of
would've
your
done the
coffee,
same
then
thing.
it's great.
I would
Yeah.
have never thrown it away. I definitely would have done the
I
same.
started
thing.
drinking coffee at like 8, 9, 10 o'clock at night. It was all great.
Why?
Any of
Why'd you say why?
y'all read the Earth One stuff? Do either of y'all read
Sorry,
the
what was
DC
it?
Earth One hardbacks?
Earth One?
Yeah,
No.
Earth One.
I don't even know anything about Earth One.
They only come out in hardback.
Yeah.
I mean, they come out in paperbacks, but
This one?
yeah,
And the other one.
that Earth.
I have the other one too.
But Ryan knows this about me. I didn't realize it about me until Ryan pointed it out about me. But I'm a huge fan of advertisements and comic books.
Why?
Ryan even sent me a message last night, like, have you heard of this store? I'm like, yeah, back 10 years ago in the New 52 era, they were running ads for them all the time. And then it clicked. I'm like, dude, I do pay attention to ads. And I'm surprised you didn't say something about that when that was my response. But they've been advertising heavily volume 3 of Batman Earth 1, and I'm super excited.
Yeah,
The
me
first
too.
2 volumes, were super solid.
Oh, I love them. So
And
good.
I feel like they're pulling heavily from them for the the Robert Pattinson. Here, monkey.
Yeah.
I just think it's amazing that somebody can sit there and read an entire comic book, and then you go, "Well, what'd you think of it?" And he's like, "I don't know. I don't remember." Bad.
You just froze.
Like the whole thing, the only thing you can remember is that one page.
Oh yeah.
Was
Wow,
this
what is
about
going on the
Last
internet
Ride?
this morning?
Ryan, you read Last Ride, didn't you?
Mm-hmm.
Just what's your just initial, like, what do you give it on a 1 to 10 for the initial read? How many times have you read it first? 'Cause I know you got to read things separate times.
I've only read it once, but it's probably a solid 7.
What's
Hey,
that?
Like,
Yes.
I really
That's
like
good
the
for an
setup. I mean,
initial read.
yeah, like it depends on how it all plays out down the road, but I really enjoyed what was there. The pacing was
What are you
awesome.
pointing at?
I don't know if he's pointing at me.
Pointing
or
at me?
his-
That's little Tootsie! Ah!
A little Tootsie in the house.
Oh my good lord.
What's going on?
Yes.
Welcome, Glass Feet.
Okay.
Oh yes.
I'm
What a
waving.
great day. I think I was the last person he asked.
I don't know. They might just catch a bad day when he's got to get
Oh
behind you.
god. He is awful. In everything he does, not just that. Everything. Easy.
But tell us how you really feel.
I wish
I like
I
how-
hope
I
he
like how
hope he just
Tyler
hopped
just
on and
takes
heard me
turns
say that.
targeting people and just attacks them viciously for a couple weeks at a time.
Yeah, that is what I do. But except for with Beggy, it's all the time.
Speaking of DJ Links, he would like that.
Who shot ya?
So many cards. Nick, what's good, man?
Nothing much. Just figured I'd come in and say good morning before I get the workday started.
You work from home?
Yeah.
Lucky.
Yeah, I've been lucky. Since the whole COVID thing started, I haven't had to go into the office. They're not really asking me to. So, and I have bosses in like South Dakota and Fort Lauderdale, so I don't really have to get any FaceTime. So,
Yeah. Hey, Tyler, look, I'm just cleaning up my shelf here. There's my seed.
Oh yeah.
the Scorpion
There it is.
comics.
Yeah, that's that Green Ranger, that Clayton Crane. Me and Tyler were talking about those Cranger books before we went live.
Yep.
Yeah, I was going through. I'm in this process of sorting and alphabetizing my stuff, and I came across a couple of Exo Manowar covers by him.
Oh, sweet. Yeah, that was probably about what? Is that like 10 years ago? Maybe a
Yeah,
little longer.
this was I think volume 3, so it had to be about 10 years ago. Yeah.
Probably that's a good character for him to draw with the mechanic stuff.
hmm
Are you reading any of the Earth 1 books?
No, you know what? I just picked up. I think the Earth 2 annual. No, but I haven't. Is it pretty good?
He does
Oh,
these
Yeah, they're so
these
good.
Earth 1 volumes, right? Where it's just standalone on this Earth. Here's a retelling of these characters and a very gritty, modern. It's almost like when Marvel did the Ultimate line. We're going to retell them. We're going to modernize some of it, and they're only doing 3 volumes of each character. And we got 3 Superman pretty quick out the gate. We have 3 Wonder Woman now as of like a month or 2 ago, but we still have a Green Lantern, a Teen Titans,
So 3 is gonna be it? I didn't know that.
and a Batman to come. And yeah, they're advertising the next Batman, and it's Jeff Johns and Gary Frank.
Uh-huh.
It's really good. Alfred is a total
Oh,
badass.
cool. It'll be out in like 12 to 15 years.
No, Ryan, it's the opposite. It'll be out on time because it's already been done and it's only 1 volume. So you get it, you're good.
Yeah.
But it's taken this like a good, like the whole Earth 1 series has been going on for like 6-7 years now.
Hmm.
So
Yeah, it's taken a long time. But it's more than just them writing it. They're just writing the Batman ones. As far as I know.
yeah.
I've always liked their stuff. I've been
Jeff
rereading
Lemire's
that.
doing the Teen Titans.
Thanks, Jeff.
Grant Morrison's doing the Wonder Woman in the style of God, I just brain farted his name, but in the style of the original Wonder Woman writer, had it been written in modern time, because he was a huge feminist. He lived with his 2 wives, and they pretty
Marston?
Marsden,
Mhm.
but so everything Wonder Woman, all that bondage stuff and everything, that was not him being chauvinistic. That was them showing like women can come from that and still be like powerful as Wonder Woman, and that was like cutting edge for back then. So Grant Morrison's writing it in that vein, but modern. It's really wild.
I'm slowly creeping in, fellas. I've been reading a couple of DC books I liked.
Oh yeah, what have
I
you been
read
reading?
that first Robin yesterday. I liked it.
Oh yeah, that was a great one.
Joker
Joshua
number
Williamson.
2.
Joker.
Number 2 I read.
Yeah, that was great too.
That new Nightwing I'm really digging too.
I saw that the stack of books you shared, and you had like a bunch of multiple copies of variants. How'd you pull that off?
This is stuff that's on my reading list. Not
Looks
even
like you need to
stuff
call in
that's
sick
up.
to work today.
Well, it's just other stuff that tends to take my focus.
Are you pre-ordering a lot of those books from an online store?
I fell in love with that first Federici Joker cover.
Yeah.
And then when I started seeing all those other sketch covers, I was like, all right, let me grab that. And yeah.
That's the one that I did it with as well, was that Joker cover. And then I wasn't going to go crazy on them, but that Batman the Detective cover that you showed 2 copies of came out. That's, like, granted, it's not an iconic character. That's the most gorgeous one they've done yet. Just the pose, the simplicity of it, it's fantastic. But, I've been getting them all as well. The only one I don't have right now is the Batman one, but I can buy it anytime I want for $30 to $40 on eBay, and I just don't want to yet.
Yeah, ironically, the only one I didn't pick up was that 401k version.
You'll get it. The 409k. Gordon's like, oh, I got to go to Belize. Oh, my daughter don't love me. Oh, I was naked at the amusement park. Oh.
So have you just never been into DC, Nick? Or you
No,
just...
I always have. Like, especially like in the 2010, 2012 range, I loved Green Lantern.
1 year later.
The new 52 Green Lantern, like the Ivan Reis.
Yes.
Johns too. I love that. But just getting back in and that Future State starting, I really didn't like that the Future State. So
I didn't either. It was okay. I liked Dark Detective a little bit, I guess, but
I liked a few of them. There was some good concepts. There was also some bad ones.
The best parts of Future State were the books that not everyone's going to read. They're not your spotlight books, like it wasn't the Batman, it wasn't the Superman, it was the Yara Floor, it was the Teen Titans, the Shazam.
Yeah, I read that one.
Like, and you really had to read to get it all. Like, DC's good at paying off like their most avid fans. They drop appearances and stuff unannounced into little or known books and smaller titles, and like they did with Punchline and stuff like that, or like they did with Robin King.
Joker 2,
yeah. So it really pays off for the more hardline fans.
What about like a Vengeance Ravager team up? That might be kind of cool.
Well, I'm ready to see some of these Tynan characters die, and not like because I want to see them gone, but that's a good thing. I've talked about it with Power Rangers, but that's something good about creating new characters. If you have characters that have been around for a long time that aren't really disposable, you can create new characters
and
be disposable, like the new Green Ranger and Power Rangers. You have all these new characters in Gotham now, and if you're good enough at writing to build them up just enough to make us care, you can now make a meaningful death where you can't do it with your legacy characters,
Well, or you can just kill Alfred.
No, he was old anyways.
He was old anyway. He's been old.
He was on his deathbed, if we're being honest.
Yeah.
It was right around the corner.
That was actually Alfred's choice. He knew it was going to happen.
My favorite recent death has to be Treebeard and what was his name? Like Doormaker or something?
What is this, Lord of the
Suicide
Rings?
Squad 3.
Oh God.
No, I haven't read it yet. Dang it.
Oh,
Peacemaker does a little bit of
whoops.
mercy killing.
yeah.
Good morning, Austin LeMay. For those who don't know, hashtag Austin over Peach.
Yeah.
I'm still
Oh,
waiting
yeah.
eagerly to get a package in the mail from Austin, an original art punchline #1. Very
Yep.
excited.
I just I've got a video coming out today from
We know.
from Austin.
Yeah, we heard.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, I
I'm very
posted
jealous.
it in the Burke fam. It was it's basically just me looking at it in the video. So it's not a great video, but it's a great book. You have to just see it. Just look at it and you can pause the video. You don't even need to watch it.
Yeah,
So that's a good question with the Flash Earth one. That would be an awesome one. for
Oh,
them to
Austin said
redo.
your package was delivered.
To Illinois
package-
or to Houston.
Wasn't delivered to this house.
What
You might want to check the address you sent it to.
promiscuous
Well,
time
let me go
traveler? Are
double
you
check.
talking
I have a
about the Pennyworth on what is that on? Like Flicks or something?
I think it is.
I don't remember what that was on.
Has anybody watched that?
Flex,
Are you enjoying it,
Flex.
Mr. Time Traveler?
I heard that was good.
Really?
Yeah, I did.
Man, I haven't heard anything about it. That's why I'm surprised. Like
yeah,
anybody's
I
talking
did hear
about it.
I did hear it was good, but I haven't seen it or know anything about it. Just that I heard it was good.
Yeah, that's my thing. Like I heard the announcement that they were making it, and then they were like, "It's going to be on Epics,"
Yeah.
I think is what it's called, or
Yeah,
something.
that's
And I
what
was
I
like,
heard
"Well,
too. I was like,
nobody's
oh,
going to
well.
watch that. Look how much trouble Fox had getting people to watch Gotham or whatever." Like
What was the show you were just talking about?
Pennyworth.
Pennyworth.
That's why he's supposed to be like a super secret agent, right? Something like that.
Yeah, something like that.
I would assume it's on Epics, and it was really good in my opinion. Yeah, Epics. That's what it is. I knew
Yeah,
it ended with
definitely-
an X.
Definitely not here, Austin. Check every day my mail, and I got a big stack of it by my door because I get mail for myself and for Bart that I forward to Belgium. But yeah, definitely not here yet. And
He's probably just being like my wife.
hold on.
She like orders stuff on Amazon every single day, and then she's like texting me like, "It says it's 9 stops away." I'm like, that thing is never accurate. It always says delivered, and then maybe like an hour later it shows up on the porch. You know, like I'm pretty sure they're just like boop boop boop, like in the truck scanning stops and stuff to like.
Mine
Stay
is
on
always
time,
so
you know?
accurate. So
Oh,
accurate.
really?
It's like creepy. It shows me where they are, and then they'll be like, "Oh, they're like 4 minutes away," and then like 3 minutes and 50 seconds later, my doorbell will ring.
It's like your driver has stopped at McDonald's. He
Yeah.
ordered a number 2.
He's bringing you some fries.
Right.
And I can never tell what I'm going to get. I have the post office saying they delivered stuff that doesn't show up until the day after.
Oh, really?
UPS dropping off my CGC boxes without signatures. USPS trying again to crush my $800 eye candy mystery box. I don't know what I'm getting over here.
Man, we have like our USPS mailman, like dude solid. I mean, this thing the other day, I happened to be outside and he was like pulling up, and so there's like 4 houses all that share the same address here. And like he knew like, it's number C, so he just like honked and was like, "Yo, this is you, right?" And so like that dude's solid. But when he goes on vacation, like I don't know what goes down. He'll disappear for a week. So I'm pretty sure he goes on vacation, and it's like our mail just like sometimes it gets delivered at like 8, 9, 10 o'clock at night, and sometimes it don't even show up. We'll just go a week without getting any mail. Like, what is the deal with this post office?
No, we haven't talked about Eve, but did number 2 come out? Did I miss that?
Mm-mm.
Okay, I was gonna
The first
say I
one
thought
just dropped
Eve
last
just
week.
came out. I was like, no, I did not miss Eve number 2. I would have been disappointed.
You talked about it last week, and
yeah,
sold
we
me on
talked about it
but-
last week. Oh, and you read it? You read it, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
because y'all had talked about it Friday morning.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
I
I was
had
gonna say.
it had been on my list, but I was kind of, and then like I heard people say kind of negative things about it. And then on my way to the comic shop last Friday morning, I listened to the
Yeah.
replay of the show, and I heard you say good things, and I was like, you know what, I'm gonna grab it and check it out, and I enjoyed it. I still don't think I enjoyed it quite as much as you did, but it wasn't bad by any means. It just felt like they were trying to like get through all these steps to get us to the adventure. And so I think like number 2, once she sets out on her own with the bear, I think that's where it's actually going to be really fun and a really good series.
Did you read Eve, Nick?
Yeah, I did. I thought it was really good. In fact, I thought for just spec purposes, I went back and I got the Andolfo cover. But I
Which
read
one
it.
is that?
Which one that is off the top.
That's
It had
the-
some really cool covers though.
Yeah, I think that's the one with her in the room, and it's got like a potted plant with her and the bear. I think that's the one it is.
Oh yeah,
Oh yeah, I think that's the one I
have.
got.
Is that it?
Oh, you're muted.
The tracking said delivered to a garage or alternate location. I don't have a garage. So it was delivered on the 10th. Today is the 14th. It's been raining the past 2 days. And I have my man cave right behind me that has stairs that go out to the backyard, as well as the kitchen door that has stairs that go out to the backyard. The mailbox is kind of on the side of my house where the mailbox is. So I have a mailman that apparently, instead of bringing it to the front door under the patio or putting it on my back porch under the overhang, he just sat it on the stairs to the man cave that has no overhang. So
Oh,
I got some cool pine straw with it.
Oh my god. What are the
Dude,
chances?
it's
Has that ever
slap.
happened before?
No, never. I found it, Austin.
My box was destroyed from Austin too. It was like flat.
Well, let me tell you what, this was easy to open.
it's not wet.
Oh my god, it's like in half.
Wow.
Yeah, it's, you hear that? It sounds like I'm at a water park.
Well, I mean, at least it's in bubble wrap. It should be all right.
Well, it's in a slab. It should be all right.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you don't want to be finding out if those things are waterproof at a time like this.
No.
Dude, even the bubble wrap under the bubble wrap is wet. Just, I guess, from the moisture sitting in the box.
All right, here we go.
So the bag is a little foggy, but live unboxing. Would have loved to do this on a different video, but had to be done now.
Yeah.
Boom. Well, it's a little
Oh,
wet.
nice.
Is it really a little wet? That is
Yeah.
crazy. That blows my mind.
But there it
Thank
is.
God you said something, Austin, that it was
I
delivered.
appreciate it.
That could have been out there for another week.
Dude, Tuesday on the when we were on the members only chat, I asked him if the package I sent him made it yet, and he asked me if the one he sent me. I said no. I didn't even realize that. I forgot that he sent me the picture of the shipping label, and shipping labels have packing numbers on them. So he just sent it to me again for me to check the address, and I just wrote down the shipping and punched it in, and it was delivered on the 10th. And I'm telling you, when I tell you it rained all day Wednesday, I mean it poured, like absolutely poured all day. It was on the steps of the man cave, not even on the top step even. It's just been sitting there. But this is the one I told you about that Austin himself.
I'm so jealous he won that.
Dude, I am too. That is so sick.
Right.
Are you guys in the Legal Burning one? Legal Burning's doing a giveaway?
Find out today, right?
Yeah, Ryan, are you in it?
I don't think so.
Go now. Legal Burning's doing a giveaway for one of his books.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, nice
That was-
Catwoman.
Yep.
Dude, that is so cool.
We were just talking about our jealousy over that win.
Yeah, man.
This was all I wanted to win. This or if Cardboard Crazies, if I won that one, I'm glad that stayed with Panda.
I'm not.
And that's Peach
I
Momoko,
wanted
right?
it.
What? This is Peach Momoko.
Some of her best work yet.
Yeah,
Right now, somewhere
Light
in
years
Europe,
better than everything else she's done.
I probably wouldn't have.
Austin's hopping in a car from the West Coast to head to Houston to fight you.
Well, I was hoping Mark was going to drop his hashtag Austin over Peach.
Yeah, that's what I've been saying, Austin, man. You need to find a way to get into comic book, like actually doing a cover for somebody, so somebody can discover you.
I don't know why I'm typing this in the chat. Austin, yeah, it was perfectly fine. The box was soaked in water damage and covered in pine straw. The first layer of bubble wrap was soaked. The second layer of bubble wrap was soaked. The bag that it came in was wet, and there was even moisture on the back of the slab, but nothing at all got into this slab.
Nice.
Now, because it's CGC, obviously the book is really loose. I mean, really loose. But that's the way they do.
That's
you know
normal.
What I'm saying?
That's normal.
It's so that adults can enjoy it, or you can give it to your toddlers and let them use it as a rattle.
Oh,
So
that's what that's for. Okay.
it's all on purpose.
Oh, good.
There, Collectibles Lounge once.
Oh, he absolutely can. Just
Yeah,
you
hit
have
him
to,
up.
PayPal him or Cash App him no less than $600, and that's all you do. Don't ever contact him or bother him again. He'll let you know. He'll contact you.
Don't share your ideas for his artwork.
Please don't. That being said, dude, I love that Geiger cover he did. Holy crap.
I was gonna say, like, I really appreciate his artwork in its own way, you know, but I think what's really cool is the way that Austin like does these covers, like the concept design, I guess, for what he does, you know, like that Geiger one, that was just a really cool concept for a cover, and like that one, I love the way it's like using all the white as like a great negative space, you know.
Now I'm gonna have to show mine now.
Yeah,
And I didn't want to because it's coming out today, but I'm showing it.
the thing is too is that cover. If you haven't read the story, you really don't appreciate it. But when you read the story and you find out what it's about,
It's
those little
fantastic.
bombs, it's just awesome. Awesome.
Let's look at some more by the Austin LeMay. Look at that. Boom.
Yeah.
Dude, I know that had to have been a passion project for him.
Yeah, I know. That's what I said to him. Even though no one likes Spawn.
Least
I buy
popular
it
character
just-
ever, right?
I buy it to support the look at that.
Yeah, that's awesome.
And it's a 9.9, man. If
That's
whoever owns
9.9.
that-
Oh no, that's fake.
That's the
Whoever
only
owns
one.
that
Right?
is one
I think you
what
said
is
that
it
was
like?
the only one. One of
What is it like?
three, or
3 of those on the census, 9.9s for the series. There's a better picture than one that I ended up with. Yeah, that's
Oh.
not awesome.
That one doesn't look anything like his stuff. That
Yeah.
looks familiar too.
I got that on a T-shirt.
Hey, Finn. Hey, Finn.
I saw
Why
some
don't you fucking
packaging the other day that I was like, that looks like the Whack Comics artwork. I forget what it was though. It was like a can or something, but
There's
Somebody else has said that to us, Ryan, and they didn't know what it was. They said that to us too. It was on a can.
oh yeah.
Yeah, you
Wow.
need to remember next time. That's 2 people that have told us that.
Wow, yeah. I'm pretty sure it was like a beer can or something at the grocery store.
Yeah, that's fire.
Just like you said,
It's so cool.
the like concept thing. Look, he has him saying up here. That's amazing.
I feel like
Yeah.
you ripped
The
Austin off to get
composition of
that.
it all.
I feel like you definitely ripped Austin off to get that.
Yeah,
You're like, I'll give
that's what
You
I
still have
thought.
all your
I'll
arms
take
and
that- I'll
legs.
take that
That's what
one
I
of
thought
one,
when
that one of
he
a
said
kind
that he was
9.9
gonna give it to me. I was
CGC.
like,
I'll give you this
okay.
$5 book for it.
but
Like the potential of the 2 books that were involved in that.
we're gonna find out soon because I just threw it up on eBay.
Accepting best offers now.
Yeah, yeah. I can't wait to find out what I get for this thing, man.
Oh man.
So everyone, go check out my eBay if you
There you
like
go.
it. This is your first. This is your opportunity to
We
jump
got
on it.
13 We got 13 people in the chat. So if y'all don't know, we're showing off original covers by Austin LeMay. You can find him on Instagram at OZ10 Oz10 and check out some of his other art stuff. He does amazing work. And just know that
Look how
if you
good it
have-
looks. That's
Yeah.
what I have to. Next
if you
to
have
his
a
own
piece-
logo.
Yeah, if you have a piece of his stuff, you're in a very elite club because he's not sitting there doing commission work. He's just doing passion projects. He's doing it because he loves to draw, and he's just finding ways, kind of organically, to get them out into the community. You know, he's not pushing his books or anything like that.
Mm.
So if you have one right now, you're in a very small group of people.
I don't think that's true anymore. I'm pretty sure he's doing commissions now.
Is he?
I think he just like opened them up.
Yeah, I asked about one too, and I have to finalize an idea before I send him something.
That's really cool. So
And
if you have one of his pieces, you're in an elite club for the next week.
and for the Comics Against Cancer in July for Cardboard Crazies, I think he mentioned he's going to be doing a full page.
Yep.
So
That's what I've seen him doing so far. Like what he did with Tyler for Tyler to get that, or he included this in a giveaway. Like, dude, he's just putting his artwork out there. I don't think he realizes how good he is. I honestly don't. Like, I'm sure he knows that he's capable of drawing and he enjoys to draw, or he wouldn't, go through the trouble of going to his LCS and doing that time limit drawing that he did to submit him to get yellow labels, or he wouldn't have did the paperwork so he could self-submit him to get yellow labels. But I don't think he honestly knows just how good his stuff looks.
I said it the second he posted. This was before it came back. I said it in my video again, but like how good it was. If this was sitting on the shelf at your comic shop, wouldn't you like do a double and triple take? Like, what is that?
you absolutely
I
have
would buy it.
Yeah, exactly. It'd be like, what is that? That is out of place.
Yep.
What's up,
That
Mars?
that shouldn't be on the shelf, like next to these other books.
Mm-mm.
It would go like this. What is that? How much? What do you want?
Yeah.
And you're like, damn, can't spend 5,000 on that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
I
love
feel
that.
like Austin's face is all red and he's like tuned out now because he's tired of us talking so well about him.
Well, we're
It's
not
too-
talking
it's too
to,
bad
we're
I
not
don't like
talking
him.
to him, so that's okay.
Yeah, this is a very critical review of his work.
Yeah. It's
Yeah.
too bad I
Yeah.
just don't like him. But he's a good artist. You just don't really.
It's kind of early, but I could go
Are you
get my
putting him
wine
in a
and we
camp
could
with other
talk
people?
fine
You have
art.
to separate. You gotta separate the art from the artist.
Yeah, I just like I'll look at the art. I just can't think about like, oh, that guy did this. Like, oh God.
No, Austin, you're a nice guy, Austin. I'm trying to butter him up.
Oh yeah, because you're getting one done. I already
got
got
a bit.
that Lego Voltron in there. He's got in his room too. All right, let me go grab breakfast.
Let's leave too, Ryan. We'll be
Yeah,
right.
okay.
Me and Ryan we're always
I'm
just
outta here.
blowing up Legion show. Yeah, I want to get another one. I really do. Obviously, I'm gonna have to like save up, but and think of something specific that I really want. God, I don't know. It'd be really cool to get like I don't even know. I have so many ideas.
One of the guys
If I
from
could
the
draw,
local
I would be a
LCS
really good
does.
artist because I have good ideas. I just can't draw them. I would. If I could draw, I'd be a good artist. I
If
do
only
have
the
really
biggest
ideas.
hurdle wasn't in the way, I would be so good at this thing.
Yeah.
So I know that you're a big fan of the Ice Cream Man and the Ha Ha series, and you've been known to like a Jang or two. Did you see the tease that John Jang put out yesterday?
No.
You should be on the watch on his accounts for today because there's going to be a reveal today on his accounts for something that's going to be going on sale really soon. And it's right up your alley.
Awesome. I'm looking
Also
right
said,
now.
keep the compliments coming, Nick. So far, you've earned a 25% discount.
No. A
Hey, me too. I'm
0.25%
gonna get that.
discount.
Is this it?
I don't want the discount.
Yes.
I want the Voltron.
Right amount of waxy blood.
Are you looking right
Oh,
now?
yeah. I'm looking right now.
I don't think he's dropped the full reveal. He's
It's
dropped
just
the
like
tease.
teeth, right? That's what it
That's
looks like
just the
teeth.
tease, and that Well, look, he's his own best PR guy. So
Yeah.
he does a cover, turns a cover in, and then he'll start posting. He'll start promoting his own stuff at the time that the shops are allowing it, But he always puts out a tease a few days before the full reveal. So he'll take the cover and just take a really close up shot of one little part of it, just to let people know that something's coming. And then when the shop and him at agreed upon time allows it, he has a full cover reveal. He gives the covers a nickname, like with the Nice House on the Lake. He did 3 covers, and one's Tick Tock the Clock. One is Death on Death, and the final one, The Virgin, is called Acid Rain. And he just kind of comes up with the names of his covers just on a whim, But he'll do that with all of his covers and show them off and show people where to find them and how many days or hours till it's available. So he really pushes his own art really heavily, which is awesome because he's been knocking out some back-to-back sellouts here lately. Like his last Ice Cream Man sold out. Nice House on the Lake sold out yesterday. There'll be a second run on them today, which I can guarantee you will probably sell out. I mean, it's a number 1 from Tynan. It's not a superhero book, and it's the first creator-owned property out of DC. So there's a lot going on with it.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. I know he did an Ice Cream Man one.
Yeah,
And
that
so
last
this
one was
one's a
sick. He's
Ha Ha
done
one.
2 now. He's done 2 Ice Cream Man, and this one coming as Ha Ha.
Oh, what's the other one? I'm sure I saw it. I know
Yeah.
there's the one with the ice cream on the skull's eyes, but I can't think of the other one. I'm sure I can find it in like 3 seconds.
And aren't they supposed to be crossing over the 2? Haha and Ice Cream Man?
Yeah, they already did in the one. Oh, the other one's a Santa one. That's it. Oh, Legion's gone. That's yeah, in issue 4, was it 4 that just came out? There was like kind of a crossover.
Yeah, that's the one I haven't
Already.
read yet.
Yep. It's not really a spoiler. It's not a spoiler at all. It's just
cool.
like they cross over. Oh, you were going to get it, weren't you?
This is all Spawn in this whole short.
In the Joker box. Makes sense.
Yeah, I thought you were getting Jang books. I thought that
I did
was
too.
Jang books.
And by the way, some unrelated comic stuff. If you guys have not tried this,
Land O'Lakes.
Land O'Lakes?
it's honey butter.
Oh yeah,
That's my nickname.
Whataburger has their own though.
This stuff is the devil.
I like
You don't get the
cinnamon
Whataburger
butter.
brand?
No. I'm not a true Texan.
Yeah, not at all.
These are all Jane.
Honey butter. I literally want to just go get it now. I really like cinnamon butter, and honey butter sounds good.
Oh, honey butter's the best, man.
If you have a Texas Roadhouse by you by chance,
Yeah, that's the one.
it's kind of almost like that butter.
Oh, I'm going. I wonder if we even have it. We don't never have anything good.
Dude, you need to get you some fried chicken tenders, roll them in some honey butter, put them on a biscuit, and eat
Oh,
them.
that sounds good.
That is the best.
Wow.
Yes. Oh, it's so good. Perfect breakfast.
I gotta look up some blank covers now to send to Austin. I wonder how much money I have to spend before my
Tyler.
wife divorces me.
Well, let us know
Yeah.
when you find out so we know where the limit is.
Yeah.
I think they're all different.
There's the first one. It's Santa Claus with his face getting peeled back by barbed wire Christmas lights and jagged candy
Wow.
canes holding it back.
Yeah.
Now this, at the time I wasn't able to grab the Virgin. I try to go Virgin on all of his because I don't need 2 copies of it. Like if it's just a trade Virgin, but most of the time, his trade
That's what
Virgins
McConaughey said too.
are different. Like there's his trade for that one, but his Virgin has got like the tentacles and everything in a different color palette, so they're different covers.
Yeah.
So it makes it where you're getting your money's worth. But if they're just the same, I tend to find something to do with the trade version.
Do you have the ones I sent you in there?
The what?
The Jang ones I sent you?
Oh, absolutely.
'Cause I love those. Those are so good. What?
And then the one I bought from you.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I like that one even more. We got to go out again. Oh, Ryan clicked away too. I said we have to go out again because everyone went out.
Yeah, I just don't want to. I just don't want to eat in front of you guys. That's all.
Oh, dang it. When are we gonna find out more about C2E2? Like, when can we buy tickets and stuff?
I looked just yesterday, and they still weren't on.
Are they gonna sell out? Like, how does it even work?
I don't know.
Have you ever been to a con?
I've been to 2 of them, and both of them Wizard World.
Okay.
Well, major ones anyway. I've been to a few smaller ones, but up until recently, I wasn't a big fan of the whole. It felt like to me a big flea market, and essentially, I guess they've always been that way, but I didn't kind of like that dynamic.
So, what do you mean? You don't like cons?
I had hoped there was a lot more to do in a con than just buy stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, dude, Heroes Convention, the last time I went, I bought very little and set in tons of panels. Like, this was a while back, in like 13 was the last time I went to Heroes. Like, Stan Lee was there doing panels, Matt Fraction, Scott Snyder. Like, that's all I was doing with, like, I got there, walked around, looked at everything, you know what I mean? And then started hitting panels.
Mm.
And then
That's the one I want to go to.
yeah, then at the end of the whole thing, we walked around again and bought some more stuff. Like, I knew I was going to be meeting Stan Lee and wanted to. So right off the gate, I bought something that like, I had an idea of what I would get signed, what I'd take, but I found something there that was like better. You know, it was that Toy Biz old Hulk action figure that was still on card. So I bought that because I have it loose from my childhood, but getting it on card and that being the first Hulk toy I ever owned and getting it signed by Stan, it was meant to be. But then I just waited till the end to buy stuff. Started buying art prints from people and meeting creators like Mike Mignola. I hung out with him for like 20 minutes because we got a little early access pass where you get to go in 30 minutes before the general public does.
Mm.
So a lot of the creators were just getting there. And I went and talked with Mike Mignola for 20 minutes straight, uninterrupted. It was awesome. Just me and him sitting at his table. Great guy.
Yeah, like I'm looking forward to it. I mean, just aside from meeting you guys, I'm looking forward to going to like Artist Row, and
Yeah.
I don't even know what I'm gonna buy. Yeah, that's nice.
I would like to meet Alex Ross in person.
As of right now, I don't think they have anyone like announced. Like, I guess I don't really care who I meet. I wouldn't just meet people and then meet you guys and then do interviews. Like, I'll let anyone interview me, honestly.
No, I'm looking at the page right now. They don't have any guests up.
Chip's got the idea, Nick.
Oh yeah.
Oh, Austin said he's going to try to make it to C2E2. There's going to be a Chip. Chip's going, right?
Yeah, Chip's gonna be in the Jenny Frizen booth.
The whole
of
time.
course. Yeah.
You can find him under the table curtain. So, like, the C2E2 thing is so far outside of the realm of possible for me right now. It's just too far away, poor timing. And for something that big for me to accomplish, like, it would have to be more than what this year's C2E2 is going to be. You know, the kind of coming back into kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
I really see C2E2 as more than anything. It's going to kind of be like, this is the beginning of cons again, you know? I mean, I know there's some other ones out there and smaller ones, but like C2E2 is really going to symbolize this is back, you know, because that's going to be the first really big one.
Well, I thought I heard that Comic-Con in New York is going to be there in October.
Yeah, but haven't they been pushing the date around? At least that's what I've heard. They keep changing the date. They move it back and forth.
Yeah, I've seen all of those, and I covet each and every one of them.
I just plan on doing this for like the next hour. I'm just gonna steadily just
Which
go through one
ones?
at a time.
Which ones are you getting signed by him, Mark?
All of them.
Have you already
just
sent
for
them
like
to him?
a
It's just going to be a slow trickle process. I'll just be sending them to him a little at a time.
Okay.
Here within the month, I'm going to try to send out at least 5 of them to him to get. Look at these horribly wrinkly bags and boards just came in, but they work just fine, so I haven't replaced them yet. But then I'm going to try to send about 5 of them that are kind of my top 5 that I would like remarked, and go ahead and send those first to him, then to CGC. Because I don't know why, but after I get something signed, I really don't want it raw. I don't know why.
Yeah, I love signed stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Just not paying for it all the time.
So if you're a big Jing fan, you should definitely be sharing out the channel and pushing the channel. Because when I get to 1,000 subs, John has
he's gonna give
a
away all of
surprise
his
for me.
comics.
No, John himself has a surprise for the channel.
No,
I like
nice.
Austin. Austin, tell kids there's no Santa. Use Christmas money for money. Christmas money for tickets. And there you go.
That is a good strategy.
Yeah, I actually wondered how I got my pass to go 2 weeks before Christmas, going solo.
Oh, you're going solo.
Going solo.
I have to bring my wife.
Well, you said it's what, a 3-hour drive?
You might want to check that phrasing.
No, she's gonna help me a lot. She's gonna do interviews for me, and like, I think she even wants to dress up as something,
Oh, nice.
which I think
Trying to
is
hide.
crazy. I told her she probably shouldn't, because I don't think she'll be prepared for all the people that like want to take pictures or even just walk up to people. That sounds like the worst day of my life, if people just walking up to me
Yeah.
all day that I don't know. Oh, small town. Hey, what's up? I just
Small town,
watched
what
your
is-
interview
Oh, hey.
last night with Dustin. It was great.
Yeah, with Adrian.
Now, this one is an artist proof because I missed the sales on it, so I had to just get this one from John. And he did sign that one for me, which I'm okay with having
Yeah.
it raw, just because he had it in his possession first. So he's like, "You want me to sign it?" I'm like, "Of course."
Nah. Please don't.
So
You
it's
told-
6 of
That's what
25.
you said to me. So you tell him to sign the book, but the one I gave you, that was his. You didn't let me sign it. I told you I would sign it.
And then there's that foil mall. Yeah, but I don't really need you forging John's name for me.
No, I was gonna sign my name.
Oh, well, you should have been more clear.
Yeah. Why would I sign his name?
I don't know. That's what it sounded like you were implying.
No.
You got the whole COA, the whole thing.
No. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, now that I know you do COAs, I would have been more on board than ever. Now, here's one of his more recent ones. That, dude, this thing is sick. That IG88.
Where did that go on sale? I could have swore that I bought one of those.
Frankie's and Golden Apple. So Frankie's Comics does a lot of shared exclusives with Golden Apple, kind of like Comics Elite and Comic Kingdom of Canada. They throw in together to get X amount of books and they allocate. And Frankie's is the one that gets allocated to. So Golden Apple Comics is the original shop. So if you order from them, they ship out and come to you quick. Otherwise, you have to wait on them to package and ship to Frankie's and Frankie's to repackage and organize and ship out to you. But I started ordering from Frankie's before I knew the whole allocation process they had with Golden Apple.
Mhm.
And I still continue to order from them. They package correctly. They package nice. Kevin's a great dude who runs that shop. And I'll continue to support them. I order other stuff from Golden Apple, really just a couple of bad idea books. But I'm happy with Frankie's. I'm happy to tell about my success with shopping from them. And kind of like this Sandman Lock and Key #1 from Big Time Collectibles. Nelson runs a great shop over there, works with a lot of great artists, Miko, Jang, all kinds of people, and he just smooth operation. Great guy. No
Yeah, I
problem.
got a box from them too. And I did order it from Frankie's.
Did you get a Comic Shield when the order came in?
From Big Time?
Yeah.
Yeah, always.
Dude, how amazing are those things? Me and Ryan were looking up where to order
Mhm.
our own last night.
You are a bunch of nerds showing off your comic shield.
Myself was just talking about
That was
it.
hilarious. Everyone's showing off books, and
Well, they're here in Texas, right? Are they in
it's so funny.
El Paso?
Oh God,
This one came from Augusta,
I love
Georgia.
it.
So I don't know.
Yeah, I say, look, did Tyler, didn't you get a comic shield from me?
Yeah.
I shipped you in a comic shield. Now, I hope everyone takes this the wrong way, but I save these as well as my Gemini mailers, and I only use these for people I really know and really like. So big compliment
That's
if you
funny.
receive a comic shield from me.
Oh wow, that's
Did I
actually
send-
super
did I
touching
send
because
you
you
one
literally
back?
sent me garbage and you put it in a nice box.
Yeah.
I might have
So-
sent you it
So
back.
the gesture was what it was. I'm as happy to send you garbage
Yeah.
because it was garbage.
There was some
that you-
banana peels in there, some of those fish bones.
Don't forget the glitter.
No, in
A
fact,
lot,
I
a lot
think
of glitter.
It was a glitter bomb. It wasn't even just glitter. Like as I opened it,
they're about an hour away from me. I think in Grand Prairie.
oh yeah,
Well,
nice.
the
That
prices
is
for those
close.
shields, it's about $99 for what is it, 50 of them, Ryan, or 100 of them. You get them for like $1 a piece for the individuals.
Yeah, $99 for 100 comic shields, and that's just like the regular ones. If you go to the, they have some for slabs apparently, and
Yeah.
those you have to buy those 50 of them for like $212. So
Yeah, but those slab
it's
things
not
are
bad.
those slab things are awesome. Nick, show Ryan. I was trying to explain this to Ryan, but if you open that slab one, you can put a slab in it, and you can slide the smaller comic shield box right in perfectly as well.
What?
That's the,
Why do I feel like Vanna White right now?
That's fancy.
look at that. Look at that. It's like a
That's
Russian
cool.
nesting doll, Ryan.
Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, that is cool.
So this company really put in the due diligence. They were designing and making these things, and they required little to no tape. Like I just mailed that Lois Lane slab from my last giveaway to the winner who's in the Burke fam, and I put it in one of those comic shield slab boxes, and I just took a piece of cardboard and just made a square out of it with one piece of tape and sat it down on top to keep it from bouncing, and it was made it to him perfectly. It's insane.
Strip clubs again? Did we talk strip clubs on here before?
Have we not?
No, we were talking about strip clubs in the Burke fam chat yesterday morning. Yeah,
Oh, I
because
missed
sometimes there's too much glitter in the macaroni.
I missed that.
Glitter and
Oh
fish.
no, Chip! Did you manage to get your IG back from him?
No, he said he didn't. He didn't. He let him keep it.
You give me his address, Chip. I'll find it.
Oh,
And I'm not going to
funny.
return it to you. I'll keep it for you. That's For those you don't know, or like use a pizza box. that was fun watching you unbox that.
Now I have to ask him, like, do they send him like? How do you not know what kind of pizza it is?
We're talking strip clubs again. This is the book that got me into John Jang right here, Draken New Dawn #1. This was a BTC exclusive as well. But I
God,
want this.
I love that one.
I want
Oh,
this
that
one
is a good
remarked.
idea.
This is one of the best cover art to cover transfers, because a lot of times, and I don't know like if this is the case with most artists or if it's just a specific art style, but going from a digital version of it to actually printing on the book can affect it and change it heavily. But this one, dude, it just held up so well, and the computer
Oh.
doesn't really do it much justice. I have this ultra high def camera built into this laptop, and it takes away from it.
No, not a whole lot, because it still looks pretty freaking good, man.
When you have it in hand, it legit looks 3D.
I just said freaking for the first time in my either my life or since elementary school.
Like 6th grade.
No, I was way
Like
past
third
that.
grade.
Yeah, it would have been like 3rd grade for sure.
3rd grade.
Yeah, but I was in 3rd grade for
Yeah,
years.
that's nice, yeah.
For years. This is almost like a homage to Donnie Cates himself. You know, if you go look at his, I don't know if it's his Twitter or his IG or what. That's what he kind of looked like on there.
Not gonna lie though, slightly less impressive after all of the awesome like Superman ripoff characters we've gotten lately that just like beat the crap out of stuff.
Mm-hmm. This was a Kickstarter called Stake
Oh,
about
nice.
vampires or something.
Yeah, people like Steak.
Do you have all of his covers?
I'm missing well, of course there's variations of a lot of them, like the Deceased ones he did, a trade,
Yeah.
minimal trade, which is a sketch, and then the Virgin. And I kind of just go after the virgins of most stuff, unless there's a difference in them. But I have at least one version of all of his covers except for 3 of them, which I'm slowly just ticking them off. I'm not like in a great rush to do it, but about every payday, if I find something like on the awesome deal, I jump on it. Otherwise, I just buy about 1 a payday, just because I'm filling in back issues, really, and I don't miss any of his new drops at all. Haven't for a while.
You know what I find? I find that every single video I've seen Ryan in, everybody wants to talk about the bed.
I already asked
I
him
know.
if
It
was
ruins
a
every
spare
stream.
room. I thought it was a spare room
I
because
don't
it's
think it
always
ruins the
made.
stream. It makes the stream.
But Ryan said he made it like right now. There's no way.
For me, it's like I'm the kind of guy I don't fold underwear.
Yeah.
I don't make a bed. I don't understand. Like
No,
I don't get
I don't
it.
even
Hey,
wear underwear to fold.
I don't even sleep in a bed.
Yeah, or sleep in a bed.
Yeah, I don't want it to get unmade. I think that's the trick with Ryan's bed. They don't actually sleep on it.
Yeah,
No, I'm
It
like
makes-
Superman. I hover just above it.
Ryan's
may
like
be a green
Michael
screen.
Scott. He sleeps at the foot of the bed.
I think it's a green screen. It's actually a green screen.
Yeah, that's what we were saying earlier. We don't even think it's legit.
It's Remy Q Studios, baby.
Yeah.
Let me just get one of these books.
This isn't really fun.
I
I
don't
have no
think I've
idea
seen
how
that one.
bad. Yeah, this is the death metal number 5.
Where's Remy
version.
Q? Shouldn't he be showing up to eat ice cream? or
Yeah,
something?
where is Roomy Q?
I don't know. He
Man.
has the link. He's had the link since.
Oh,
before I went
we've
live.
said his name 2 times, so it has to come up one more time naturally.
Okay.
You can't just say it has to be a natural.
No. Yeah, that's true.
I've been to Houston, not Houston. I've been to Arizona one time. It was It was
Huge
amazing.
difference.
It's the same.
Not
That's
really.
it.
They're right next to each other.
Are you an Astros fan, Nick? No.
He's in Dallas.
I'm gonna tell you that I can honestly say that I hate those.
Yeah. Yeah.
Have they done you wrong in the past?
They cheated my team out
The
of
Astros?
I'm a
Oh yeah, Mark
Yankees.
doesn't know.
I'm a huge Yankees
Oh.
fan right now.
Is that
Mark doesn't know.
is that a soccer team?
Oh God.
Pretty much. at
They
this
might
point,
as well be.
They run around and play the balls, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. They like to juggle them.
I can juggle.
Yeah, they I mean, a lot of teams got caught up for cheating, but the Astros cheated till they won, so they
Yeah.
took the
Shouldn't
biggest
they get an
beating.
award if that
They
makes them the
did.
best at cheating?
They
Oh,
did.
trust me, I've heard that argument here in Houston quite a bit.
Yeah.
Oh, so that was one of
Like,
those.
how's it fair we're getting in trouble? We were so good at it that we won.
That makes me want to like punch the computer hearing you say that people actually say that.
Oh yeah, there's a ton of apologists down
If
here.
I mean, if I was a Cubs fan and that happened, I just don't think I could be either a fan of baseball anymore or a fan of the Cubs. Obviously, clearly, I would not be a fan of the Cubs if that happened. That is insane.
So let me ask you, Tyler, after suffering for that long, and
Well,
finally winning a chip, do you feel like you don't want anymore, or you just?
I mean, it makes like years like after it doesn't feel like it matters now. Honestly, it's like such a big win. It's like, well, we won.
108
Like, oh well.
years? 109 years?
Yeah. Luckily, I wasn't even alive for all of them, but So it didn't
Really?
feel as
You're not an
long. It
immortal?
didn't feel as long to me, but it's still. Ironically, it's funny because everyone always brought up the Cubs, and no one brings up Notre Dame. But I've seen the Cubs win, and I've never seen Notre Dame win. So,
Just from a football standpoint, though, right?
yeah, football.
My
Yeah,
only
they
knowledge of
went-
the Cubs comes from Back to the Future too.
Oh yeah.
Is that the that's the cover, right?
That's the cover.
Yeah, that's the crappy one. Whoa. What is that? I can't even tell what it is.
This is the. Let me see. I would take it out of the case to get less glare, but I don't have my hammer.
When you turned it, that's when it messed me up.
It's Mighty Morphin #1.
Okay.
Frankie's exclusive. So you got the Black Ranger, the Yellow Ranger, pink, blue, red, green, all of them in there. White Ranger. It's a horizontal variant. But dude, it is fantastic. I'm trying to get it out.
I think that would only do justice in person, honestly. That's really hard to see.
Yeah, there's
on
a
a-
lot going
on
on
a
in it. They're all
screen.
like,
Yeah, you can't see any of the details.
Yeah.
they're exploding out of the energy, like the
Yeah,
color.
it sounds
reminds me-
cool. I'm looking at it. I don't even think it looks that
27.
cool. It sounds cool.
Dude, it does sound cool. That's why I keep telling you about it.
Yeah.
I want you to experience it.
Yeah. I like horizontal variants. I think they're cool. That what is it? The second printing of Beta Ray Bill #1.
I don't like when horizontal variants have the title on it horizontally. Like that one you just showed that is a virgin looked fantastic.
Hmm.
But when it says
Yeah.
or sideways, I think it looks pretty dumb.
Yeah,
It's a
but then you
TMNT
also have
Power
like the crossover one that has the crossover logo horizontal, and
Oh
that's
yeah,
pretty fire.
#6.
Yeah, that was
Bomb.
dumb.
Yeah.
Now, I guess this is a good panel to ask because we have a lot of the big brains in the community on this one.
Yeah, me.
Was that X-Force issue way back in the 90s, the first one of those sideways variants?
It was the first sideways comic. The interiors, the whole book is red calendar style.
Wow.
See, some people might say the Cubs winning the series after 108 years are a big deal. But for me, I was around for the first sideways variant. Not many people can say it.
Yeah.
That's a very apt comparison.
Yeah, it's the same thing.
I have I think it was 2018 Claws, the Grant Morrison, Dan Mora book. Their 2018 issue was a sideways like calendar style issue. It was pretty sick. I liked it. The Life and Times of Joe Christmas.
Lee just left it himself big and
I know, right?
I love
All
it.
in these little boxes.
It's another flex move. He's exerting his dominance over us.
He's gonna come
Last
back with his favorite book or something.
Yeah.
Oh,
Mhm.
Oh, nice.
Is the book you were asking about, Nick?
Yes, sir.
oh, that's it. You just pulled it out.
That's what she said.
Yeah.
That's not what my wife or my children said. There's a lot of kids around here. So the whole book is red like that.
Yeah, I remember how awesome that
Is
was.
that the Twin Towers?
Yep.
Yeah, they're on fire.
Wow. That's kind of crazy.
Brian's like, I'm out of here before they make 9/11 jokes.
Oh, and I forgot to pop this up when you were talking about Mike Magnolia before.
Oh no, man! I've never
That
been
is
to New
cool.
York. I'm
That
all
looks
about those
awesome.
9/11 jokes.
Hey, I used to work 2 blocks from there. Be careful. Be careful.
Wow. That's
Wow,
crazy.
did you really?
Yeah. I didn't. At the time, I worked a 3-4 day work week, and it was on the other half of the week. But I worked at a building, 388 Greenwich, which is one of the higher buildings on the West Side Highway. And getting there to work on Thursday night, I had to pass armed guards into a cordoned off neighborhood. And then
Wow.
where I lived at the time, you would see pieces of paper, pieces of burnt paper, pieces of paper flying into the neighborhood. You could smell the smoke, and then actually getting there that day, the way the building is, you can actually look down into ground zero. Very, very surreal thing. I mean,
Yeah,
No doubt.
My
that's
mom,
crazy. Even just hearing that.
this is nothing in comparison, but my mom visited New York for the first time a couple years ago and was able to go to the Memorial Museum. And she said that you see pictures of it and everything, but she said stepping foot in there, like everyone just immediately just breaks down. Like it just becomes just completely overwhelming and everything. And yeah, I can't even fathom having that be a part of my everyday life and that having like to hit home like that. It's all well and fun to make jokes about stuff and make light about stuff, but in all sincerity, that is
Oh,
pretty
yeah.
crazy.
That's like, I don't know. I mean, it's definitely not like my first memory, but it's definitely like the first, I guess, like traumatic memory I have. Like, because I remember exactly where I was standing when I heard
Oh,
that.
yeah.
I remember the conversation. I remember who I was talking to. Like every bit of it, clear as day. Like there's
Why
other
weren't you
things
in
that happened
school?
earlier in my life that I remember, but like not in the amount of detail that I remember that
Yeah.
moment.
I remember I was in Mr. Anderson's math class. I'm in 8th grade. I'm sitting there. He's teaching, and Coach Duncan, who's one of the coaches at school, was literally running door to door. He just slings the door open and just yells, "Turn on the news! We've been hit!" And just dips out of the classroom. So we're all
Oh
like
my God.
disjointed from that. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
what the hell's going on? And Mr. Anderson was retired military. He was a teacher, so he's like calm, collectively just turns it on, sees what's happening, just goes and sits at his desk and doesn't make a sound. And us being 8th graders, we're not even processing it fully what's happening. Then this is first tower stuff, you know. So we saw the second tower get hit live. They're like talking about people jumping out of the buildings, and it just changes us. So we don't even change classes for that day, except at the end of the day, I forget what her name. I think it was Miss Hampton, but she goes around to all the classrooms and gives everyone paper in an envelope and says, "I need y'all all to write down what's going on right now." And they made us all, didn't make us, but they just encourage us to write
Yeah,
down
yeah.
what
That's
we're feeling
cool.
and
That's
experiencing so that we're able to
crazy.
start processing. You know what I mean? But it was wild.
No, just
She was
that
one of our
day.
electric teachers.
Yeah, like I said, I was off, and the girl I was dating, I think I was engaged at that time actually. Her mother worked in the third building that fell, and just getting a phone call at like 8:45 in the morning, just from her sister tearing up. Mommy's in that building. Mommy's right down there, and at first you don't think of terrorist attack because a few years before there were a couple of helicopters or single engine airplanes that happened to crash into a building here and there. So in New York, it would happen. But to see that second plane hit
Yeah.
and then just go from there.
Yeah,
I mean,
that was game changing in that moment.
Yeah.
then you start worrying about who's in the area because everybody commutes to Manhattan. You worry about how people are getting home.
Yeah, that's something I didn't even think about. You hear about people talking about who works in the towers, but who are the people who are not associated with those locations who are just on the ground just trying to pass by? That's still hundreds of people at any given moment.
Then you start to worry about because everything is you have to use a bridge to get somewhere. So you worry about traveling on the bridges. You're like, I'm not going to work that day. And then you start smelling, like I said, the smoke, and you see the papers coming from miles around, just flying, floating. And then just to watch TV that whole day, and you see people throwing themselves out of buildings, and you like, I feel myself tearing up now thinking about it. You know, so completely surreal. And then to go in 2 days afterwards, seeing, automatic rifles, places where you usually get, your juice for the night, triages and all these different supply stops set up and where you work, and the normally busy streets just completely empty. It's just such a surreal experience. Just crazy.
Yep. Yeah, I'll never forget it. I was in 4th grade, so that was definitely an early, like, vivid memory for me too.
Yeah,
They have it
it's
all
one of
playing
those
on the
things.
TV
Like
with
it
y'all?
also,
Tyler?
I wasn't talking.
No, I said, did they have it playing on the TV for y'all, being that y'all were like
Oh,
fourth
yeah,
graders?
yeah. I remember. So I saw the second one hit live, and then the first building fall, and after that they made all the teachers turn it off. So that's all I saw live, which obviously that was a lot of it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
we
was just
stayed
wondering
on
how they would handle that
schedule,
with
so
the
we
younger
went.
kids.
Yeah, we stayed on schedule. I was in, I think, 8th grade, 7th, 8th grade. We stayed on schedule, but like people were coming and getting their kids all day, and every class we went to, it was just they would put the news on, and we were just supposed to sit there and watch it and like take notes and stuff, you know. And it was just like kind of a completion grade kind of thing, like just be here and be active, and you get 100 for the whole day. So
Yeah, I think it was kind of smart, that whole move of like getting, like, especially because like I was 14 or 15, something like that, you know. So
mhm.
just being at that age, like there's going to be a wide range of maturity levels, uh, processing abilities. Like that's a wild age just to be alive, you know. A lot of hormones and stuff, emotions and everything.
Mhm.
So having that go on, and then that, and she was like a humanities teacher or something. She wasn't a regular class teacher. She was an electives class teacher that rushed around to each classroom to get everyone those paper and envelopes, start writing down what they're feeling, just to get the processing happening. You know what I mean? So that kids aren't sitting there and in
Mhm.
shock or suspended disbelief and stuff. That, looking back on it, like that was ridiculously smart.
Oh, it really was. That's some forward thinking right there from
It
somebody,
is.
whoever did that.
I mean, it's even tough now to describe to my son, who's 9, what happened that day. I mean, you kind of don't want to sugarcoat it. You want to let him know what kind of craziness there is in the world out there. But again, just the complete horror of that day. It was just insane,
Yeah.
insane.
Yeah, I mean, I'll never forget it, but man, sounds like a completely different experience for you. Just the same thing, but so different, but still like,
The same,
yeah, still the same. God, I hate you, Mark.
I mean, the other thing for me is like
but
the other
different.
thing for me is like every year, like it kind of becomes more impactful as like I start to realize the flow of time and like the meaning of life, you know? Like, I mean, I was 13,
Well, fill
14
us
when that
in.
happened. And then like at 33, I can look back and like see my children and just understand like what it means to be in that situation and lose your life, you know? Like
hmm
it's definitely something that sits with me harder every year I get a little bit older, you know?
Oh, wait till you hit your 40s, and you'll start to you'll understand that dynamic a little different.
We got Rob the
Oh
Rican
yeah.
in the chat.
I
What's up,
still have to hit
brother?
my 30s, 40s. I'm thinking about 40s.
Yeah, so yeah, I remember like all the news that day. They were worried something was going to happen in Dallas or Chicago because major
hmm
transport hubs there. You know, um, they were worried about L.A. or even like Miami or something. Like all the major cities were on high alert. I remember all the other planes going down in the news and stuff. Like it was a weird time. It was so strange.
I remember the 1 year anniversary too. That
Hmm.
a lot of places shut down, not for the anniversary, but because they were scared something was going to happen.
Hmm.
Yeah, because didn't Bin Laden, when he took the credit for it, didn't he also threaten like this was the 911 like emergency warning, and so everybody was worried there was still like a bigger attack coming down the road.
Yep. Yep.
I bet Pocan had a very unique experience as well. I mean, like unique compared to ours, but being in the military when that happened, can you imagine
hmm
the dynamic shift of yesterday versus tomorrow if that
Yep.
9/11 was the pivot day, you know?
Mm-hmm.
I
Like
can
think of
imagine too.
families impacted.
Yeah, it's either that you're ready to spring into action because that's what you trained for. You're scared to go because
hmm
Because that's
possibilities,
not what you signed up for.
and then also, I guess for the revenge factor, like what happened to us, so we got to go get them, and then I don't know.
Yeah.
Then, like, you're just sitting there wondering what Dick Cheney's orders are going to be, just waiting for President Cheney to decide what's going to happen next.
But I read this last night. This was pretty good too.
Yeah. Tell us about that. That was
Nice
the
pivot.
Comic Vets pick up the week.
You know, it's weird because I would just like to see, like, I see elements of movies in these books. Like for me, it was a little bit of Looper.
Mhm.
I like the fact of who mentioned it yesterday. Was it you, Ryan, who mentioned about the Wi-Fi? The kid
That was Dave. Mark
yeah.
Spector
Mhm.
Comics. He's the
Spector.
one that brought it up. But yeah, that was a great little joke there. Although I felt like that timeline was a little strange.
Yeah,
I guess Wi-Fi could have been invented before it really got popular, but it was like 10 years. I think it's a little bit later than that.
military grade secrets.
Yeah.
But yeah, I thought it was decent. It felt, like I said, it felt a lot like a lot of Looper in there. Just kind of like how Eve felt like Fallout 4 or
Yeah.
that Fallout series mixed with. I don't know if you guys have watched this series on Netflix called Peepo.
I hadn't heard of that.
Anyway, it's an animated kids series about a girl in the future who can like shapeshift and whatnot. It's actually pretty decent.
I'm surprised Finn hasn't found that. He runs through Netflix shows.
Yeah.
Yeah, I really
enjoyed.
go ahead.
I enjoyed Time Before Time. I mean, I agree with the fact that it like kind of feels a little bit like Looper because you're dealing with like a kind of a mafia type scenario where they're using time travel to carry out like mob style services.
Mhm.
And so yeah, that connection's obvious. I think if it had just been that, I would have been like, but he has a conversation with his friend that just gets really dark and twisted, and that's kind of the moment the book actually hooked me. And at that point I was like, I'm in, because like the way that they do that turn, like it's just really cool, and I hope there's more small twists like that throughout the rest of the series.
Yeah, I thought it was really good. I didn't think any of the characters actually like super grabbed me, so I'm hoping the next issue is like all about the characters. We got the plot going, the story. We've got a major thing that's already happened, so now I just want to learn about him and just like have a good character moment
Yeah.
from him or something.
I'm pretty sure Mark's about to say he has no clue what any of that means.
I was about to ask you what's Dota 2.
Defense of the Ancients.
I don't know what that is either.
No?
Nope. What is it?
Government Department of
It
Truth
was-
and 2.
And
I don't know. I mean, it goes all the way back to Warcraft 3. There was a mod for it called, they called it Dota. It got very popular. Valve bought the property and made a Dota 2 that is mildly popular, not as popular as the original. But the guy that made that mod for Warcraft 3, he made his own company. I forget the name of it, but they make LOL, which is League of Legends. And both of those are kind of similar style games.
never mind.
There you go.
I have
So if you could dumb that down for me.
yeah, never mind.
And I would argue
Yeah,
that
it's
League
good.
of Legends is better.
I've heard of League of Legends. I've not. I guess I've technically heard of Dota, but I've just seen the name. I didn't even know what it was.
Yeah.
Does anybody, y'all saw when this week was Bad Idea Day or something, where Bad Ideas sent out emails to people and like, it's Bad Idea Day, celebrate. Do y'all have any idea what that is? Like
No.
what was Bad Idea Day, or
I didn't know there
German-
was a Bad Idea Day.
like Bad Idea publishing companies putting out these difficult books to acquire, especially acquire in good shape, things from another world. They sent out an email that some people shared in some of the chats, and I don't even know what it means. Bad Idea Day.
Yeah. How long have they been around now? Like 3-4
Oh,
months?
the pizza comic. You had to be there with the pizza. You had to buy a pizza or something.
There's I don't know if it was a one shot, but Vendetti had another book. It was like some detective dude eating pizza or something.
Yeah, I pre-ordered it, so I should get it. But I heard that you could only get it that day, so I don't know. I have no idea. I still haven't gotten it because it's at the shop that I don't live as close to, and I don't go there very often. It's so funny. I feel like that's not that far away from me, but some people travel like 2 hours, and I'm like not even trying to travel 30 minutes. I don't know how some people do that. It's crazy.
I see it, buddy.
All right, so I finally found the show that I was talking about. It's called Kipo and the Age of Wonder Beasts. It was bothering me.
Finn, have you heard of a TV show called Kipo on Netflix? It can't be that good. Finn has no clue what it is.
Kids have the worst taste.
You bought any more toys?
I mean,
Ryan?
No, not yet.
Oh,
Actually, I'm on to like the next slippery slope, so
What's that?
that's
What's
available
that?
now if you want to find out more.
I was gonna say what it is. I wasn't gonna put out the details, but you kind of talked about it last night. So I'm gonna say you're key hunting finally.
Oh, really?
Yeah, but not like that.
No, he literally
Just-
lost his keys. They're stranded
Yeah,
at home.
it's
Yeah, right. I mean, I'm chasing grails, but like it's grails that nobody has any interest in.
So are they grails then? Or are they personal grails?
For me?
Is there a difference?
Yeah. They are my grails.
I love previews and ads.
Yeah, my daughter likes Blippi when she remembers.
Does this have to do with Ric Flair?
Woo!
I wish. Be a lot better than "Hi, I'm Blippi."
I have no hate at all for Bad Idea if they want to release their books in this weird way. That's their prerogative. They have it's drawn interest to them, so you can't be mad at them. I'm just personally disappointed that I don't have easy access to them. I know that I can definitely acquire them if I want to put forth the effort, and there's a lot of things out there that if I want to acquire, I have to put forth effort to get. So this just falls into that category. It's just not normal for a comic being released for me to fall into that category. So it is what it is. If I want them bad enough, I'll get them. I just my excitement gets the best of me, and that's where my disappointment comes from because I'm excited to read them, and I would love to talk about them as they're relevant so that I have people to talk about them with. And I just fall into the category of people that don't have access to them right now. And oh well, I'll get them eventually, and like I'm working on getting them, and I hope they're successful in what they do.
100% the same. I would say less disappointment though, more frustration. Like I think their business model is genius, and I'm really excited for when those books are just sitting on shelves and I can grab them and we can all read them and talk together. But I'm very frustrated with how the spec market is like chasing the things that they're trying to stop. So it's more frustration for me. But yeah, once maybe like the end of this year, once people are over the initial rush and they're just sitting on shelves, I'll be really happy to get them and talk about them.
Do you think that they cave from the current business practices? They'll start offering stuff digitally and for more than people just ordering them?
I don't
It doesn't
think they'll
look
go
like
digital.
it. It's
From Bad Idea, no.
Yeah,
We're
it doesn't
already
look like
seeing
it.
their market kind of get straightened out, like ENIAC, good luck. What was the one after that? I don't know. Who cares?
Tankers.
Oh, Tankers. Yeah,
I care,
but then
Ryan.
you see
I care a
like
lot. Haven't you seen my video?
but were impossible to get, but then the next one was like Wellsville, and that one was just sitting on shelves at my shop whenever I went
Yeah, there's
last
a
week. I
ton
think
of
they're sold
those.
out now, but it wasn't the same rush that you saw on those other ones. And even this pizza book thing, I saw that on the shelf, and again, like people were grabbing them, but it wasn't the same kind of rush. So
I never
think
understood.
by the end
about
of the year, it'll
ENIAC
be straightened
anyway.
out.
Was it just because it was the first one? Was that the only reason?
Mhm. That and it had that really cool cover.
I mean, it wasn't that cool.
I thought it was pretty cool.
Yeah, but I didn't think it was cool enough to be like this is.
No, yeah, I think it's a
so
combination
expensive
of
off the
like
bat.
Yeah, I think it's a combination of it was the first book, it was a launch title, it had a pretty cool cover, and it had Matt Kent behind it. I think all of those factors came together to create that kind of rush. But I think they understood that that's how it was going to be in the beginning, even though that's what they didn't want, and they're playing the long game. So I think by the end of the year, yeah, their model is going to get straightened out and it's going to work out for them. But I think the initial thing, like, people are just rushing because of the value of comic books on the market right now.
Yeah, and I think you factor in the fact that this is the first company starting up with a whole bunch of new collectors, so they might have latched onto that too. And like, there's one, I know there's a first print sitting in my LCS, but there's no way I'm paying for it. No way.
How much is it?
I think he wanted 150 at the time, but this was like the first week it came out.
Yeah.
And I don't think even anybody's asking about it anymore.
How much
see,
is it going for now?
this is the counter argument right here. I should not have to work hard to give someone my money for a product they want to sell me. Well, that's a completely true statement, but you put one too many words in. That last word doesn't belong in that argument. That's the kicker.
Me?
What?
Exactly. I should not have to work hard for a product, or should I have to work hard to give someone money for a product that they want to sell? They're selling it. They're selling it no problem. They're selling it exactly how their model affords them to sell it. So they're doing exactly what they're intending to do, and they're doing it very well. So they're unfortunately, the me part, like, I don't fit into that model because there's not a store that is within 2 hours of me. So in a consumer-based market, me is the idea. Like, I should be able to get this. They should be selling. That's where this is different. They're not worried about selling to every single individual me out there. They have this many they want to sell, and to do that, we need to do this, and they're absolutely doing it. I just need this not first print thing to get rolling. You know what I mean? So these shops that do have access to them, I can just put an order in effortlessly and get the book.
Get it.
I don't care if it's first print or not, because I'm just coming from a reading standpoint. So if they get this not first print thing down pat, they can appease the people that are trying to scalp the market and secondary sell them because they're going to be this whatever. And if they get this this not first print thing going, you'll actually drive the values of those first prints for the secondary market people who like to participate in that aspect of the community. Because the more people that can get not first prints are now creating higher print runs, making the first prints percentage smaller and smaller and smaller, thus increasing the chances of it getting value.
And to Burrito and Flash Ray, my shop is not a bad idea shop, so they're not held to those.
Oh, so they just got it.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they're not going to do the digital, they say, but I'm just waiting on.
They're also not doing collected editions.
Yeah, I just want somebody with a scanner to go ahead and do work. You know.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure it's out there already. You know, I think that's.
I've been checking, and I haven't found one yet. Have you, Ryan?
I mean, I haven't really looked for it, to be honest, but I haven't seen it pop up on my periphery anywhere. So I wouldn't be surprised if there is, but you probably do have to dig for it because it's not the kind of book that most average digital readers are looking for.
It goes for. There's one you can buy right now for $70. You can buy for first print for $70 right now. I know it was way higher.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Way higher.
There it is, Triumphant. I know, Scott, a week or so ago, we were hanging out on your stream trying to figure out the name of the company that did those serial numbers, but that's it.
Yeah, I think as they grow into a larger company, they'll start offering more. From what I understood, it was just like a 5-person operation. Forget who that was.
I mean, I feel like this is kind of like a beta test period where they're like, you know, let's limit the amount of shops that we're serving at the moment so that we can like get things down and make sure we understand how the shipping and distribution and stuff is going to work. And I'm sure, again, by the end of this year, those books will be on shelves, and I think they'll probably roll it out to pretty much any shop. They'll probably roll it just over into whatever Lunar or Diamond or something, and every store will just be able to order them.
I hadn't heard that, Nick, that they're 5-person.
Yeah, I forget who did the interview with who the Indian dude was, who's partial owner. But he had mentioned that they were a 5.
Dinesh D'Souza?
Something like that. Yeah.
Isn't that the debater? The guy who debates
You're thinking of
Dinesh
I forget his
Desau.
name now.
It's
Yeah.
definitely Dinesh.
He had mentioned that they
Yeah.
were a small operation.
Yeah, I had heard they were a small operation. I hadn't heard the exact number, but yeah, I know it's like a very small staff that's putting all those books together and getting them out.
Yeah, I'm not seeing ENIAC on that website, Ryan.
Yeah, it's definitely not there.
Sucks.
Oh yeah, DeSalza is the one that does the commentary and steals money and all that stuff.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
this guy's name is Dinesh Shamdasani.
There you go. Yeah, he's one of the people that helped reboot and relaunch the Valiant universe and everything back in 2017. But I think it was earlier than that, 2015 maybe. Anyway, he was one of the founding members of that, as was Matt Kent. And so a lot of people because when Valiant relaunched, it was very popular and it was like this small team, kind of like Bad Idea. And then once it became a big thing, a lot of people have not really enjoyed the Valiant stuff quite as much. And so a lot of the original people got pushed out because what happened was it was bought by like Midway or something. And or some other company, and so they kind of started bringing corporate culture into the Valiant comic production. And so a lot of those OGs that helped like reboot that whole company, they left, and that's the guys that formed Bad Idea. That's why they're doing like the connected universe, but like on the smaller scale, just like Valiant does. That's what Bad Idea is supposed to do, is kind of have like this connected universe, but smaller and better managed. But they were unhappy with the corporate culture that got injected into Valiant once it was bought out. So they left, and now they're doing their own thing.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I wanted that Walesville, and the one Bad Idea LCS by me only had it for pool customers. So.
Oh, really?
But that LCS is like in the middle of a college town. So I think it's a lot more traffic than my local spot. So
yeah, I think Venditti was also on the Valiant reboot as well.
I haven't read Walesville yet. I'm still waiting on Silent Reading Time, but
I've heard good things about it. People seem
When
to
are y'all
like
doing
it.
that again?
yeah, a lot of people like Silent Reading Time.
That too.
I think they really like the reviews of Silent Reading Time afterward.
Yeah,
Dude, that was hilarious.
That was great. That was super fun.
Y'all had it timed out so perfectly.
That was not on purpose. It just kind of worked out. Jim said he ran out of things to say, and he was just saying books that he had read in the past.
There's
Ooh.
comics. What do y'all got planned for the day? I'm off today. I'm excited.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, because as of last week, I was scheduled to be working today, but then I'm like, I make the schedule. I can fix this.
Ain't that the truth? It's the best thing about being at the top of the chain.
Yeah. I think I'm going to be going live with Mr. Chip Getler in a little bit.
Oh yeah, I saw that.
Yeah.
Speaking
of which, this is a good segue. I was reading God Country on Silent Reading that day.
Yep.
I had finished it up, and Chip had mentioned he hadn't read it, so I sent it to him. He's going to be unboxing that, but I wrote on the inside cover who gave it to me, who I gave it to, and I told him when he was done to pass it on and do the same thing on the inside cover.
Send it my way. I haven't read it yet.
It was really good. It was really good. And it came to like issue 4 or 5, and I was like, if I wasn't on Silent Reading Time right now, I'd be crying.
Where was that one?
What are you looking at?
Shadow Man.
Oh,
Yeah,
that was
Mars
good.
Comics, right there. Yeah, Shadow Man. Like anything that Cullen Bunn is doing at Valiant, you should be reading.
I know I've read a bunch of his stuff, but I don't remember what.
Oh, I think I set this for the wrong day.
God, I
Right
hate
time, wrong day.
Oh, I read Murder
Yeah.
Falcon
Oh, you for the
Oh,
first
yeah.
time? For the 10th time.
for the first time.
Dude, we have to hear your thoughts on that. Ryan just reread it again, didn't you?
No.
No? I thought you mentioned you just read it. That was the
No.
last one, buddy.
Because I was going to read it when you guys were live, and I was watching you guys, and then I read it after you guys Sunday. I read it Sunday. It was amazing.
I feel like that's an understatement, but whatever.
Yeah.
Which one was this?
Oh no. Have you heard him talk about it? Like every time he mentions it on a stream, like he's just like, "Oh my god, I can't believe that's what it was."
Yeah, I was. I mean, I knew it was going to be good because you guys have all said it was good, but it was just it had a lot of emotion. All the characters were well thought out. It was also like a little bit funny. It was like everything you'd want in a story, especially for only being 8 issues. It like packed it in. Everything was done really well.
Yeah. It was like ultra mega. Like there's no fat to it. Everything
Yeah.
is essential and important and touches you in a different way.
Yeah. Do you know anything about it, Nick?
Which is the book you're talking about now?
Murder Falcon?
No, I hadn't even heard of it, honestly.
Yeah, I hadn't heard of it either until they brought it up. I want to say it was last Friday or 2 Fridays ago
Mhm.
when we were on this.
I think it was
This dream.
2 Fridays. Murder
Yeah.
Falcon. It's from Skybound Image. It ran from 2018 to 2019. It's 8 issues. It's in a single trade, so it's easy to find and read. And it's Daniel Warren Johnson, if you're familiar with him. He does the art, he does the writing, and it's just like it's this story that just it starts out like really bombastic. You're like, oh, this is just like metal, you know. And then the farther you get in the book, the more it just like starts ripping your heart open until you get to the end, and then you cry.
Dude, the covers honestly have nothing at all compared to what happens inside the book. Like it's not even comparable. Like some of the actual images in the book, but you see with some of the
Yeah.
Ben, bring it here. The 2-page spreads that you see, like I've never read a comic that I had no knowledge about going into it. That I started issue 1. Like I planned on reading an issue right before we left for lunch, and I sat there quietly and read all 8 issues nonstop. I couldn't stop. I teared up a couple of times in it, and dude, the story is just hits home. Whether you like, especially with what's been talked about a lot in the chat group we're all in, it hits home for a lot of people, I'm sure, because there's a lot of people in that chat group that were sharing about personal experiences that they all have in common. Well, this is going to hit on that level for a lot of people.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And the way that
I think this is a good comparison to God Country, like in that
Is it?
like impactful way. Yeah, it's very comparable to that. So Nick, the fact that you like that, I think you'll like this on that same level. And obviously you said you would have cried, so
In fact, I'm looking at Big Time Collectibles has a Hulk cover swipe for the first issue.
Oh, nice. I don't
Okay.
even think I've ever seen that.
Sure. Let's see.
I think the guy that just wandered off has to approve.
he'll approve it.
Yeah, I'm not saying he won't, but you gotta
yeah,
request access.
I don't.
They'll even send it in a nice comic box.
Dude, let me tell you something. Big Time Collectibles is top
Oh, yeah.
notch.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I've never seen
Cool.
that.
Wow.
Mhm.
Still available.
Resale starts Friday.
It was a series that I think
9/28,
everybody
2018.
slept on.
3 years ago.
Yeah,
I can pick it up digitally and I'll read it that way.
did you say it was slept? It's still slept on. It's just like
Yeah, the amount of people that get introduced to it now is like
Yeah.
surprising because it's such a good book. And like the reason that Mark thought I had reread it is because I plug a lot of podcasts, obviously. So Comic Book Club Live, they're recent episode, I think it was Tuesday's episode, they had Daniel Warren Johnson on as their guest. And the best part of that is like it's 3 hosts, and one of them, like Pete, he's like a diehard Daniel Warren Johnson fan, especially Murder Falcon. And like, dude is literally like fanboying the whole time, you know? So that kind of energy is already great to listen to. Like, he's got like all of his like stuff set up, Murder Falcon stuff. He's got like a mug and stuff behind him. And so it's great to see that. But then, you know, the interview's awesome because they're really focused on Beta Ray Bill right now, you know? But then they asked him, they were like, so what about Murder Falcon? Is there more Murder Falcon in the future, you know? And he was like, have they announced Skybound X yet? And they're like, what? And so he told them, like, he has a Murder Falcon short story that he did for the Skybound X event. So there's going to be at least one short story left in the chamber.
That today? I thought
Skybound X
today. I thought it was.
What is Skybound X? I know Skybound is.
I don't know what that is.
I know Kirkman's imprint for Image is Skybound, but what is Skybound X? Is that an event?
Yeah, it's like a big Skybound event where they're like crossing over characters and all that stuff. I'm like 99% sure. Now you are making me question myself.
I don't know. I hadn't even heard of it.
That's what we're
Really?
good at.
They announced it back in April.
Yeah,
April
5-issue
13th.
limited series releasing weekly in July.
Cool.
Yeah, see, Comic Burrito knows what I'm
Skybound
talking about.
Is like Clementine and stuff are coming back. All right, follow-up question. What is Clementine?
I don't know what Clementine.
Clementine is
part of,
from Walking Dead.
Right, the Telltale video game,
Uh,
which I know they don't have that on Nintendo 64.
okay, so I'm out.
And Tyler, you play games, Tyler?
Yeah, but not story-based games because it's too
no.
much.
Those were great stories. They have a really good Batman one too.
Now I did.
Each oversized weekly issue will kick off with a chapter from Rick Grimes' 2000, a story introduced in Walking Dead, reuniting Invincible team, Kirkman and Otley. Yeah, so
I don't know.
weeks of kind of like anthology pieces where you get a bunch of short stories from different characters from Skybound.
I'll tell you what. At the beginning of the year, I was like really excited for the idea of anthologies and more anthologies, and we were talking about them heavily. But now that we're getting more, I'm really, really sick of anthologies. Red and Blue sucks. Urban Legends suck.
I am not an anthology fan at all, and except for when I am. Like, it's like
I am
the
when they're
funniest
good.
thing. Like, I hate them, honestly. I think most of the time they're bad. But man,
Well-
when they're good, like Ice Cream Man, or they can just knock me out of the park. Just
Well, I think that
love
might
it.
be
That's
the
because
secret.
America
Instead of
sucks at 'em.
containing- Yeah, instead of containing an anthology in an individual book, Ice Cream Man takes anthology book by book. You have to get. You don't have an anthology till you have more than one of those issues. Otherwise you just have a story. But when they're taking like Urban Legends, where it's a self-contained anthology with multiple books in one, or Red and Blue, and there's horrible, and there's no effort going in, or there's effort going into them. It's just it comes off as lackluster. There's not enough happening in each story per book to really feel like it's complete.
And do you like them in movies?
Yes.
Like the Legend of Buster Scruggs or
Oh my God, that was so funny, dude.
Four Rooms?
I still haven't watched that.
Yeah, I thought that
That's
was solid, but
James.
like I could never. I'm never gonna watch it again.
Did y'all see that horror anthology Trick or Treat they did years ago?
Yeah, that's like my favorite
Dude, it is so good.
thing ever. It's
Creep
fucking.
show.
Oh,
Horror
Jesus, I did
anthologies
it
are
again.
always great.
What was the
At least I
other
did
one?
it for
I
Trick
think-
or Treat.
VHS?
I've never seen that one.
VHS and VHS2? I thought Burrito was kidding about Rick Grimes having a lightsaber, but I think that's true. I see somebody on the cover holding a lightsaber.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See, I really like
For comic book fans, it's like especially good.
I really like 2000 AD and like a lot of European comics and stuff. They do absolutely great with anthologies, but for some reason, every time American comics try to do anthology stuff, it just I don't know. Like I really wanted to like Urban Legends, but the farther we move down the line, you have some stories are getting a little better, some of them are getting worse though. And so at the end, it's like, yeah, this issue was more consistent in quality, but I didn't like any of the stories as much as I liked them in the earlier issues. So, what do you do with that?
Stop. You just stop.
Yeah, it just sucks because, like 2000 AD, they're printing a weekly book with all these anthology pieces. Japan with Shonen Jump, like that book sells like gangbusters. But then you come to America and it's like they just screw everything up. And honestly,
Morning,
I think I'm not trying to punch up here or whatever, but I think it's the collector market that really ruins anthologies. Because like 2000 AD and Shonen Jump are both printed weekly, and there's no collectability to them. Nobody's collecting them. It's like comics back in the old days. Like you buy it, you read it, and then you give it to a friend or something, and they carry it around their backpack, and it gets beat to hell, But we have such a collector mentality for anything and everything. It kind of ruins the tradability of an anthology.
Yeah.
Is Shonen Jump in that manga style?
Mm-hmm. Shonen Jump is a weekly magazine, and it has like a bunch of 8-page manga pieces. The really interesting part to it is that like the readers, they vote, and so like the worst story every week, like that series gets canceled. So when you hear about like something like One Piece or Dragon Ball Z that went for like 900 issues and stuff, that's amazing because you could be canceled at any point. You just have to have a really bad week and that's it. Like they're going to cancel your series because fans aren't into it, And so it really elevates, the talent. Like you have to be good and you have to be consistent in order to stick around on that magazine. But it's sold around the world. Like people in America buy it up like crazy. So you can only imagine like the amount of money that can be made if you're a really strong creator there. Yeah, Naruto is in there as well. A lot of the major anime series, and the way it works in Japan, they do these weekly things, right? So every week you're trying to pump out a story, and then the good stories get collected into those little manga books that you see that people pay like $8 for and get a ton of story out of. And then if that sells well, then it might get adapted into an anime. So the path to get to a TV show or a movie is pretty long and arduous, but it also means the quality is a little bit better. And the other thing they do in Japan is creators' rights, like the studio, Shonen Jump owns like all the like TV and manga stuff, but creators retain like 100% of like stuffed animals and all that stuff, And so that's why like you see these things like Pikachu's everywhere. That dude's rich, but they're like really good manga creators that are popular that aren't making quite that kind of money because they didn't create something that's sellable as like a stuffed animal or a toy or something, Merchandising rights. That's what I'm trying to say.
Well, maybe that's the whole key right there, because somebody creates something here in America and they'll get nothing while it gets, hugely popular.
Well, that's something that's got me excited about this Nice House on the Lake book from Black Label in DC with Tynan on it, because this seems like the perfect storm for creators with the big labels here, because we know Tynan can write. We know he's an excellent writer when he's giving us his ideas, especially. We know that his indie stuff is where it's really hitting across the board. And this Last House on the Lake is exactly that, but under a big publisher. And Ryan, even though he just left, he's really the one with all this information. He was telling me about how this is going to be the first creator-owned title from DC Comics. Can you share a little bit more about that while I share these exclusive John James cover for the book that sold out yesterday?
Somebody else had mentioned the other day that there's also there's something else that DC had put out that was creator-owned. Like one or two other books. I can't think of them off the top of my head, but this is the first Black Label creator-owned project out of DC. So Even Tynan said, like, you know, we really don't know what to expect because this hasn't been done in this way yet. So it'll, you know, he's you know, cautiously excited for what the possibilities are, having a company as big as DC behind your creator-owned project, you know. But I also saw Scott Snyder had tweeted that they've already crossed 100,000 pre-sales on House on, what is it, the House on the Lake or whatever.
Nice
Nice
house.
house on that.
Nice.
They didn't quite nail the title like they did with Something Is Killing the Children. I think that's part of the reason Something Is Killing the Children took off. That's literally why I picked it up.
Mm-hmm.
Why was it? I'm sorry, I missed that.
Why did I pick up Something Is Killing the Children? Because of the title.
Oh.
I saw the title and thought, whoa, what's that?
You're inherently violent toward kids.
Yeah, I like that.
Okay.
Yeah, with this one, it kind of feels like, what was that Keanu Reeves movie?
The Matrix?
The Matrix, yeah.
Just like that, yeah. No, you had one with Sandra Bullock, I think, where there was some kind of
Speed.
Oh,
No,
it was Bill and Ted. I'm sorry. Bill and Ted.
I was ready to go in on Hardball.
You guys are killing me.
Dude, I love Hardball. Please don't tell me you hate that movie.
I love that movie.
Dude, until the Snyder Cut.
That's probably the first movie I remember crying in.
That's what I was about to say. Until the Snyder Cut, that was one of 2 movies that I ever cried in. And I cry every time G Baby dies. Every time. Because when he's at the funeral, telling the story, and you see G Baby rounding third base, and he talks about when he hits home plate and he just lifts his arms up. It's like that.
Oh my God.
He was lifting the
See,
entire world
Tyler's
up.
tearing up right now.
Oh, yeah.
I just break down.
I'm definitely not.
It's impossible.
Yeah, I love that movie.
The Lake House.
I'm not. I'm definitely not. I'm not crying. What are you talking about?
I'm not crying. You're crying. I'm the only one not crying. My wife's on the couch crying.
Let's just have a silent reading and loud crying.
So it's looking like it's 11 o'clock. This definitely went on longer than I normally do, and I'm very okay with that because I feel like the live streams and hanging out is definitely the most enjoyable part of the channel. And I've been thinking about kind of just redirecting a little stuff on the channel, and I want to
Marvel.
No, I'm not trying to tank the channel, dude. In all sincerity, there's not a place for people who just absolutely keep up with DC can go to get DC content. I get so many people that reach out to me and tell me they appreciate how much we cover DC over here because they don't keep up with a lot of DC, and this is how they're able to do it, you know, and they enjoy the format and the platform and everything. And then I get a lot of people that reach out to me and tell me, I appreciate y'all doing it because I would have slept on this title, or I did sleep on it. I went back and picked them up. Now I'm completely balls deep in it. So I get a lot of people that are appreciative of the DC for numerous angles. Yes, Kyle, question. Because
thank you for
that's
coming
a good
to my
question. My wife just asked, why do people sleep on DC when it's obviously better than Marvel? And the reason why people sleep on DC when it's obviously better than Marvel is because they got into comics via the MCU, being exposed to movies because they didn't start out with comics. They moved their way over to comics. So until you go through this long process of fanboying out over a movie and finding your footing in the books, you can naturally go to what you're introduced to, and you think that that's the standard. You think that this is what's considered good when you're reading hot garbage. So then when you slowly branch out, you find independence and stuff, and then you start hearing about DC, and then you find out that DC is pumping out consistently better stories on a regular basis. Then you have a little springboard for it. And it changes over the years, but right now, DC's putting out the
Get him out of here.
Another question, go.
Is DC better than Marvel?
But you know what, though? Honestly, most of the stuff I read nowadays is independent. Everything that catches my eye and I want to continue reading is independent.
Yeah, that's the same for me.
Mm-hmm.
DC, for me, DC's got killer covers. every best cover out there, I think, has been DC.
Yeah.
Marvel is just I'm tied into that. It's legacy for me, and I tell you, Amazing Spider-Man being one of my favorite characters. The last time I enjoyed reading one of those books.
That's the franchise on this.
Good morning.
We got the two franchises right now. Now look, good morning, Chris. First off, and Chris holds no bias toward one company or the other. He's been reading too long to do that, and I really don't either. Just right now, I just enjoy DC more. I have equal favorite characters. Like I can't pick Hulk over Superman or vice versa, but just right now, DC is putting out better stories overall.
Okay, so hold on. Speaking of bias, as you run your fingers through your hair, why are the two bald guys on the bottom? Much better.
I'm not sure the hornet's nest that I'm walking into, but it sounds very intriguing. And I'm with Nick. You know, they should put the seniority on the top. But you know, I'm with Mark. You know,
kids on the bottom.
Growing up, I enjoyed Marvel. For me, obviously, most of you know I'm a hardcore ASM fan. I've been an ASM reader my entire life. But when I was 12, 13, 14, being introduced to more mature type of comic books, and I don't mean mature like superheroes are mature, just moving away from Archie and the children's type of comic books, I got into the Amazing Spider-Man. But the one I found the most intriguing monthly was the Fantastic Four. But as I matured and enjoyed reading more and more, the Frank Miller DC stuff and the Alan Moore Swamp Thing are stuff that I graduated into. I would say it depends on the, like, almost a decade. Like, there are years where Marvel is cranking out good stories. The Spider-Man Death of Kraven, to me, is some of the best written stuff. But then anyone can counterpoint the Killing Joke and Frank Miller's Dark Knight for that same timeline as well. You know, the 80s and the 90s did give us a lot of stories until the artists started moving in front of the writers in popularity. And then it almost seemed like the artwork was kind of outdoing the stories. And that necessarily is not a good thing when you don't have a strong storyteller. But right now, I would feel DC and independents are way ahead of Marvel. And it almost pains me to say that just because I'm so nostalgic about Marvel. But absolutely, Suicide Squad, Superman's come out of nowhere in the last 6 months, thank God. And Nick Spencer on ASM is doing worse than what Dan Slott ever did. Did I just boot Ryan out? But anyway, so this was just dumb luck that I had an ASM mug, but no. But yeah, guys, good morning.
Good morning. And I completely agree with the if we're talking just strictly on the comic book stories, you know, hey Finn, we're talking just strictly on the comic book stories and the strong writers that are pumping out content from the big two. You have Chip Zdarsky and Donny Cates pumping out notable stories from Marvel right now. There's some people that enjoy Hickman's X-Men stuff, but almost unanimously across the board, you hear people talking about how it's lackluster, how it's just it's just too much or too many stories and not enough content. There's always going to be exceptions, but the majority of people reviewing X-Men stuff are not impressed with it. The majority of people reading anything are not singing home about it unless it was Donny Cates' Knoll run, which is over. It's over. His Thor is just standard books at this point. Venom, who knows what's going to happen. And not a lot of people are reading Zdarsky stuff over at Marvel, but the ones that are reading Daredevil are absolutely saying it's one of the best Daredevil runs in a long time, but still not enough excitement either around the character or enough whatever spec behind it to get people really going over there to get more eyes on the stories. But when it comes to DC, you have Tom Taylor pumping out hit after hit. You have Zdarsky over there doing work. You have Williamson making a name for himself. You have Tynan doing all kinds of crazy stuff. You just have – this is monthly. These people are doing multiple books monthly, and you have whoever's writing Suicide Squad now that's shaking up the game with how good it is. You have John Ridley that came in strong but now is just pumping garbage, but don't touch my Superman, John Ridley. But just the number of notable writers telling consistently great stories that people are like, that's good, that's good. It's not even comparable right now between Marvel and DC.
It's interesting because was it this time last year everyone was thinking DC is almost or getting to the point they may not even exist anymore.
Yeah, now
You know,
they're
where
just
they're yeah, and now
That's what I said. I literally said that
Yeah.
like this last Thursday and the Thursday before. How
yeah.
on Burke's stream they were
Mhm.
always talking about Marvel like a year ago or like a year and a half ago. DC was just not being talked about, and now it's kind of the opposite. I don't know about the opposite,
Mhm.
but it's definitely swung the other way.
I'm not gonna hate on Marvel that much because there are stuff that I pick up here and there. I try to pick up monthly, but sometimes it's just not available because I try to support small LCSs. And
There's a good take on it. Marvel's new X-Men stories are hot garbage a raccoon would not touch. Woo woo, feel hot mess. I'm going back to my corner now. Thank you. Salute.
but it for me it's coming out of DC's future state. Almost everything other than Batman's solo franchise title has just been fantastic, and I don't like
It's all
necessarily
above par.
and I don't like to throw that word around that much, but yeah, when you compare it to some of the other A and B list characters that Marvel is doing, you know, Thor had a really good run there back when COVID first hit last spring.
Mhm.
But after the Black Winter storyline kind of ended and people were talking, and then it shifted into the Donald Blake one, it still really seemed to
There was
cool off.
Hammerfell in between that was really hot garbage.
And it's Venom is an acquired taste in my opinion. But it's same with the X-Men. It's just people who read the X-Men when they were much younger, they pick up an X-Men book today, and it's almost like they're trying to read a different language. And I actually use that term because someone else has said it a couple different times on another channel that I was watching back in the fall. So it's
Didn't they create a language for the new X-Men stuff?
right. You know, when I got back into
I think
X-Men and
that-
I found out they're all on one island, I'm like, what is this? Like Australia? What are we talking about? This is
Yeah,
not
it's not
cool,
even like
man.
it's the first time they did it. And the last time
Yeah.
X-Men was great, arguably, was Astonishing X-Men run. Disclaimer that Joss Whedon wrote. I got you, Ryan. Disclaimer. But that was actually great. And that's when you had Genosha, when all the X-Men were on Genosha, and the Super Sentinel came over and just committed genocide on it, you know? So this isn't even original to put them all on an island. What I think Marvel's good about isolating properties that they didn't necessarily have for sure what they're going to do with cinematically with, because Feige has announced publicly that he likes to use the comics as a springboard for ideas of what to do with the movies. So they're not focusing on telling good stories or building a good continuity or focusing on character this or that. They're just test running story arcs to see what people might respond best to as a proving ground for their movies. And the stories are suffering for that. And the readers are suffering for that. And I think with Venom and its popularity, you just happen to have something hot going on with Venom when a lot of traction, a lot of extra traction caught on with the MCU, with Endgame and all that, and more people sending eyes from the movies over to comics. And if that's what was going on, that's where a lot of people started to look right at the time the movie was coming out and just created this random fanfare of new people onto Venom because they're thinking, oh, this is what's cool. So let me jump into what's cool right now. And people just haven't tasted real good comic stories or longevity. Like once you spend a couple of years in comics, you really start to be able to like kind of put it into groups of what is actually ongoing continuity, what is just a contained little thing, how does this measure up to this legendary story, does this hold up, you know, you actually you got to get a couple years in to really get a feel of where stuff is going to fit into it. Then that's why, like with me, I read King and Black Knight. This is just another lackluster run of the mill garbage. Like it was fun, don't get me wrong, but longevity wise there's really not much to it. It's not going to be talked about years from now at all.
Well, I don't hear everyone begging for Sentry to come back to life, so we'll see. You might be right about the King in Black.
I would like to see him come back. I was working at my LCS when they introduced that character, and dude, talk about a rollout. And there's just because I've been reading it for a while. There's just this little thing with Sentry and people getting ripped in half. Like his introduction in it was like New Avengers issue 3 or something with a breakout on Rikers Island. That's how that team was formed. They all just happened to be on Rikers when a breakout occurred. And Sentry had put himself there. Bob was just sitting there with a beard and long hair, the shadowy figure. You have no clue who he is. And the breakout happens, and he doesn't care. He's just letting it all go on around him. He's just staying there to protect everyone else from the void. But then Cletus Cassidy's cell opens, and that's when he gets involved. And he just exits his cell, grabs Carnage, flies up through the ground, through numerous layers, all the way straight out. No one knows who he is, into space, and just rips him in half. Then you don't see him again for a while. It was epic. It was awesome. And then fast forward a little while, you have Ares on the team, and he just grabs Ares and rips him in half. And then he gets ripped in half. There's a thing about getting ripped in half with Sentry. Pretty cool.
So
it's like
are
his
you
signature
saying,
wrestling move.
are you saying Sentry's going to be in Let There Be Carnage?
He's going to be what?
Is he going to be in Let There Be Carnage?
Oh, man, wouldn't that be cool if he did this mystery character shows up and rips some people in half?
Him and Null?
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
Yeah, we already talked about that. Were you on for that?
No, I don't think I was.
No, it was probably right before you jumped on.
And by the way, that new Avengers run was great.
It
Love
was.
that story.
Talk about great buildup at the time. Like, Marvel's continuity was really crisp because, they brought Spider-Woman onto the team and made her a key player. And then fast forward like 2 years and we hit the Secret Invasion and find out she was really just like the Skrull, like, Empress. That was like who she was posing as for a while. And that Secret Invasion arc was so good. And they're about to crap on it so hard in the MCU, which I hope it plays well to a general audience. I really do. I'm at the point where I've come to terms with I'm the way that my brain works. I don't mean to, but I punish myself with my expectations, even trying to keep them low or reminding myself that it's just lending from it and stuff like that. I'm just always disappointed because there's so many epic moments and key parts that are memorable about these stories that are crucial to the story having the heart that it does, but they leave them out of the adaptations every time. Let's see what Nick has going on here. It looks like a flex.
No,
That's a
you
physical flex.
just had mentioned that. And like I said, I'm trying to reorganize.
Yeah. That's such a great run. Who was writing it, Nick?
It was Bendis at the time.
Boom. Boom. He is capable of good books. He's great with teams.
He was good in this series too.
The Initiative, yeah.
Remembered how much I loved reading that stuff in the early aughts.
Y'all think they're going to bring back the Black Winter for something?
I don't care.
100.
I think there's too many books sold of those few issues for them not to attempt it at least.
Yeah, I ended up with a graded copy of his first appearance by accident.
I think we can all agree he went out like a bitch.
Yeah. I don't disagree with that. I don't think that he's going to have like some kind of crazy spec value or something beyond like a flash in the pan kind of moment when people realize he's coming back. But I do like that he still exists in Thor's mind. Like everything that Black Winter did to him in that last fight, like that all resonated with Thor. That's why in Hammerfell he's so haunted and he's like, I got to figure out what's going on. Why is the hammer getting heavier, but for everybody else it's getting lighter? And then he's like, I still can't figure this out after 2 issues. I need a vacation. And so he switches with Donald Blake, and that's where all of that came from. He was trying to get away so he could sort his mind because the Black Winter very much occupied a part of his brain, and he can't escape it now. He showed him how he dies, and Thor is very scared of that. Especially now that he's a king. He's beyond God status now. He is a king, and yet he's still afraid of death. And I think that's something that, people can connect to and relate to. Like, as you get older and you see everything that your life has left behind you, and you're more proud, like, that thought of death never leaves your mind. It just becomes that much more present. And so I feel like Black Winter really haunted Thor. And I think when he returns, he's going to be more powerful than he was before. And we're probably going to see Beta Ray Bill's series start to wrap up right there toward the end of the year. So he'll be coming back into the Thor continuity. You'll have Thor that's been dealing with all of his inner turmoil. He might give up his king status and become Thor again. I can see that happening. So toward the end of the year, I see Black Winter coming back. You're going to have the new Donald Blake. You're going to have Loki, the storyteller, not the god of lies anymore. You're going to have Beta Ray Bill confident in himself and more powerful than ever. And you're going to have Thor like finally sorting out his own personal problems. So there's no reason to me that this is not going to be like November, December. I think we're going to get like a Thor mini event kind of thing. That's just like the Black Winter, and he is going to show up and wreck shop.
You know, after that comment, I think you are ready for what life is going to send you in your 40s.
I hope so. I wasn't prepared for my 20s or 30s, so maybe I can get a head start on those 40s.
Day by day, man. So you just got to take it day by day when you're in your 40s. Live for the weekend.
Right? Yeah, I'm positive Black Winter's going to come back. He's not going. I mean, to steal Chris's comment, Donny Cates confirmed it. I mean, that means little to me, but because Marvel can change their mind at any moment. But
Donny Cates also confirmed that Crossover 3 was a must pick up.
Yeah, it was. Don't you remember what happened?
Yeah, it was a must not pick up. I actually do remember what happened. There's a huge kaiju Jaeger battle that happened out of left field on the side of the road. Madman was introduced. The paybacks got thrown in there. So I do remember that story really well, but not because of how good it was, but because that was a realization of how disappointed I was in it. That it was great, but it's written for a very specific audience that I unfortunately wasn't a part of because I'm not Donny Cates conscious. That's who it was written for, which is personal mine.
Do you have high hopes for issue number 7 and the new creative team?
Yes.
It's only issue number 7, and I have high hopes for that. Then we're right back to Donny Cates on it. It's a one shot.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I heard too. I said it after issue number 2. I said it to Lee that I thought crossover would be amazing if Cates wasn't on it, and I guess we'll find out. We'll find out next issue.
Head like Sigmund Freud and cocaine.
Well, whenever in doubt, Colin Zdarsky, it seems to be the magic formula in the last year or 2 years.
I'm still mind blown how people like. Well, I guess it makes sense for Tynan, but people like Cates get so much attention and so much praise, but at the same time, they're known across the board for not being able to tell complete, full stories. Like, he's literally known for selling books and being bad at it, at writing them. If you want to get down to it, like, what is Cates known for writing? Oh, he can't finish a story. That's literally his shtick now. He's great at self-promoting and not paying off. So why is he so like fan crazed for when you have people like Williamson, consistently awesome, Zdarsky, consistently awesome, perfectly well-rounded, Tom Taylor, who like if that like he definitely has a shtick to his stuff. It's more edgier and hard-hitting, and you can guarantee that it's going to go pretty intense for its genre. But why does Cates get so much of the love that he gets compared to those guys?
Because he's a hype machine.
The spec market dictates it.
He sells on hype, and with the spec market being the leader in sales these days, that's what happens. He hypes everybody up. They go buy 25 copies, and then look at that. Look how many copies we sold of this book just because Donny Cates is on it. But it's not the book itself that sold. It's his hype on social media that the spec market buys into.
That's unfortunate.
But I mean, I've been complaining about the same thing. Like, there was like 30 issues of Batman that every single month I would like turn on YouTube, and it's just everybody complaining about how much they hate Tom King and his Batman run, while I'm sitting there reading Joshua Williamson's Flash. Like, if you don't like him so much, why don't you just start reading Flash and love this, you know?
I did,
but people don't care. It's all about the character.
I did not love Flash when they started having like all these flashes, and the flashes were flashes, and then they were like different flashes. I just was so lost.
That sounds like the current run.
I did not like it at all.
So it's kind of
I
like
love Williamson's run.
That would be cool, Austin, to see a connecting cover set of yours.
Yeah, no,
I mean,
I'm way more interested to see what Austin does with the connected covers than I am to see what anything happens at all in the series.
Yeah,
Here, Finn.
I don't know. I really like the thing that I liked in Falcon and Winter Soldier was Russell Wyatt, John Walker. I really liked his character because it gave us new perspective on what it means to be Captain America and like how heavy that mantle really is. And so I really appreciate the same thing out of Williamson's Flash. Like he brought in regular people and gave them speedster powers, but that showed you like how much of a person that Barry Allen had to be in the first place, even to be able to be the hero that he is, you know? I mean, they gave, what's his name, Detective August, they turned him into a speedster, and look at how fast that went wrong. Because he didn't have he didn't have the internal, constitution to do the right thing all the time, you know? So I always like whenever they bring in like regular people to kind of contrast what the difference is between a hero and just a regular person with powers.
Also, look at where it went wrong with Godspeed. They created him, and within a year, he was already on a set being filmed for a live-action show that nobody really cared about, and just another speedster. But just seeing them fast-track characters like that kind of lends to the argument of being able to pull Null into a Venom franchise this early or something like that and just bastardize the character just to get him in there.
Yeah. I mean, it's like I said about Department of Truth. Like, I do not believe that they optioned Tynan's Department of Truth for a TV show. I think they optioned the concept of Department of Truth to make into a TV show, but I don't think it's going to be anything like the book at all.
They
Not
just
even a
wanted
little
that.
bit.
I was like, they just wanted that trademark title.
Mm-hmm.
We'll
why?
see.
Because,
We'll see.
Because what market would they be trying to guarantee to like the initial success for it? You know, if they're not going to try to lend to the source material, you have to bring the
X-Files
fan
2.0.
base over, right?
Yeah. I think they are going to push it hardcore toward the X-Files audience, and that's what they're going to try to get out of Department of Truth as a show.
Dude, X-Files is so good though. Like even when, do you remember a few years back when they like brought it back for like one limited season? Dude, it was even fantastic. Like it took you right back to it. It just was perfect. Like that's, I don't think with things that are that iconic and that unique, like there hasn't been another X-Files since. There's been stuff like the show Fringe and stuff that tried, and even though it was a good show and like lent to itself well, you can say, oh, it's kind of like a new X-Files. It still doesn't come close to what X-Files did or delivered.
I think Disclaimer. I think.
For Fringe?
Yeah. Wasn't that a Joss Whedon creation?
I'm not sure, but in case, disclaimer. We'll throw that out there.
If it was,
Let me fix this.
Well, and that's his MO too, right? Like he did all those shows for Fox that were really good and just got canceled like real quick, you know. Firefly, I think Fringe, he had that Dollhouse show that people said was really good. I never saw any of it, but it was only like 1 or 2 seasons again. Like Fox did him so dirty.
No disclaimer needed. That was J.J. Abrams on Fringe.
Oh, J.J. Abrams, he's about to ruin Superman. Okay, hold on. Here we go. There we go. J.J. Abrams.
He did almost ruin Spider-Man too in the books.
Forward about him yet.
No disclaimers yet.
Yeah. But I don't think J.J. Abrams is going to be the one. He's not the shot caller for this. He's the production company for this. That has nothing to do with it. This is all Warner Brothers trying to. They're so sour about the success of Zack Snyder. They are so sour about it that they're actively and publicly. They're not meaning to be this obvious, but they are just trying to discredit and plow through what is the success of the Snyderverse at this point. It's disgusting.
I saw Gal Gadot say something. What was it, like yesterday or a couple days ago?
Same thing about
Well,
Whedon.
she just she confirmed what had already leaked out.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, Warner Brothers might be biting off more than they can chew because The Rock is wanting to go head to head against Henry Cavill Superman on the big screen. And when The Rock wants to do something, he's not going to strong arm his way. He's just going to be The Rock and be so damn lovable and awesome and positive and bring such a big wave of support that it's going to be hard to argue against, you know? Like the dude knows how to sell stuff. So why Warner Brothers should just follow his like social media accounts for ideas. That's what they should do. Instant success.
It's a tire fire. Let's be honest. Like they give us something that's like Mark mentioned a few times. They give us a film that turns out to be an event. It's a once in a generation type of an event. I don't necessarily mean the film itself was the event, but everything surrounding it. It millions and millions of hashtags go around, and you think they'd learn their lesson, but it seems right now they're not. They're trying to separate themselves from Henry Cavill, who's done nothing but been a good soldier. He's kept his mouth shut even during the hashtag era for the last 2 years. He never said anything. Affleck got on board. Gal Gadot got on board. Right? They all got on board except for Henry Cavill. He kept his mouth shut. And who's the one that they seem to be in the last 90 to 120 days seem to be picking on the most? Henry Cavill. You know, I know that, Mark, right now, like you're talking MCU and talking about stories and that, but they seem to be pretty quiet when it comes to letting the dirty laundry hit the public air when it comes to that thing. Whereas Warner Brothers is just like, you know, any news is good news, and it doesn't matter if it's Joss Whedon or Affleck or whatever. It's just like any news is good news. And for those who love the storyline, it leaves a real sour taste.
Yeah, they have the absolute worst PR team in the world because, like, after everything that happened, right? Ray Fisher comes out. He's like, hey, I had all these problems. Other people supported it. We get all the proof and evidence we need to know that Joss Whedon was a total piece of crap. And then yet HBO still goes on to air his show. Like, Warner Brothers, they seem to be trying to separate themselves from Zack Snyder and Henry Cavill and, like, the people that everybody wants to see. But then they're still working with Joss Whedon, even though they know how bad that looks for them. So I don't understand what their PR team is doing.
And I'm not pro Joss Whedon at all at this point. Not after seeing the Snyder Cut, not one bit. But I'm also not pro cancel culture. And being a dick is not illegal or a disqualifier from getting to be creative and attempt to sell your stuff. And if you want to be a dick, I can choose to watch and support it or not. But
yeah,
if being a dick was a crime, I'd be in jail.
I mean, Tyler's on the panel.
Yeah, Tyler's on. My wife just said facts.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying like cancel Joss Whedon, but you would think when your PR is looking that bad, you would make a different choice. Like, you can keep the Nevers or whatever. You can take it and shop it to Fox or whatever. I'm sure they'll pick it up for 1 year. But, you know, like, if it was my company, I would not want the PR of sticking beside Joss Whedon right now, you know?
That's cool.
I think that the PR department for WB must be at the bar with the editors of Marvel Comics.
And here I was gonna.
They're not at work.
Did you know that me and Nick are gonna sleep together?
Ooh.
Oh no, that came out wrong. We're gonna sleep together in December.
What did I just come into?
Oh no, Slot may be keeping us warm.
Oh,
Dude, how long have you been down there? How long have you been down there, buddy?
Just a few minutes. No biggie.
Okay, because I never had this many people on the panel at once. And I didn't realize it, but I can see all y'all at the bottom. But I just noticed I could see just the very top sliver of another one. I had to scroll down to see you. I'm sorry about that.
Good. I was enjoying the talk. I got to get up earlier, apparently.
Jason,
we decided to stay on
4 hours.
Jason only has 2 more weeks of being champion on rap champion.
Oh, shots fire! Shots fire!
No,
The only guy I'm worried about is Adrian APM. I mean, when DJ said Tyler was coming, I was like, who?
Freebie.
Oh,
No, this is too easy. I already have my whole rap written.
Nice.
I was hoping
Hey,
we could
Super
just do it
Jess.
last night.
Mark says hi.
We also
Hi.
Y'all look like y'all are captaining the Enterprise over there. I can see her chair, and now I just realized she's sitting beside you, probably on her own computer, and you're
She's
sitting
doing
here.
taxes. She's
Okay.
filing our taxes right now. The fun
Nice.
stuff. I'm doing
That
the
is-
hard work here. She's doing all the light stuff over there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Numbers are consistent. There's nothing difficult about them.
So I heard you guys talking about one of my favorite shows, right? X-Files. Love that show.
Oh, for real? Yeah. Who doesn't?
Yeah, it was
Yeah, I
great.
remember when I watched the Fluke Man episode, I was afraid to go to the bathroom for a long time because I was young when X Files came out, you know. But between Look Who's Talking To with John Travolta and the Fluke Man and X Files, I was afraid of the toilet.
All right.
That's a good Canadian show, by the way, guys.
Oh, here we go. Somebody
I
got
wish that Canadian mail system would hurry up.
I'm gonna go outside and rake the leaves, and he's gonna say, "Leaves? That reminds me of Canada."
It's a good Canadian commodity. Leaves are.
You guys got some sunshine there finally, huh?
Once a
It
year,
is
we get a little bit of
Wednesday.
sunshine. Yeah. Melts the snow, and then it snows the next day. But no. But yeah, I think we all can agree we kind of miss the X Files, but yeah, is what it is. And Fringe, by the
surprised
way,
you're
that
doing
was
it.
Canadian too.
Yeah, Anna Torv was Canadian, I believe.
Fringe was okay, but it definitely was no X Files.
No, not at all. It was good. It was good for what it served. It had a nice cult following. Let's be honest. It stuck around for 4 seasons,
Yeah.
and they did have an actual really good cast, in my opinion. But you know, when you're used to X Files and you get Fringe, it's just you're going down a different street. It's just not the same.
Yeah, I hope all of our expectations aren't too high for Department of Truth after a show like X Files, because I'm not sure I don't think it's gonna meet that expectation. I don't think it's gonna meet the expectation of the book.
I don't think anything will ever hit. Then people be like, okay, this is better than X Files. This is what we've been waiting for. Nothing will ever be able to replace or top that bar. That's now the gold standard that everything has to just metric itself by.
Yeah, I'm starting to feel old.
X-Files is probably the progenitor of all of the series we're seeing, like out of Netflix and the streaming world. That idea that you could like connect a whole season and tell a meta plot and stuff, but also have all these great episodes. X-Files is probably the first show that I can think of that really did that. I don't know if there was something before it, but
Definitely
that's
not
my
before,
earliest
but it
memory of
paved
that
the
kind
way, I
of
think.
storytelling. Mm-hmm.
Like, I know this is one of my guilty pleasures. I'll probably get laughed at, but you guys ever watch Supernatural? Or you guys are all like,
no.
Familiar with it, but no.
I've heard it's
Yeah.
good.
It's kind of like that, like X Files thing where it tells a long-term story, but it has all the little short stories in between. Really good show. If you guys are into the whole supernatural, like John Constantine kind of demons, and it's a good show.
Mm-hmm.
I think I know where it's filmed, Jay.
Oh god, here we go.
Is it in Canada?
Off and on.
All right, so I'm getting to the point where all these Canada check marks should be turning into check marks for us, because is it our fault that your dollar's so weak and everyone can go up there and just
Wow.
I was gonna
Whole
say,
new
what
level.
does it say? What does it
Whole
say
new
for the
level.
country that it's cheap to film there, but the citizens have to overpay for everything?
Our dollar is weaker against yours because we have to pay for our health care.
Healthcare, exactly.
Hmm.
That
Yep.
free healthcare you guys have up there.
We get free shipping though.
Free. Free shipping does exist in Canada.
No, it doesn't.
And their bacon is
And-
not as good as
You
that.
and
just
like-
have to ship
And
it
like you
within a
guys,
country that
we
nobody
get
wants
free
to be
refills too.
Show that cup again.
We get, if you notice,
What is that? What is that red thing on the art?
in.
Why is
Completely
that
ruins
there?
the logo. What is going
Yeah.
on there?
In case you guys weren't aware, I'll tell you the truth. McDonald's that's in the United States and McDonald's that's in Canada are actually two different companies that just share the same name. In the United States, McDonald's is more of a real estate company. They buy the land, then they build the restaurants on top of it. It's not quite as structured that way in Canada, but the McDonald's that's in Canada is the one that's more worldwide as well. It has the ones that's in Europe and the first one that was in Moscow back in the 90s and that. But yeah. And another big glaring difference, in case I know that Jay and Ryan and Mark know what I'm going to talk about. So you guys know what this is, right?
Macaroni and cheese.
Kraft macaroni
Yeah.
and cheese.
No,
Well,
sir,
that's
it's not.
macaroni dinner.
That's Kraft Dinner in Canada. It's called Kraft Dinner.
KD, huh?
They're not big
And,
fans of overeating.
And this serves a family of 4 in Canada.
Right, that's only
Where-
one American serving.
Where it's just a-
That
it's
serves
a side,
1/4
right?
of
A little
a
snack.
family of
That's a
4
side.
here.
That's a
One
side.
American served.
One American side.
Does anybody else find it odd that he had a box of mac and cheese sitting right next to him?
No, actually, I was going to bring up the fact that he's sitting in a man cave surrounded by a sport that
Yeah.
don't even exist there, and yet,
And
but yet
McDonald's.
he always seems to
Football
have a
does
box
exist in
of
Canada.
Kraft macaroni and cheese sitting around. It's
See
weird.
this McDonald's cup and this mac and cheese?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Combine them,
Just-
you get Canada.
I just oh man, here I am not joining the Tyler Sucks movement, but guess who the newest charter member is?
Hashtag coming.
Holy cow.
Oh, I guess I just live in my own filth. I'll be
That's so un-Canadian of you.
Call the Mounties.
yeah, but no, a lot of filming gets done in Vancouver and Toronto because Toronto can mimic both Chicago and New York, and Vancouver is just just an extension of the Pacific Northwest. I'm sure Jay can verify that, no problem. But yeah, it is what it is, and it's just the Canadian dollar is usually sitting around 75, 70 cents American continuously over the last 30, 40 years. So it is what it is. But man,
Hey, but those Canadian price variants go for a lot more.
oh yeah. But yeah, like there's only 40 million of us, and there's more Americans in New York and LA combined than there is in all of Canada. So you got to give me my little shout out when I get the opportunity. But no,
That's kind of how it is in Oregon. Like when I lived in LA for the short time I lived there, there's more people in LA County than there is in the entire state of Oregon. It's crazy.
Yeah.
I prefer my Oregon and my small towns now. Like traffic is like, there's like 5 cars on the road.
I grew up in the country where, like, rush hour, like bad traffic was just like a tractor with a hay bale, like in the way. They would like pull off in a driveway, and like 4 cars would go by, and then they would get back on the road and putter down.
Yep, that's like a weekly thing here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it makes me a little crazy though, being a big city boy and having everything cramped up and your neighbors, literally next door. It like we go to my wife's small town family in East Texas. I go crazy like 2 days and I have to leave because everybody's so nice. Things are spaced out. Gas stations aren't open past 8 o'clock. It get a little crazy.
Yep.
So just a heads up, if any of you guys were after that nice house on the lake, I just got it sold out in 24 minutes yesterday, but they're going to put up a second round of limited ones today, and it goes up at 12 o'clock noon Eastern time, in case anyone was wanting to get it.
What's that Canadian time?
I think yesterday, or
Or tomorrow.
It's either yesterday or
We
I
work in the future here.
They're advanced.
But to speak on what Mark's saying, for those that didn't get the John Zhang variant, Comics Kingdom, which is based in Western Canada, still has some of the trilogy covers that he's put that is still available.
Do they still have them available now? Because they're partnered with Comics Elite on this one, and
Yeah.
I know that Comics Elite sold out first, but I thought that Comic Kingdom also sold out yesterday as well.
Oh, I received an email blast this morning, and they were still plugging it. Maybe they sold out of the trilogy part of it, but they were selling it. They were selling one, or the A, the B, the C together, then the A singularly, then the AB together.
Yeah.
And that was just
A, B, and C is $71 on that site right now.
okay.
That's Canadian, yeah.
No, that's
So-
actually US.
That's the U.S. dollar. I'm about to say yesterday I got it with the discount code because they applied an automatic discount code at checkout yesterday with Comics Elite. But I know that they should, even if they sold out, they should be having more for sale today. But I've been getting a good fair amount of stuff from Comics Kingdom in the past couple of months.
So you
And it
can
looks-
still get them probably a little cheaper than the American purchase, but then you're gonna have to spend like $9 million in shipping to get it to
No,
you.
they have
Really not
whatever
bad.
agreement with shipping companies. The shipping
Yeah.
is the same, man.
Wow, that's impressive.
It is. What
Plus
is
you're
They're just
shipping it
desperate
to
to get it
Canada.
out of
It's
that
going to cost
country.
you like $100.
Yeah. The Flash just put out a new video recently. I think it was last week. Went over some awesome haul that he had. The stream has been going on for 3 hours and 55 minutes. Not bad. Not
Wow.
Yeah,
bad. Hashtag watch out.
I mean, we're only like 20 hours short of
Yeah. 20
beating the
hours to
whack
go.
record.
Let's do it.
So I guess what I'll do is when I gotta leave to go somewhere, I'll leave this up and I'll just go get my tablet and set it up in front of the computer and just hit a playlist for At Weeks In so everyone can watch this video of me streaming At Weeks In.
Right.
Get those watch hours up. No, my watch hours actually have like just exploded in the past about 2 months. Like they exploded.
You guys put so
Yeah.
much information out on your videos. Like when these, like
Thank
when
you.
you're at week's end and these videos like here, it's just so much information. It's hard not to watch.
Let me tell you something. I was just thinking about as we've been doing this. If think back, Tyler and Nick and Ryan, what all have we talked about throughout this? We've talked about the variant situation. We
Nothing.
talked we've gone through a
Bad
laundry
idea.
list. Of topics.
Yeah,
Bad
yeah.
idea,
We
bad
have
idea,
talked about it a
bad-
lot.
And in all
Canada?
sincerity, we talked about 9/11, like yeah, the whole "Where were you" segment. Like in all sincerity, like a serious moment, like with us and everyone in the chat. You
Oh
know,
yeah, that's true.
talking candidly on like
Yeah.
where we were at when all that happened. Like this,
Mhm.
so these are like the best part of the channel for me. We'll go in there, but
Yeah.
like
That's
this
what
is
I
the-
always say, Austin. Whenever I'm working and like a stream's going, I'm so sad when it ends.
Yeah, because then you
That's
gotta
cool,
take
bud.
out your phone and pick another video to watch.
Yeah,
I was
Or
thinking
listen
about
to
it, but
live is way better too because then I get to bother everyone in the chat.
I told my wife that like I kind of just let this ride, just to let it ride out. All right, but I can't really just go on forever on At Weeks In. Like I work the next morning, and then on Tuesdays when I go live, I do it during nap time with the kids because I'm here by myself with the kids. But I realized the other week when I left to go do my normal thing at my normal routine time that y'all were able just to hang out for as long as y'all were able to. So I'm like, I'm just going to do that. I'm not pressed. I don't know why I do everything on a strict routine and nothing going on. So this is the most enjoyable part of for me with the channel. I'm just going to ride this out for as long as it goes.
Yeah.
It's pretty much the staple of your channel, really. You're at week's end, I think. It's what most people.
Yep.
Is what I tune in to watch the most. All these different opinions, and
No.
you and Ryan,
Yeah.
have this chemistry. It's amazing. You guys,
We've
yeah.
already sent each other Valentine's Day gifts.
Nice. Which side of the bed do you sleep on?
Well, he still makes me sleep at the head of the bed.
Yeah, this is definitely
I
my
sleep at the
side,
head
and
of
then
the-
he sleeps right here, and then my wife, she just doesn't exist sometimes.
We
I
haven't
sleep at the head of the
determined
bed,
that
and Ryan's head
Wow.
just lays right here on my
It
heart.
doesn't exist.
I just rub his furry face until he falls asleep. Doesn't take long. Doesn't take long. Exactly, Nick.
Stephen Birkland.
Where did this?
I didn't know
comment
you
go?
had 2 channels. No wonder you have so many subs.
Is that his alter ego?
That's
Metal
teacher
Guy
Steve.
Justin says
He's like
there's a
Bad Luck
petition
Brian.
to retcon Doomsday Clock. Would anyone like to join? I would not. I would not, because I think the Doomsday Clock, with all of its faults, which it has plenty, especially with distribution, that it was a perfectly fine story for its purpose of capping off the New 52. I thought that was a good way to do it. I was happy to see that the Watchmen characters were kind of brought into continuity loosely,
Why are you talking to this guy?
but
Get this guy off the screen.
I was happy that they brought in the Justice Society at the end.
I think
didn't have, like,
he's
crazy
always
up-
the guy that just brings up Doomsday Clock all the time. And one
Is
of
it?
them,
Did he
right?
change his name again?
I don't know. He's done it like 5 times.
What would be the retcon? I don't even know what the
That it
retcon
doesn't
would be.
exist anymore. And
Well,
then
to take it,
No.
there's one thing.
I
I
thought
don't
that's
know.
kind of
he
what-
can,
I
he
thought
can
that's what
delete it
Death
from
Metal
his
was.
brain. Hey, I mean, it's cool if you don't like it. That's cool.
I have a
What?
headcanon for everything, so
You want us to send you the
don't
link,
care.
Steve? We can send you the link.
I don't like Jason slot it up, so I just spread rumors about him. Just do
Yeah,
that. Spread
That's
rumors
what you're
about Doomsday
supposed to
Clock.
do.
Yeah.
That's what actually. That's why he reached out to DJ just to come on to the rap battle, just because he wanted to talk shit.
Yeah.
He sent me a letter. Actually, I'm going to be opening that on Chip's channel here in a second. So,
Oh, good.
yeah, he sent me a letter about how much he hates me. So I'm going to be reading that out loud.
Yes, I did.
I really hope that, what was his name? Alexander was the guy who would like spam everybody's chat about Doomsday Clock.
Here, there's two names.
There's
Yeah,
like
I-
3 of them. There was
He popped up on
him, this
Slim
guy,
Comics.
Mau Mau. There was a bunch of them.
Yeah, Mau Mau was the other one that was spamming Slim Comics chat. That was the first time I noticed he changed his name. He's like, y'all should check on Alexander. I think he's
dead. Yeah.
So
Steve's at work.
he was, yeah,
But that's
he's a babysitter, right?
Yeah, he's just a teacher.
Oh, I
So
thought he was
am
a
I.
babysitter.
It's not really work.
Yeah, he's at work.
Yeah, I wish the Doomsday Clock person would formulate an actual argument, respond to people. Like then it would be fun just to debate with them, because I do enjoy just arguing with people. You know, it is fun.
I always wonder why so many people hate me. And then I remember what I say.
I have to say, like, I've never run into any of these people or this problem you're talking about, so it's kind of nice being a tiny channel.
Hey Vincent, what's up, buddy?
Yeah, I
Mr.
just
Road to
found out-
5,000 is on the way.
I just found out this week that Vince McLean does not live far from me. He actually lives in the town. He used to live in the town right next to mine.
That's pretty cool.
And we
Steve-
have a Comic-Con coming up in July called Cowtown. We'll probably hang out over there. It's pretty fun.
Cowtown.
Cowtown.
Chow chow.
I can't wait for cons to come back. I'll be honest.
Sold
Right.
twice. You just wait.
Yeah.
Just wait.
There's all the handles. So Metal Guy he probably knows all the handles because this is him. But if it is him, we appreciate you giving us all the handles. Anyways, I enjoy seeing him in the chat. I don't know. It's almost become like a thing in the community to
It
have him
is.
pop onto your chat, which is cool.
Yeah.
Like everyone has their place. And the fact that the dude, despite whatever his intentions are, he watches people's content. He keeps up
Watch
with a lot of
hours.
people's stuff.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. It's watch
Come on,
hours
man.
in it. And for people who put out content, it's like it's kind of fun and it's funny. Like, oh, there
It
he
is
is.
funny.
Hey, what's
It's
going on,
definitely
bud?
funny.
Yeah.
You know you've made it if he shows up in your live chat.
Yeah, that's why
Oh,
Ryan
man.
hasn't made it yet. You
Thanks,
gotta
Ryan.
show up in Ryan's chat.
Oh man.
I don't know if I want to make it, though. Look at all these crazy people just popping up out of nowhere.
I become extra mean when I'm tired.
He's like the live stream
Like the
version of the
Hulk.
sex robots, the sex bots out there. He's just a live stream version of it.
Oh, man. They account for like half my subscribers. Can we not insult the bots, please?
I'm not insulting them. I'm commending them for their
We love
consistency.
bots.
We love bots, yeah.
Thank God for the bots.
Right?
You know, you think you're doing well and you have all these
Is it me?
great subscribers, and then you put a contest out there and only 4 people join the contest. You're like, oh, I guess it's all bots.
All right, gentlemen. I appreciate you having me on, but Chip Gettler has a live stream in like 8 minutes that I'm supposed to be on, so I should
man.
probably hop over
You
there.
can just hop over here.
What? There's more people here.
Just
Yeah.
over here.
We're just
We're
sending
here.
the link.
Yes, send them the
You
link.
two are
Mark.
already here.
I'm actually I'm scared now. Tyler's right next to me, so I really got to get out of here.
I thought Vincent ran you off. I was
Yeah,
You're
gonna
going
leave.
down, Jason.
No, it was Tyler.
It's gonna be
Yeah.
easy.
Yeah, so Slot and I are gonna jump.
You got to
out.
make it to me first, buddy.
No,
Once you get to my level, then we can talk.
I'm
You gotta
gonna
climb
fall
the ladder.
asleep. I'm gonna fall asleep while you're rapping because I'll be so bored.
Savage.
I
Bye.
can't wait for that day.
That's so
All right,
sad.
guys. I'll see you in a minute there, Nick.
Yeah. So we'll do an hour on Chip's channel. We'll come back to this one because this one
And
will
it'll
still be.
still be going.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and if it's not going, I'll be sure to keep the link live if I have to leave or something, so y'all can hop back over and just keep it going.
Sounds good.
Yep,
Peace out.
absolutely. A ton of
All right,
fun
Slot,
hanging out with
appreciate you
you.
jumping on, bud.
Yeah.
I was just thinking like how easy it would have been to do that 24-hour live stream if you're not committed to being in front of the camera the whole time.
Yeah, you're right. Just
Like
leave it up.
23 hours of it.
Just have people talking in the chat to Metal Guy
Depends.
Productions about
Doomsday
Hold on.
Clock.
Doomsday
Hold on.
Clock. the whole time.
I could just leave this here and have everyone just have a field day with the
Yeah,
idea. of
that
what
would
this
be
is.
all it needs in your McDonald's cup.
Right, just drop it on top of the McDonald's club.
Vincent, what's going on, man?
Not much, just drinking my coffee and watching Star Wars Rebels.
You got coffee with a Q?
Yeah, coffee. And
Coffee.
I'm supposed to, here after a while, I'm supposed to start pricing everything that I'm going to be putting up on the auction sale tonight.
Oh,
Dude, I love how
So-
you lead with a shameless
Nice.
plug. I like it.
So,
Uh,
well, you asked what am I up to?
Yeah.
So that's
and that
part of
auction
it.
will be located on Skeff's Comic Knowledge channel. He'll be joined by Justin
Oh, cool.
Comics and Skeff. So a
And
friend of the
Comic
channel
Man
there.
Andy.
Nice.
So
And
yeah.
Comic Man
Ooh,
Andy, another friend of the
Andy,
channel.
another mean guy.
Yeah, so so that's what's going on tonight. So yeah, I'm just gonna be catching up on Star Wars Rebels, pricing some books, and that's pretty much it. And just apparently sitting in on this. Is it a shit show because it's going 4 hours strong, or what?
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely. You don't just end one of those early. You just let it ride. You have to play the tape out.
Yeah.
This
So
is
And I-
one of those hodgepodge team ups that Mark
That I
Clark is so
love.
fond of.
Right.
this kind of reminds me of like the old Wolf Friday night live streams where it's just
Yes.
like everybody just hops on for like 12 hours.
Well, again, what it is this is like the best opportunity I have just to hang out and talk about anything in the world. And like at this point, I've had the opportunity to have 7 or 6 different people on to talk to that I don't always have the opportunity to talk to. And this is why I wanted to do YouTube to begin with, just to hang out and talk to other people that enjoy comic books. So it's just turned into just a hangout day.
Right.
We've been talking comics, we've been talking movies, we've been talking everything.
Talking like,
Canada,
Canada.
oh,
you-
don't forget.
Look at that.
Hey, Nick, I got a question for you.
yes, sir.
Have you been which is the comic book store that you go to around us?
I go to 2011 Comics.
Okay. That dude
Yeah,
is a character, isn't he?
Yes, Mr. Lee is definitely a character.
You guys knowing that Nick is literally like up the road from me is awesome, and the fact that we both know this particular comic book owner is hilarious because he's a character.
I want to
And
know now.
yeah, like goodness gracious.
Yeah,
Specs Vision is in the chat real quick. Let me shamelessly plug this. That is a good way to carry on a 24-hour live stream, just to let other creators just take turns coming in. But he does have his own comic book. He's a local comic writer here. It's called Legacy of the View. You can find it on Instagram. He just launched a Kickstarter for issue 3. So if you want to check it out, be sure to do that. You have about 20 days left, I believe, for on the Kickstarter. So yeah, want to make sure I plug that.
Sweet. Awesome.
Back to it, you guys. Crazy comic shop owner.
All right, I'm gonna hop off now. I'll catch you guys in a few. Appreciate
All right,
hanging out
Nick.
with you guys, and we'll talk soon.
Later.
Which that
Nick.
brings us to our next topic of conversation: crazy comic shop owners and the way that they price their back issue books. Perfect segue. Ryan was recently in a shop and was able to go through back issues to look for stuff, and he found something at a great price, and he was happy that when he got to the register, it remained that great price. How do y'all's shops price their back issues?
The mine that I go to, he's pretty consistent. He seems to go through his back issues once a season. If there's a book that's heating up or whatever, he'll pull it out, throw it on the wall, and then still throw a little flash sticker that'll say still priced at, and then whatever sticker is on the bag and board originally. So he's pretty fair that way. If it's a bigger run, the ASM stuff or the Incredible Hulk or the Batman stuff from yesteryear or whatever, that's the kind of stuff where he'll be like, I can't cut my throat that much, but he's really open to haggling, and that's another reason why I'm so loyal to his shop, even though it's probably the smallest of the 5 shops that are just in my vicinity alone. And when you try to build a relationship with comic shop owners, because you want yourself in the back of their mind. If they happen to get a key book that comes in from someone else, They'll be like, you know what? Oh, Chris collects ASM 1 to 100. I'll put this aside and see what he has to say when he comes in on Wednesday. If he's not interested, I'll throw it up on the wall. And that's just a wonderful thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My honey hole, he pretty much, he has all of his back issues. They're super cheap. I was showing Ryan some books that I grabbed. They're all fair price and then under market value. And he says if a book pops, if someone gets to it before he does, that's their book at that price. He's not worried about specking out his whole back inventory. That's crazy.
Yeah, my honey hole, Titan Comics that I primarily go to for back issue bins. So the way that he separates his books, he has filing cabinets, like the big, super awesome filing cabinets, like 2 massive rows stacked back to back, and he puts everything out there. Condition, it's all over the place. If the book that he prices at condition wise is $40 or more, or is over $40, he pulls it and puts it behind his counter. And if somebody's like, hey, I'm looking for this is the key book, he'll pull it out and be like, I have ranging from, VF plus to near mint minus, or whatever. And then he'll give a fair price. He'll go through the guide, he'll look at the price, and then he'll offer it to you. But with that being said, all the stuff, the majority of my collection, I pulled out of the bins. I picked up plenty of near mint books for $30, $40, just really good stuff. And, I've been going there so often, he'll yell my name out, be like, hey, Vincent, I got some up here you're going to want to see. And I'm like, all right. So I go there and then boom, Tomb of Dracula issue number 10 for $60. So, it happens.
Kyler,
What's up?
back issues at your comic shops. How do they do them?
I really only go to one, and if it's a more expensive one, or if it's Golden Age or Silver Age, he'll have it behind the counter. But everything else is usually typically $3, $4. There's not a whole lot of $2 and $1 comics at mine, unfortunately. So it's harder for me to get a bunch or a big stack without spending a lot. And then he'll have some out there that aren't reaching that peak, and that'll be $10. So it's good and bad. I can find deals on $10 books, but on cheap books that I think should be $1 or $2, they're usually $4.
Yeah, that's pretty similar to how they do it where I go. If it's a truly valuable book, then they have all the shelving behind the counter, and it'll be displayed there. But most of they have a huge back inventory, and so you go through there, and most of the books that are in there, the cheapest I've ever really seen is $4. It usually starts at $4 and goes up, some will be 5, 10, 12, whatever, This particular book, I was surprised to find it for $3. So I was like, I don't know, maybe this is a typo. But yeah, generally they start at $4, but then they'll also have books that are I would call them reader copies, they're older books, but they're so beat up that there would never really be any true value behind them. So they have those in boxes, and those go for 50 cents, $1, sometimes $2 if it's in exceptionally good, bad condition. So
I don't know how y'all be finding these 50-cent dollar bins and stuff like that, because
No.
there's none of that around here. The lowest I'll see is a $5 bin, and the majority of the $5 bin is all 90s filler. So I don't know how some of the other guys in the community find these hella dirt cheap bins with finding gold, even if it's a reader copy. So
Louis knocks them out every week.
So I've got a Demon number 1 over here, and it's a very good, or no, it's not very good. It's a good, very good, a 4.0. I still end up paying $20 for it, versus if you try to find that in a 50-cent bin or whatever, that would be the equivalent of striking gold in a 50-cent bin if you find a 4.0 Demon number 1, right? But it just amazes me. I want to find that book in a bin. I want to find that range of like 50-cent bin, but I find like $100 book that's actually in decent condition, or vice versa, but you guys luck out apparently over there wherever you're at.
I always
Yeah.
think the same thing.
The only time I find dollar bins or $2 bins is usually just at cons. I don't find the comic shops around where I am in southwestern Ontario has that feature. Now there are like still modern stuff that's still within the last, say, 3 years. He'll still have them for cover price, that kind of thing. But
Mhm.
dollar bin books, that's usually just reserved for cons cons at the traveling cons, essentially, that come around this vicinity. I find I strike more gold when I go to like garage sales and that kind of thing, where parents or grandparents are just clearing out comic books and they have no idea what they're sitting on. I find I have much better luck with that. The early
I'd feel
X-Men
bad.
books and stuff. But yeah,
I'd feel bad for
What's up,
that. Like,
Ruben?
you go to a garage sale and they're just like, we just need to get rid of it. And you're like, you do realize you have an Avengers
Like,
number
my
1
kid
in
went
here,
to
right?
college.
Like,
Boom! We got the
like-
C-List Villains podcast in here.
Ooh, nice.
Real quick, I was just explaining to a 91-year-old original owner of the kennel I work at. She was asking about what's a podcast, because she heard like a radio show that she listens to on what she listens to on AM radio or whatever. They announced that they're going to be doing stuff on podcasts. So she was asking me what it is. So I immediately pulled up my phone and started playing the C-List Villains podcast to explain to her it's just a radio show that's not on AM or FM frequency. And so I used y'all's show to explain to a 91-year-old what a podcast was. Because if you're going to explain to them, you got to go to the best. And that's the only one that I know of, the C-List Villains podcast.
It's a good podcast. I enjoy theirs.
I didn't ask if you like crossovers. I was asking about the series Crossover. Image Comics.
Well, I
which
imagine
were-
my question is going to answer that.
Yeah, I've been
Wow.
sitting here having a conversation with Alexander here in the comment section. But yeah. But he said Geiger was great. He said Marvel sucks and Fantastic Four can F off and Image is the greatest thing ever. And
Doomsday Clock is the best story or worst story, whichever it was.
yeah,
the
he's
Fantastic Four is not bad. Like, come on.
to say that the Fantastic Four as a whole is bad is kind of an outrageous statement. But it's definitely amazing. Yeah,
I would say that people's perception of the Fantastic Four would be better if they would be able to actually lock down a super solid TV show or movie that actually does its justice.
Well said, sir. Well said. And on that note, guys, I got to bounce. I got to get ready for my shift. The asylum's not
Tater.
gonna, the asylum's not going to run itself. And Tyler, you suck. Canada rules. Bye, guys.
Later.
All right, Chris. Are you excited for the potential of the Fantastic Four hitting the MCU? Because when they did that trailer teaser drop last week or so, they ended it with Phase 4, and the 4 was in the format for Fantastic Four. And I don't think they've confirmed any casting, but everyone's fan favorite casting, John Krasinski as Reed Richards. That's just perfect.
Yeah, and I thought I saw somewhere saying that Emily Blunt wasn't going to
Yeah, I was
star
gonna
as a
bring that up.
superhero movie, which is really bizarre to me, because if Krasinski and Emily Blunt did their whole husband-wife thing like they do in A Quiet Place, like it would really fit the casting perfectly for them to play Mr. Fantastic and the Invisible Woman. But unfortunately, they're not going to go that route, apparently, because she said she wasn't going to do superhero movies. So it's going to be interesting to see who they would pick. But I don't
I
know.
don't want to see Emily Blunt as Sue. I mean, like, of course, like that's like a fan mashup just because of their previous chemistry. But why would they want to try to transfer the chemistry from one thing over to another thing and then try to have to reinvent the chemistry? They're going to have to like reset our preconceived notions of their chemistry to fit Fantastic Four, because the chemistry that they have in A Quiet Place is not Reed and Sue chemistry. It's a Quiet Place chemistry. So that,
Yeah,
I think they
but
would
you
have that
could-
hurdle.
But you could look at it from their standpoint, like, okay, we have chemistry in real life, obviously. So, like, if they were to do it, then they would basically have to kind of like do a start over. Like, what was it like when we first met? That dating phase, kind of like, you trying to get me interested in you, and me trying to accept you for being all super smart and weird and all that kind of stuff. I mean, it could work. That would be the only way to be able to do it.
Do you think that they should go for an origin perspective with them, or more of a just deliver the first family?
Honestly,
And
they
maybe
need
just
to
origin
go.
reference.
They need to go full Man of Steel. Like, we don't
Yes,
need
origin
an
reference, yes.
origin. Put the reference in. Like, let's get the story going, right? So
Yeah, I'm gonna
I think
take
that's a
off. I
good
have to
idea.
actually like try to sleep at some point.
Oh yeah, that's right. Hey Finn.
later, man.
Yeah.
Well, the whole house is dressed and ready for
Hey, guys.
success. Yeah, I think that format that they did in Man of Steel is definitely the way to go with your more known properties like Spider-Man, Fantastic Four, Superman, Batman. We don't need any of that. When Snyder did Batman v Superman and introduced Batman into the Snyderverse, he gave us the origin and literally an opening scene flashback montage, which was perfect.
Yep.
Yeah, my thing, like, I think Krasinski and Blunt would be great if that happened,
I don't
but
think they do.
I mean, could not be. I just have like an immense, oh my God, like the level of respect I have for her just saying like, I'm not into superhero movies, so I'm not going to do it. Like, I love that because I really hate like the whole bandwagon thing. Like all these people that never gave a crap about superheroes, and then all of a sudden they get cast in a Marvel movie and they're trying to pick up the hammer behind scenes and win over fans after a terrible movie. Like, get that crap out of here. If you're an actress or an actor and you're gonna say like, I've never really been into superheroes, so I think I'm gonna pass on that. Respect, like nothing but respect. Thank you for not just jumping on another bandwagon.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. The bandwagon stuff does help drive the overall though, because those bandwagons bring money, and then with money you can start kind of experimenting and reaching out with more stuff. So it's fun to see how everything has its place and to get hopeful to see like the smaller stuff kind of.
Yeah, because she was originally in the running for Black Widow. They were interested in Emily Blunt over Scarlett Johansson, and Emily Blunt turned down the offer. She stepped out. She said she didn't want to do a superhero thing. So
I think Emily Blunt would not have been a good choice for Black Widow. And
I
Edge
don't
of
think that
Darkness
would have worked anyway.
or Edge of Tomorrow. Live
no,
Die
I didn't see
Repeat
that.
with Tom Cruise and Emily Blunt. She's a total BAMF, dude. When she wants to play a BAMF, she is tough as nails.
Okay, see, I have a counter argument. Okay, did you guys watch Sicario?
I was about to say I love Sicario.
I love that movie, but I fucking hated Emily Blunt's character, dude. She was like a goddamn like little piece of shit, and just like, oh my god. I'm gonna assume Rorschach is just being hella facetious and sarcastic, but I can 100% say I never read Doomsday Clock, so I don't give two shits about it. I don't hate it, but I just don't care. But like in Sicario, she was just like such a like whiny little fucking child the entire time, and not understanding her role and what they were having her do. And then when she figured out that she's just a liaison, so the CIA can go into Mexico and do some counter Black Ops stuff, then she's like, oh my God, this is like blah, 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 blah. It's like, this is how the world is. This is how the CIA does its operations within the United States, outside the United States. They have to have the FBI as liaison presence because the FBI is the top level of domestic law enforcement. So they have to have a liaison there for it. And she was just being like really absolutely whiny and just I hated that character. I hated her character. But the movie is amazing. I love Sicario. I even love the second one more probably than the first one. But I think
in the second one.
The second one's really good. It is really good. But I think Emily Blunt would not have been a good cast for Black Widow, and Scarlett Johansson really did do an amazing job for that character. But still, with that being said, I think with all the pushback and pandemic and all that kind of stuff, Black Widow is probably going to be a little bit underwhelming in the beginning, maybe. But you know, we'll see how it goes. But yeah.
I think it's near impossible for them to still have something that we don't know about Black Widow at this point. But I also, like you, I think people are gonna sleep on it because of everything that's happened. You know, the long journey to get that movie out there, and I still think that people are gonna be surprised, and it's gonna end up being like not a sleeper hit, but I think it's gonna be something that people don't quite see coming, and it might be better than we kind of expect at this point. You know.
That might be a fair assessment. I think the potential long term implication of the impact of that movie is going to be there. I haven't bought into it. You know, once people go see it, and you know, once the movie's been out for a little bit and people start talking about it and they really like it or they really don't, and we start seeing more of that, you know, I'll come to my own conclusion. But I'll still see it. But right now, I am not impressed at the moment or excited about the movie. C-list.
I mean,
Black Widow pre-vid COVID production is going to be one of the best movies released in the last year and a half. I mean, you might be right, but you know, we're gonna have to wait and see how it comes about, because
my thing is, like, we kind of know what to expect from Black Widow, the character, and Johansson as an actress and everything. I think what's going to make or break that movie the most is going to be the supporting cast. If David Harbour delivers like he usually does, and some of the other players are as strong as we assume they are at this point, then yeah, I think that's what's actually going to carry the success of the movie is the supporting cast.
Right. And to prove that point, C-List also said any movie produced during COVID has been pretty terrible from a production standpoint. I 100% agree. And I have one movie that stands out in my mind, Mortal Kombat. That movie was god awful, terrible, shouldn't even been made. They should just literally just remove it from everything and just start over.
You're preaching to the choir.
So yeah, that was the only movie that came about.
From Friday morning on, I was just tearing that movie apart, much to some people's dismay. I rustled some feathers on that.
I saw somebody say that the Mortal Kombat movie / trailer is going to be looked better and is better than the Venom 2 movie trailer. And I was like, are you out of your mind? Are you out of your damn mind?
Trash.
Dude,
Equally
the Venom
trash.
2 trailer, that movie is going to be so killer. It is so killer. My favorite thing is seeing Tom Hardy as Eddie Brock's interaction with the symbiote, and just the beginning where he's making breakfast and just like the interaction, and then all like the mind talking and all that kind of stuff. It is hilarious. I loved it. I don't know what you're talking about.
Like everything that you described is to get you excited. I think you're definitely their target audience. Them, you and like 13-year-old kids that enjoy seeing a symbiote doing a Three Stooges skit, making breakfast and slapping a dirty plate together. It might be fun. It might be fun as an independent concept and idea, but as a Venom,
I love it.
That's goofy, out of character. Yeah, my wife just said, "Oh yeah, like Thor Ragnarok." Yeah,
That movie was amazing. How dare you?
No, I thought the movie was fine. I thought it was funny. I thought it was entertaining. But as a Thor, yeah, it wasn't Thor. It wasn't Hulk. It was you had to step outside of who these characters are and what defines them and what makes them so appealing to the people that have followed them in their original source material. Which I'm fine. I get it. You're not making these movies and stuff strictly for the source material fans, but that's where you lose me personally. And I'm okay with that. I'm not your audience. I'll still watch it, whatever. But it's not Venom. It's not Thor.
Let's see what else comes about within the Venom movie. Now, like Venom that I've always been aware of, I could be wrong. It's not one of those characters that I strongly follow, but Venom has always been a villain, right? Always been like, I'm a big mean dude that likes to like bite people's heads off. They are turning Venom into an anti-hero, more anti-hero than like actual villain. So because they're doing that, it makes sense for them to start putting in some type of interaction, especially between Eddie and Venom, to kind of like soften the murderer side.
Okay, I completely understand what they're going for. Like the whimsical making breakfast, I completely understand what they're thinking when they're writing it. All I'm saying is it's a stupid idea that doesn't work. Like I get
Yeah.
what your objective is. I get what this is meant to come off as, and yes, it does come off as that. What I'm saying is it doesn't fit Venom. Now
Right.
the anti-hero thing, that's been happening for a while in the comics.
Yeah.
All the way to the pinnacle of it with King in Black, where he's like holding Thor's hammer and they're co-signing him. Like Donny Cates is such a horrible writer that he went on to say that just being around for your kid, like you're now a great person and you can forgive yourself of your past crimes. They did a whole tie-in issue of Venom where he's in basically the symbiote hell, like the God's mind of the symbiote stuff, where Flash Thompson's like, dude, you're not that killer anymore. You're a dad now, and you are there for your kid. Like, it's basically saying that being around for your kid has vindicated all your past crimes. When it doesn't vindicate you, it just means you're a dad. And people like myself and Ryan do it every day, and you don't get a trophy for it. You know, good job, Donny Cates thinks you get a trophy for being a dad, but you don't. You don't. It's stupid. It's bad writing. And then, as far as the
Yeah,
movies
you
go,
got the trophy at the beginning of the race.
Yeah,
Doesn't make no
like-
sense.
Yeah,
You still
it
got a
comes with a
marathon ahead
trophy.
of him.
What are you going to do with it? But as far as him being an anti-hero, they started that with the movies. He's never been a villain in the movies. We don't need them to lighten it up or make it whimsical or anything. We already know. Like, it started with
I
Eddie
wish they
saying,
would've
"We're not
went the
gonna
secret
kill
agent
people
Venom.
aimlessly."
Yeah.
Like the first Venom ended with him explaining to the symbiote, they have to be the worst of the worst, the baddest of the baddest. We have to Dexter this. So it's already been established. So I don't think they need to make it any more lighthearted. They need to lean into the darkness of it.
Well, you know, it could be just as like in the beginning, right? Like in the beginning of the trailer, you see this, and you know, Eddie's face while Venom's like doing all this kind of stuff. He's like, okay, this is weird. This is very like, I don't know what to make of it. So, you know, maybe as the movie starts to go along and Carnage comes about and Carnage starts doing what Carnage does best, you know, maybe we'll start to actually see a little bit more villainous Venom, you know, maybe. All I'm
It'd be cool to
saying,
see how he responds to it.
yeah, all I'm saying is I enjoyed the trailer. I like what it was bringing, and I'm excited to see what's going to happen. As like I said, like I'm not like a balls deep in Venom, like thoroughly understand the character and stuff, but I understand the struggle that he has considering Venom is a murderer and he likes to kill things, and Eddie kind of sort of wants to do bad things, but he's still kind of got that good and bad pull going on. You know, I'm curious to see what's going to happen, but
I'm not invested at all in the character anymore, and I have no clue what they're trying to do with him or whatever. But I just from being familiar with the character from growing up and well into the 2000s and stepping away for a while, and then like checking out what's going on with him here currently, it's just night and day, and it just doesn't fit the character. He has murdered so many people. Period.
Yeah.
Period. Savagely murdered so many people. Period. This is not a character that you make a hero out of. It's like Harley Quinn. Like, check her record, man. You can redeem them, but they still have their. I'm saying it's the same thing. Like taking the villain and trying to make them out to be the good guy. Now, you can do that, but you're not going to make a hero out of them.
Right. It's like the same thing with the Punisher, right? Everybody's like, "Oh, the Punisher's awesome. He takes bad people out." It's like, you do realize the Punisher is fucked
a serial
up.
Killer.
Like he is fucked up in the head, and he's never changing. And if you take out the Punisher, you probably should get a medal, because if you can take out the Punisher, then you're the next scariest person on the planet. You know, it's like people that worship the Punisher and like, you know, have the bumper stickers and stuff. It's like, you do, like, that dude is really bad. Like he's really messed up.
I've been getting a lot of bumper stickers and decals made up to kind of rival that craze. I'm trying to take advantage of it, and they're all of Jeffrey Dahmer. So I'm hoping that I make a lot of money with the same concept, selling serial killer decals.
Oh my God. You know what? I might actually take you up on that, because like that's like a perfect mashup, you know?
Yeah, there was a little hiccup in it because I had a little bit of words on it, but there's a copyright crossover, so I had to change it. I stole Red Robin's slogan on accident, so I had Jeffrey Dahmer and said "Yum."
Oh God, Jesus. I will say, you know, between Silas and everybody else in the chat here, I will say I have enjoyed Cates's writing. I do enjoy him as a writer, but for probably, I would say, like the last half of his Venom run and some of the King in Black. You know, I didn't catch up in all of that kind of stuff. So like you bring it to attention how he was like trying to say that in the writing that Eddie, now that he's dead, all of his stuff is forgiven, is like the equivalent of Jeffrey Dahmer saying that he's a born again Christian and he's in prison, so it makes it all good. Obviously that doesn't work, but I do enjoy Cates' writing on the some of the stuff that he's done. I do enjoy it. But I can't see why people I can see how people have a problem with some of the direction that he would go in that, you know, but Joe says, I don't think the trailer did the movie justice. I think we're going to get dark movies with religious story. Okay, I don't want any fucking religious story or archetypes. I fucking hate that. Religion can burn to the ground, in my opinion. And I think they should just make everything super, like, just don't even go that route. Just, if anything, go the opposite. Go the opposite route. Yes. The Dark Lord Cthulhu has made us do it.
Is, like, Poke and Joe could be very correct there. This trailer could have totally misrepresented the movie that's actually in hand, you know?
Mm-hmm.
But what worries me is Sony is really, 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 really desperate for a hit right now. Like, Venom didn't do that well. Then they made this movie, and then they had to sit on it for basically a year. So they need something to make them some money. They went a year without any revenue, you know? And so what does concern me is that they're so desperate that we're going to end up in another Suicide Squad 2016 thing where they're going to have some other company cut a new trailer that sells everybody, but it's, again, completely misrepresented. And then they're going to go back and try to fix the movie to make it match the trailer. And then we're going to show up to a dumpster fire again, you know? And that's what worries me is how desperate Sony is right now.
Yeah. The Suicide Squad movie, I'm glad you brought that up. That is a movie I'll put on just to like get some parts of it. I think there's probably like a good section of the movie I can just skip through. Yeah, like
it's like the Matrix 2. Like I put in the DVD
how
just, like,
dare you?
all the cool scenes.
The Matrix 2 is amazing. How dare you?
You know, I love it how opposite your opinion is of a lot of this stuff than mine. It's fun actually having people that are polar opposites. I enjoy the Suicide Squad movie. I completely get people's grievances with it, but I have an absolute blast watching it.
There is some awesome parts in that movie that are kind of cool to watch, I will say, but there is also some parts I could just like full on just skip right through and be all right with. But I think
that movie's better as a sizzle reel than it is as a movie.
Yeah, I would kind of agree with that. You know, it's a good. I wouldn't even say it's a good bad B movie, but it's an okay B movie. You know, I don't know. Mm-hmm. It's not like Tremors, all right?
It's not bad enough to be great, but it's not great enough to be bad either. You know,
like if you want a good B movie, like Tremors, that is like probably one of the best.
I love
B
Tremors.
Movies, you know,
all 6 of them. They are amazing.
Yeah, and like
the show,
the Big Lebowski, that's an amazing B movie. You know, just so good. But like, I don't think Suicide Squad, in terms of that category for the superheroes, fits that mold. Unfortunately,
the soundtrack was better than the movie.
it really was. But I think Venom 2, I think it is going to help. I think it's going to be really good. I hope it's good. I didn't hate the first one. I really didn't. I did enjoy it. And I will say I would rather watch the Venom movie more often than the Mortal Kombat movie. I will say that 100%. And I think I probably would rather watch the Suicide Squad movie more than the Mortal Kombat movie. That's where that movie falls on the totem pole for me personally. But,
I don't disagree. I've had all of my own issues with Mortal Kombat, and like I'm not a Mortal Kombat head, so like you're not going to catch me like, oh, this didn't line up with lore and stuff. The movie just looked really shoddy. And then whenever you bring in a character that not only doesn't exist, so you've got all these characters, this huge roster to choose from, and you're like, you know what's missing here? Another character.
Yeah.
And we're going to get a bad actor, and we're going to give him a bad story, and we're going to write a bad character, and he's going to be in the way all the time of anything that could have been good in this movie.
Yeah.
Like if they took Cole Turner out of that movie, I would automatically like it that much more.
Nothing would change with the plot either.
No, nothing would change.
Change nothing about the story.
I was watching a YouTube video the other day, obviously because that's all we do is YouTube. And they were kind of breaking it down, and Scorpion was only in the movie for like maybe 12 minutes, maybe 10
I
minutes
was
total.
gonna say like 8. Yeah.
Yeah, so like the first 7 minutes, and then the last like 3 or 4 minutes of the fight scene with Cold Turner and him and Sub-Zero, and that was it. It's like, how the hell are you going to make a movie like that? And you're only going to have Scorpion at the very beginning and at the very end. That makes absolutely no sense. It was just
Yeah, to
super
use
stupid.
Scorpion as a big reveal moment is just goofy. He's
Yeah, like it's so dumb. But yeah, I there's a lot of stuff that I'm looking forward to for the new movies. I honestly, they just need to go ahead and drop the goddamn trailer for Moon Knight and Blade. Like, if they just go ahead and do that, that would make my year. Like, just hurry up. I want to see it. That's all I want.
Die Hard is going Die Hard. Them
Man,
movies the same
he's
level
working
as
it real
Golf
hard
as the
today.
Avengers, as I like to call it, the a-holes. It's like The
Yes.
Rock and the Mummy Returns. All right, guys. Well, I'm about to hop off here. As we've been streaming, like I've ended up getting dressed. Like, I've been sitting here in like PJ pants this whole time, but I went and brushed my teeth and I used the bathroom like 7 times because of the amount of coffee I drink. And we're about to get ready and go grab some Saberos.
All right. Well, I'm gonna hop off, keep watching Rebels, and start grading some of these books for this
Have you
live
watched Bad
stream.
Batch yet?
Yes, I did. Well, I haven't
Yeah.
watched the new episode for today, but I will watch it.
I watched the first episode and then a piece of the second episode. I wasn't impressed. So it's not bad. It's just not anything that blew my socks off.
Yeah, not yet. We'll see where it goes.
Yeah, I won't, but I hope you'll let me
I haven't
know.
seen any of
Yeah.
it. So.
I
All right.
I
I'll see you
don't care.
guys
All
later.
right. Peace. All right, Ryan. I'll talk to you later, bud. Today at 4:30 for everyone who's watching, 4:30-ish on the Cosmic Campfire. We'll be right back, spitballing and talking trash. So be sure to check it out. I don't know where Ryan went, but he'll be Cosmic Campfire around 4:30. He'll be going live. So be sure to check his channel out. Make sure you hit that subscribe button. Thank you, everybody, for hanging out and watching today. As always, I'm Mark, but we are Legion.